Right, I've gotten a message from Flat Earth Judge. You've been told the Earth radius is 3,959 miles, so we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. The method: find a friend and a 10-mile wide lake. Have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see the flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. If water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. Or place a laser 1 foot over the water on beach A, shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you're living on a globe of radius 3,959 miles, the laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side, because water doesn't curve. It's flat. Sounds reasonable. Ought to check that out. Can you tell me more?
Well, you already know what the physical properties of water are.
Oh, yes, I do know.
Yeah. Takes the shape of its container, flat and level on the surface.
Okay. Interesting. And another question, just so I can understand better. If the Earth is flat, it sounds like a rage-bait question, but it's an honest question, because I really want to know. If the Earth is a plane as you claim it to be, how come the shadow, which we see on the moon at night, is a half circle? Or a full circle in that case?
It's not always, it changes. Sometimes it's a crescent.
Yes. How can that be if the Earth is a flat plane?
The question you should be asking yourself is, how can that be with your claim that it is a sphere? Because when you cast a shadow onto a non-flat surface, the shadow gets warped and twisted as that non-flat surface would be. Now, I'll give you an example. A flight of stairs with a handrail on one side. The light shines through the handrail casts a shadow on the stairs, and the shadow is a zigzag shape up the stairs. But yet we know the handrail is smooth and straight. So, we fully understand that shadows take the shape of whatever they, well, not take the shape of, they are affected by the shape of whatever they land upon. So, the problem with your wear on a sphere, casting a shadow onto a sphere, it will leave a sinusoidal wave or sinusoidal pattern. You don't get a half sphere. You get these other weird shapes as the shadow casts across, if it's a sphere.
Okay.
That's how we know it's not. And there's also other problems. There's a thing called the Selenelion eclipse, or the impossible eclipse, and the shadow is actually upside down. So in order for us to have an eclipse, there's supposed to be, syzygy, Sun, Earth, Moon, all in a line, and it's the Earth casting the shadow onto the Moon. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the issue is with this impossible eclipse is the three of them are not in alignment, they're offset. So the Earth is out of alignment, and this shadow happens upside down. Really weird stuff. But yeah, this is globe law. No globers seem to like talking about this. I don't know why. Maybe it's not the flat Earth stuff you should be putting into question. Maybe it's some of the globe claims you should be questioning.
Okay. Do you have any people who talk about this? Like some scientific documents which I could read?
See, and that's where your problem's going to start, right there. This is not a question of science. It's just a question of geometry.
Geometry is a science in a way.
No.
So math is not?
No. Math is a tool used within science.
Like, there's got to be
Geometry is
someone of
just a...
credibility. Do you have someone of credibility who I can read something?
So why do I need to appeal to an authority to go and measure something? So you're telling me every time a carpenter comes around to do some work at your house, he has to hire the local scientist to come and stand there in his white coat to approve of him using a tape measure?
No, I just like someone who has more. Like,
How much credibility or authority do you need?
I just need someone who has debunked anything that the globalists say.
You're in a whole room full of it, mate.
Yes, but I'd like to read.
So far, you haven't provided anything that the globalists say that is worthy of even considering. Actually, but what do the globalists say that makes it a globe that hasn't been debunked?
Yes, but I'm saying I would like something to read. Somebody must have put all of those evidences you have into a document, so I can be able to read them and challenge the positions.
Let's see what we can find for you. Something simple, one of those. I'll just post up a PDF for you now. That's about 120 pages long.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be sure to check that out.
And we'll grab the associated test when it loads up. That's what I'm after.
What is the associated test?
That one right there. So that's a laser test where they measure for curvature.
Okay.
And the documentation with it. So FE core, Field Engineer Core. They get high-powered lasers and go and shoot them across large distances. So the basic idea behind this is the laser acts as a tangent to a circle, in which case you can measure the deviation as you move along said tangent. As you get further from the tangent point, the deviation would increase. Something along those lines when that picture loads up. That white image there is technically what should happen. Overly exaggerated, of course, but that's the basics behind it. One end nice and close, the other end further away. And that's what we should expect to see when we do one of these laser tests.
And you're saying that the test shows that it's still plane.
The test shows
that there's technically a curvature happening, but it could not happen.
No, there's no technically curvature happening at all. That's the problem.
Yes, that is what I mean.
That last image is what we get.
And the laser is not going all the way through. And
no, the laser's going right through. That's the issue. The laser shouldn't be. Okay, the laser should be 270 feet in the air in some of those tests. It is not.
So there's no deviation at all?
No.
Okay. That sounds interesting. I'll be sure to check that out. Is there anything else?
Oh, there's quite a few of those laser tests if you want to sit and go through hours and hours of those.
No, but if the laser tests are roughly all the same, no?
They're just all different areas, done by different people, different distances.
Okay. Well, sounds interesting. So you're saying that with this, all the year-long indoctrination can be gone?
No.
No?
Some people take them years for everything to click together. Other people a couple of weeks. Some people flip out for months and months on end, fighting themselves. The best way to fix this problem is to go out and check it for yourself. Don't just believe me. Don't just believe the stupid videos that I put up. Go and check it for yourself.
Okay, I'll check it out for myself. See what it says. What is this? Earth's water curvature. Okay, I understand. I'll check this out. Alright then, thank you. Good day.
Oh, good man. I notice they don't like being given the answer, I don't know. Quite a few of them get very uncomfortable when you say that. It's very interesting.
Is anybody here?
We're hiding. Shh.
Okay. I am. Okay, so earlier they were talking about the Cavendish experiment, and I knew somebody who's actually done it, who like studies and teaches engineering at the college level, and he's my really good friend named Andrew, and he told me he was banned from here. I was like, "What? Who the heck would ban you from there?" So, do y'all know what I'm talking about?
The amount of people that have been banned from 24/7, I probably wouldn't be able to count. And they get chucked out for all sorts of different reasons. Sometimes they just have absolute meltdowns because they get told something they don't want to hear. So they'll flip out, and they normally get put on mute first so they can cool off. Then when they go to the side chat and go absolutely ballistic and spam that, they'll get a warning, and then they get kicked out. But that's just assuming it was something as simple as that. Normally after
He's
a
usually
week,
really calm. I've never seen him
we
splurge. He's
really,
never really chat. No, never.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so shocked.
You've been around flat Earth stuff long enough, and you know how much it triggers them. So they might be the world's
What?
most calm person in reality, but you say the word flat Earth in front of some people, they flip their shit.
He's a flat earther. And he's
And he's
very
banned.
nice.
And he's banned from in
Yes.
here, and he's FE.
Yes, he's Effie and he's contributed. He's literally like helped me do experiments. He gave me a P900 to do, and I'm going to do an experiment with it coming up. Like he's a super nice guy. I've never seen him splurg ever.
I find that interesting that he's FE and he's been removed from here. That's not right.
Yeah, me too. I found that very interesting. That's what I was wondering. Like I can get it for some people totally, but I don't know why he'd be banned from here.
Well, if you can send me a DM with his details, I might be able to pass it on to the right people, and we'll see what happened.
All right, yeah, definitely. Because I can't imagine he would do anything. I've known him for years, and he's never acted crazy.
No, that's all right. I'll grab hold of that name, and we'll find out what happened. Might be something simple, or it might be a mistake. I know it's easy to click the wrong person, especially when there's people coming and going and the names jump up. I grabbed one of our lads the other day and chucked him out by mistake.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I'll because he actually reproduced the Cavendish experiment and couldn't get the same results as they got. Like he got no results basically.
Yep.
And I wanted him to come share, but he said it was banned. Anyway, thank you.
No, that's all right.
So this was 3 years ago. Andrew was talking about Jaron. This was whenever Jaron was still a flat earther. He was talking about some of the experiments. Hold on, let me plug in my head.
3 years ago.
3 years ago. 3 years ago, they were talking. He was talking about some of the experiments that him and Jaron were going to do, like the mirror experiment. And then this guy says, "Oh, you talked to Jaron?" And then Andrew was like, "Yeah, I talked to Jaron. Like we go back and
Guilty by
we're going to do this
association.
experiment."
Yeah.
Okay, and then the guy said, "The guy said, all right." The guy said, "All right, I'm banning you," and he just banned him, and that's it. 3 years ago, and he said it was a black guy. It sounded like a black guy, but he didn't know his name.
Sounded like a black
That's
guy.
what he said. Yeah, I'm just passing on the message. He said it sounded like a
20
black
cups
guy.
got
He didn't know.
got accused of being a black guy. So that really doesn't
Well,
help.
maybe it was him, but he just said he knew
No,
Jaron.
he hasn't been around that long.
Okay, well, whoever was there 3 years ago, he was just talking about whoever didn't like Jaron that was around 3 years ago. Maybe sounds like a black guy. That's
So this
probably
is
who did it.
For me, right?
Yeah. Okay, so then he said, "All right, I'm banning you," and then just banned him. And he said he's like out of nowhere, like he was calm and cordial and everything. So that's what happened. That's messed up, dude.
I'd have to find someone like Indio or someone that's been around a long time. Maybe Jedi.
Yeah, can you do that? Because dude, that's really messed up. Like he's contributed a lot to the flat Earth experiments and stuff. Like I've done them, and he's helped me out without me even asking. Like, and he's just I was like looking for somebody's P900 to use for an experiment, and I was obviously going to return it or whatever. But he just told me I can keep it. I was like, dude, no way. Like I don't even want to keep it. I don't want to keep your stuff. He's like, no, I'm about to give me there's like a P1000 that just came out, so I'm gonna get the P1000. You can keep it. And I was like, oh my gosh, because I went to salt flats and spent a lot of time and resources doing experiments, and yeah, I ran out of resources to buy like a good camera. So I was asking if anybody had one I could use, and yeah, he totally just let me keep his camera. But yeah, I did like 3 different tests of salt flats. I added everything up. It was over $12,000 worth of equipment easy, and maybe 20,000 for the whole trip, like in total. Of like the drone, I have like I think I wrote it down. So like the drone's like 2,000, the theodolites about 1,500. The stand for theodolite, those were like I think 300. Dude, survey equipment's expensive, and then the way up there, the hotel cost. It might have been around 12,000. Now that I think about it, yeah. For all, and then the cameras and the equipment that we were using, everything added up to be super expensive. The lasers, the levelers, the drone sensors, the research grade thermometers. It was a lot of stuff, and I was willing to do it. I was happy to go do the experiments, but yeah, at a certain point, I just couldn't get anything else, and I was like, I just need a camera, and he just let me have it. And so he's super cool. He's a super chill guy. I can't believe he's banned from here.
Yeah, something that's 3 years old. Who knows? He might have just. I've seen it before where we'll get a clown come in. There'll be a big, reasonable sized panel like this. 2 people will be having a talk, and next thing, your typical Globo will have a meltdown. Someone else will come in and say something, and just because they've spoken at the wrong time or said the wrong thing at the wrong time, telling others how to moderate channels, especially when they tell admin or owners how to moderate channels. They've just been, wrong place, wrong time, click, click, is it both gone? So
all he said was he knew Jaron. He knew Jaron. The guy didn't like Jaron. Whoever it was didn't like Jaron and just banned Andrew.
I'm not a Jaron fan, but I'm not going to ban someone for saying that they do like him.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, maybe you can talk to somebody and figure out maybe what happened if we can get it reversed. But I think he's upset about it. I would like for him to come back because he actually teaches college engineering, and he promotes.
Is he banned from this channel?
Yes, he's banned from this channel.
If he's been banned from this server, we're in English Hub at the moment.
Oh, I told him to come to 24/7.
Yeah, he can come to this channel, and we might be able to have a chat to him and find out. If he knows who banned him, it makes it easier to go through and find out who, when, where, how, why, all the usual questions.
Okay, I'll ask him.
But yeah, if he's only been banned from the 24/7 server, then we just need his name or ID, and we can go back through and see when it was done, check who done it, that kind of stuff. But yeah, if he wants to pop in here, he's more than welcome to do so.
Okay, let me send. Yeah, he's really chill. All right, 24.
Well, if he's smashing Globetard experiments and showing that they're not working, yeah, he's more than welcome to come in here.
I tried to get him to come share because they were talking about people repeating the Cavendish and it not being repeatable. And I said, I know the perfect guy who's literally tried to repeat it. But yeah, he's said he couldn't come.
The only two experiments I want to see done side by side, Foucault's pendulum and Cavendish. And I just want to sit there and wait and see how long it takes the globers to put 2 and 2 together.
You know that the pendulums can be affected by magnetic fields.
Well, if Earth's rotation is causing one of them to spin, surely it'd cause the other one to spin.
Mm-hmm.
Cavendish out the way. Yeah, right. It just clicked.
Yeah, that's funny. But they don't move the Cavendish ones. They don't move them. They keep them still, huh? That's funny.
Cavendish is an interesting thing. Whenever you have a suspended load on a wire, rope, rod, anything, if that suspended load is out of balance, it will oscillate, rotate. If you get it perfect, it won't move. So the reason they've set them up and they haven't worked is because they've got it right. They've got the thing suspended properly, well balanced.
I don't think I can send him an invite. Look, I'll send you his name. Maybe you can invite him. Because I don't think I have the permissions to invite anybody. Oh, my phone's about to die. 1 second. Who should I send his name to?
Oh, you can send it to me if you want.
Matrix. Have you ever heard? I've read a bunch of papers on trying to figure out what's going on with the gyroscopes. And have you heard about the Burnett effect?
No.
Let me see. Oh, here we go. The Burnett effect is whenever rotating things create a magnetic field. And they've actually they create a magnetic field, and then they can actually like repel current existing magnetic fields, which causes the precession.
Right. So that would explain why the big gyroscopes that they use for shipping auto track north and south because of that effect. But yet they're also shielded to minimise that effect.
You can't shield from the Earth's magnetic field.
No, but you can shield a device that's rotating. Because I questioned this once before.
What if it's
about gyroscopes when they're spooled up? Do they create some kind of magnetic field or something like that? And a few people sort of scratched their head and sort of went, don't know. Some things do, depending on the composition of the flywheel. All sorts of random answers. But if they do generate a magnetic field, then it would make sense that it's just trying to behave like a compass.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I spent countless hours doing research and found this out. The Burnett effect. Rotating objects can create a magnetic field. And then they say, the ring laser gyro, that's not a rotating object. But guess what? Look up the Faraday effect. Guess what? Polarized light is affected by magnetic fields. And what do they say happens with a polarized light? Okay, so ring laser gyro, polarized light is spinning around, going in a circle, and they say that there will be like a deviation, and that's from rotation. But guess what? The Faraday effect, magnetic fields affect polarized light. And they acknowledge ring laser gyros are affected by magnetic fields. And they say, oh, we can shield for it. But guess what? You can't shield from the magnetic field of the Earth, even in a Faraday cage. You still can use a compass. Yeah, I spent a lot of time researching these things that they use as evidence. What do y'all think about that? I don't know if anybody heard me or not, but
I was listening. Don't stress. A lot of them listen. They just sort of sit back and because they're reading their newspaper or doing what else they do in their spare time. Quite a few of the guys actually are listening. Just they're not sitting on top of the microphone. Oh, not that I have to sit on top of the microphone, but yeah, they are listening. So don't stress.
the Glovers?
No, us.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk to some Glovers and have them refute what I'm saying.
You just want to make them cry, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Well, McToon called me like he said I'm like I don't even know. I don't compliments from McToon. I honestly are kind of like insults, but he said I'm like the highest level flat earther because I'm using paper, so it really gives them a run for their money. Because I love reading research articles, and so whenever you
Yeah.
bring papers, because that's like their gold standard, it's like the worst thing to them, which is what I like doing.
Isn't that interesting? You're bringing papers in, which is what the majority of FE guys have been doing for since well before me, and I've only been here a couple of years. And yet McToon won't acknowledge them.
Yeah,
which is really odd. He's a clown, so I wouldn't trust him as far
well,
as I
he
could
will.
drop kick him.
He'll tell me like, "Oh, I'm gonna read it and get back to you," and then like we never really hear a follow
You
up.
won't.
Like,
He'll just tell you
yeah,
that to make you feel warm and fuzzy, and then a week
yeah.
later he'll do a typical global reset, and he'll forgotten you've even spoke about it until you bring back
Mhm.
the recorded clip of him saying, "Oh, I'll look into it," and you dump it in his face on one of his shows.
Yeah. He tries to give like some minute response. Like, there's been this whole like series of events, like with the refraction and the theodolites, like debunking their theodolite measurements because they're not accounting for atmospheric conditions. Whenever you do account for them, like what I did, it's closer to the FE prediction, and that's just what it is. All right. So then they say they acknowledge that, right? They can't deny it. It's peer reviewed, like where temperature gradients near the surface would produce things. You can reproduce it. It's expectable and predictable and measurable. You would expect for things to appear to drop over distance, and this is why, as the day goes on, things progressively appear shorter and shorter. But at nighttime, they appear taller and taller. Why is this a dineural effect where things get shorter throughout the day? Well, it's because the temperature gradients that are changing. That's one of the reasons, and there could be other underlying causes. But either way, things are appearing shorter during the daytime, taller at night, and it's like this is from peer reviewed studies at universities measuring this. Okay, so it's like, well, that was very peculiar to me. And then so I'm like, okay, whatever's causing this could be causing why things appear to drop over distance. So then, I kept looking into it, and then I read that practical temperature gradients that were measured near the ground, at like eye level height, would yield upward refraction, like a coefficient of negative 2.3 or so, a negative refractive coefficient rather than a positive one, which is what they claim is always present. All right, these people found this to be true, and it's pretty much accepted science now. Like even the Journal of Surveying and Engineering acknowledges this, that you can't assume standard refraction. All right, so they can't they can't like debunk what I'm saying, but then they'll say, okay, well, maybe on top of a mountain it'll be different. And then I found another paper where they did mountain peak to mountain peak at the Swiss Alps, and they found vertical deviation of 32 centimeters over 2 kilometers. Well, guess how much curvature is over 2 kilometers? 30 centimeters. It's almost identical. So the amount of drop they see this mountain appear to have, our vertical deviation, and in the other paper, you'll know it gets shorter throughout the day. The amount of deviation this has is it literally almost down to a centimeter, the exact amount of Earth curvature present. But not at nighttime. Not at nighttime. It doesn't appear like that at nighttime. This is only midday. And I asked Shoebill, who was a surveyor who promotes the globe, I said, Shoebill, what time do you go do your measurements? He's like, 3 p.m. I said, why do you do them at 3 p.m.? He says, because it matches the globe prediction the best. And I say, Shoebill, that's kind of circular. Then you can't use that as evidence for the globe if you're using the evidence that produces the globe the most. If you're going to like do an experiment to like show one or the other, you have to neither assume one or the other from the start, because that would be biased. You'd be inserting bias from the beginning and just nulling and voiding the whole thing. He says, well, we've established that it's a globe from other experiments, so I can assume it's a globe. So therefore, I'm going to go do the theodolite measurements at the time that matches the best with the globe. And I've talked to other surveyors who say the same thing, literally. Because they say, we know it's a globe. We go do it. They say they know how much refraction is present by how much it deviates from the globe expectation. But the Journal of Surveying and Engineering says you only are going to know the amount of refraction present if you measure the atmospheric conditions. But I never see them measuring the atmospheric conditions. They literally say, do not assume standard refraction. We've already shown standard refraction does not apply to near ground sightings and near ground surveying experiments. Like, if you're going to be like doing surveying, like actually like our line of sight's very close to the surface, and the gradients here, the temperature gradients here are not reflective of the temperature gradients they use for standard refraction. And that's why like they're now telling people not to use it, but the Globers still think standard refraction is the gold standard or whatever, but it's already been debunked multiple times in peer-reviewed studies at the highest level. But they might not go read them, that's nothing, but I'm just letting them know, don't do that. But anyway, so honestly, I haven't really heard much from them since then. They never use that evidence to me. But people that don't know this argument, they'll still use evidence for that evidence for the globe. That's why I'm trying to get everybody familiar with it.
So you good now? You got it all off your chest?
Yeah,
you sound a little wired.
Oh, I sound quiet? Oh no.
Wired. Like you've just had a coffee and it's like, yep, I've got to get this out of me.
Well, I'm trying to leave the lab. So I'm like walking around kind of quick, trying to leave because my husband wants me to come home.
Fair enough.
So I'm also like frantically trying to finish up here. Sorry.
You're all right.
Well, did anybody have questions before I head out?
Lamlight posted up in the side chat. What about Fata Morgana Mirage?
What about them? Like when they're floating in midair?
Don't know. That's all I've got.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Yes, when things are floating in the air. Yep.
Yeah, so the boat Like, okay, so they're appearing higher. So that would happen like on a cold day, I think, like when the water's colder than the air. And then so my question is, you might have to use surveying equipment, but you need to see whether the horizon is lower than it actually is or the boat's higher than it's supposed to be. That's the real question. Is the horizon, because that could also happen if you have like it's very windy and like a, there's a lot of mixing occur at the lower level, so there's no gradient there. But then the water's like super hot, and then like it would make it look like the boat's floating in midair. Or you can have like maybe the water's cold and there's a strong temperature gradient near the surface. And then the boat's being like, I don't know if, yeah, but maybe being projected up. I don't know. But I want to see them demonstrate like things that would be hidden over a curve, like projected over a curve and visible due to refraction that would be hidden by curvature. Like, I want to see that actually demonstrated. Because they say refraction can make things like visible that aren't normally seen and blocked from curvature. I want to see that happen on a small scale, something blocked from curvature that's now being hidden. Because I've seen like the experiments like with the laser where they're showing it like pointing down, but and which would make it appear taller, but that's not something that would normally be blocked. It's still present. Like, okay, you wouldn't let's see. So it has to be something where, it's over a curve, you wouldn't normally see it. Now you can see it, not just like, oh, it's higher or lower than it should be. Because actually you need downward curving light to make things appear higher. And you can look up, they have like demonstrations on how this works and stuff, but so it's crazy because it has to go over the curve, but the light has to go down. And like, how does it get over the curve if it's going down? Like, it's just kind of counterintuitive. So I'd like to just see it happen. Have you looked at the atmospheric conditions they say you need for the black swan to be like visible from refraction? Like, okay, it's the craziest thing. It like gets warmer with elevation, which is like the opposite of what it normally is in the
We
atmosphere.
know.
And then at 50 feet, it just steeply starts getting colder with elevation. I'm like, how would this ever happen? What reasonable day or conditions would give you this circumstance? Like, I'm telling you,
Oh,
when you
no.
actually look into it, refraction is not on their side.
Some of the claims that I've heard, the guy went down there something like 60 days in a row. He actually lives nearby. He went down there 60 days in a row, taking multiple of hundreds of photos and whatnot just to get those conditions. This is the levels of stories we get about those black swan events. It's crazy. When you just grab yourself some popcorn, put your comfy slippers on, put your feet up, and have a listen to some of the stories. Like, seriously,
That's so
crazy funny.
Well, I promise you, I'm going to have to do it like a presentation or something, but I promise you, refraction is not on the Glober's side. They can say and spout it, but at the fundamental mechanics of it, like the conditions you need to have what they're saying and the dynamics and reproducibility of what they're saying is happening, like refraction's not on their side. Please believe me, okay? You can't just run away from it because they just try to like hand wave stuff with it. I have a simple method, and anybody, that we can simply do to where any long distance observation, they can't just say, oh, that's just refraction. Does anybody remember? Because I think I shared it in here the other day. Does anybody remember what simple thing you can do with long distance observations where they can't claim refraction?
I wasn't here, sorry.
I don't think anybody, like, I want y'all to listen to me. I put a lot of like work effort into this, please, because
It's their claim. If I put a photo up or an image up and I say this is the elevation that it was taken from, this is the distance to where the horizon should be, this is the distance to a particular subject, like in the black swan, for example, and they turn around and go refraction, that's not my claim. That is up to them now to justify their refraction in my image to make it worse for them.
There's a way that you can now, they can never, like, that can take away their ability to say that.
Oh, no, they'll still say it.
No, they won't. They won't be able to. They haven't, like, let me tell you what it is. Okay, please remember this. All you have to do next time you do a long distance observation is grab a thermometer. Grab a thermometer.
No, it doesn't work, and I'll tell you why. And this is super simple. One of the FE core tests, they had a thermometer at one end, thermometer at the other end, and yes, they based it off of Snell's law at each end. So fair enough, they were making an attempt to apply some kind of refractive index to their laser test.
You need to get a gradient, not just a thermometer. You need to get the gradient of the temperature, not just the temperature.
That's what I'm getting to. Okay, so let's say you've got your gradient. Where you're standing now, you're shooting your laser 10 miles away, you get your gradient where you are. Let's say we get two lots of readings, one at the start, one at the end. The very next globe tard that comes in here, how come you didn't do 3? The one that comes after that, when we do go and do 3, how come you didn't do 5? Okay, so we'll go and do 5. How come you didn't do 7? Where does it stop?
Look, according to the Journal of Surveying and Engineering, they're God, right? In surveying, the surveying God is the surveying journals, right? That do the latest research. They say get a temperature gradient of the in the line of sight, within the line of sight. Get a gradient, because usually the vertical gradient will be the same throughout. Okay, from here to there, like you're gonna have generally the same gradient along the line of sight. They say just take a thermometer and look at the temperature below your eye level and above your eye level. Then you can put it in the Snell's law. All you have to see is if the gradient exceeds or does not exceed negative 0.2 Celsius per meter. If it does, then they cannot claim refraction, because there's no way the light could be bending that way, the way that they are saying would need to bend for refraction. So easy. It's so simple. And I can cite all this. If they don't like the method, they can go argue with the scientists and the researchers who make the Surveying and Engineering Journal.
I've got no problem with the method. It's just that when they're screaming out the problem and it's their claim, I think it should be up to them to back it. It's nothing to do with me. If you want to claim refraction, go right ahead. I'm not stopping you. But now I'd like to see how, why, where, when, where are you getting this refraction from when the image is as clear as crystal? If there was a distorted band or something across the image showing some kind of miraging effect, I'd go, yeah, maybe you've got me on something there. But when some of these images are crystal clear and there's absolutely nothing wrong with them, and we get these numpties coming in going, refraction, it's like, well, your turn to cough up, kid. You're making the claim. I want to know how much refraction there is in that so we can account for it. Oh, refraction. No. I want to know how much so we can account for it. Yeah, refraction. Standard refraction. How much do you want? How about we give you 10%? We'll be super fair.
We don't have to guess. We can know the refractive index now just by taking a thermometer above your eye and below your eye. I promise you. That's what they say to do. You can know which way the light's bending.
How far above and below?
Honestly, it doesn't matter. If you get a general gradient, you're fine.
I'll tell you what I'd rather like to do.
1 foot above and below, that's fine.
You know your survey chain, your stick with all the notches up it?
Yeah.
They're plastic and lightweight. I'd like to get one of those and just have a sensor on it at every foot. So extend the thing out, it goes to 8 foot or whatever it goes up to. Just to have every foot a sensor on it. Stand it next to you and go, right, you're covered then.
Yeah. Did you see my data yet? I think I sent it to you.
No, I wasn't in here.
You haven't seen it?
No, I haven't. Others may have, but
you weren't here? Okay, no. You weren't here the other day? Did you hear about it?
No. Which channel was it in? This one or?
I thought so. Okay, let me send it to you. I never know, because it's a lot of Australians in here, right?
Yeah, there's a few floating about.
I'm going to do some more experiments too. I have some more experiments coming up, but I'm going to
my thing is I've just snagged myself an infrared camera. So I've got 2 cameras the same. One's been converted, and so I can mount them on the same tripod and go and get standard shots and IR shots. So whenever someone squawks refraction now, I'm just going to look at the IR and go, oh, look at that. I can still see further with the IR than I can with the standard one. Here's your refraction, out the window. I don't care what their numbers are.
I've read like so many papers though, and like seriously, they say like that good practice is to take a temperature gradient. Like, and then so you don't have to guess because so many people have already like debunked standard refraction. Like I started to put together a PowerPoint and I have like 10 sources of different papers saying standard refraction shouldn't be assumed because the conditions they were using don't reflect the lower troposphere where we reside. Like this is not questioned, and people still act like it's like I'm like, dude, y'all gotta go read the papers. Y'all gotta keep reading. Y'all gotta keep reading papers, because you wouldn't assume that. That's not a good assumption. So yeah, hold on, let me drop you this data. And I have more experiments that I'm planning, and I also did on the soft flats. One thing I haven't published yet is like I made a video. I put a survey stick at like 2 feet, or maybe I can't remember if it's all recorded and documented, but it's like 2 or 4 feet. And I drove like 2 miles and it was supposed to be disappeared. But I was able to drive over 3 miles and still see the flashing light. Like it was supposed to be hidden behind the curve. And yeah, and I got the gradient and everything. I haven't done the math for it, but like that light was supposed to disappear like way a long time ago. And I have like consistent videos showing at the salt flats the light doesn't disappear. And the gradient was pretty much even. Like I don't even remember there being a sharp one at this time because this is like right before the sun came up. It's just like a 12-hour video. It's hard to go through.
Oh, wow.
I haven't had time. Yeah. Okay, so here you go. I've been consistently asking people how I can better my methods. If they have any suggestions, any criticisms, anything. So like whenever I go do experiments or whatever, I can be as thorough and efficient as possible. So feel free, anybody, to give me criticisms, feedback, whatever. I want to do the most accurate data as I possibly can.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Can I say anything? I walked away for a minute. I'm still at work. I'm trying to leave. I'm very proud of time and effort and data that I've gotten. I plan on doing more too, but I just love doing research. And I feel like I haven't got any real refutations to what I've put forward. Like, I want to get some debunks. Oh my gosh, how did it shut? My whole voice closed out for some reason.
You're still there. Or you're still here.
Well,
It's
no,
just
just a minute ago, it said open voice like it left. I said
hard
I'm
to
open
say.
to any debunks and stuff like and criticism so I can do better next time.
Yeah, we heard.
What'd you say?
Yes, we heard
Oh, okay.
everything you said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
Discord
Yeah.
is just weird.
I love doing research. I'm at the lab right now. Like, so yeah, it's like I kind of do it for a living.
Is it top secret, or can you tell us what you're researching?
Yeah, I'm researching like I'm seeing how the cytoskeleton is affected by aluminum, like the microtubules in particular. And because I'm trying to figure out like, you know, aluminum has been associated with neurodegeneration, but they don't have like a mechanism of action really. And so I think it directly acts on the cytoskeleton, and it's not like a downstream effect that aluminum is causing the problem. So I think it's like a primary cause. And so I'm using Clandomonas as a research model organism because it has like very similar cytoskeletons structures as humans. They're very homologous. And so I'm introducing aluminum to the cytoskeleton, to the Clandomonas, and seeing how the cytoskeleton is affected. And then I've already done that. So now I'm just seeing like, does it affect the growth rate? Like, is it killing them or is it just messing with their cytoskeleton?
Very cool.
I enjoy it. Golly, y'all are quiet tonight.
It is Friday night after all.
Oh, let me go check on Fire Friday. Go on.
Welcome. You don't have to be afraid. You can put your name down there. You don't have to put anonymous.
What's good, everybody? Couple people coming in. Good evening to you.
Anyone is here actually talking? Hi, Scuttle. Scuttle, how are you? Effie Badman. Hello, Mygon. Oh, hello.
Wait, talking.
D-Town, how are you, bro?
I'm good. I'm playing video games, chilling.
Oh, your voice is great, bro.
there is anybody listening right now, it's 1:58 on the East Coast, and it's partly cloudy here, so I was able to look up in the sky and see a satellite transversing across the sky, and it's made me, just appreciate that they're lying about space and the Earth is flat, because if the satellite was actually where they say it is, orbiting the spherical Earth, then I wouldn't be able to see them like that. It'd be too far away. So that's pretty awesome.
Hello.
Bro, guys, do you think our art is really flat?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Wild Bill.
So, tell me, why do you think art is flat? I think that it is spherical in shape.
I think it's flat because of how flat it is.
No, I think it's a spherical shape because I have seen photos from International Space Station, and it
How do you
seems
know? How do you know that's where they were from?
because there's literally a NASA live of International Space Station on YouTube.
How do you know that? How do you know that's what it is?
Because it is.
That's not very good. That's just telling me it is because it is. I did the same to you with flat, I guess.
Bro, let
Flat
me let
because
me
of how
tell you.
flat it is.
Every
But how do you know? How do you know that? How do you know it's what they say it is?
I will tell you. I will tell you because looking around, everything I see, it seems to be working with the idea that art is spherical in shape. For example,
Really?
the physics and the satellite, and when I see the stars at night, it seems that our art is flat, and you can see our art is not flat. You can see the sun coming out at in the morning, and it's spherical
Really?
in shape.
So you think the sun is moving?
The sun is moving. It's a spherical in shape, and likewise, art is also spherical in shape. So that's what I
So
think.
you think the sun's the thing moving, not the Earth?
No, the sun is not moving. The art is circling around the sun.
But you just described it as moving. You said it's coming up.
It's yeah, it's relative to us. It seems that it's moving around us.
Well, how do you
But
know that? How do you know that?
because I study physics, and physics is applied
That's not an answer. That's not an answer.
because the laws of physics teach me.
That's not an answer. Tell
It's
me
an
about these. Tell me how. Tell me how it tells you that.
just study Newton's gravitational law, bro. Then you'll
Yeah,
understand.
that's still not an answer. Like, tell me how that lets you know that the sun is the thing that's not moving and the Earth is, when you clearly observe the sun moving.
Yeah, relative to us, it's moving around us. But when you see as a third person, when you are not in the sun as well as you are
Who
not
did
in,
that? Who did that?
nobody does that before. But it's how the physics.
Okay, so it's not observed, right? So science starts with observation. So nobody's
Then
observed
why?
that.
Okay. Then why are you using a smartphone, aeroplane, and all the things that physics provide, and you're not able to accept the fact that physics
What,
teaches us how art
how
is.
do those things operate? Like, how is it that those things only operate with
Yeah,
the Earth being
if you
a
want to
globe?
know, if you want to know how, then you should go to
Well,
the
you're
lab.
telling me. You're the one telling me these things, right? You
I
should
don't
be
need
able to
to.
explain it.
I don't
You
need
should
to.
be able to
I
explain
don't,
it.
yeah. I will explain to you, but you are. I think you don't get the point.
No, you've just said you use telephones and aeroplanes and physics. Like, okay, yeah, and
And I'm not saying that you when you see a train and then it seems the trees are moving backward. Relative to you, the trees are. It seems the trees are moving, but it's not how it works. Okay. It's likewise in the sun scenario. The sun is not moving. Our planet is moving. That's why it
okay,
seems.
so
Yeah, that's
yeah,
how
all
it
right,
works.
yeah, but you know the train's moving. How do you know the Earth is moving?
I know the Earth is moving because it's moving.
That's circular. Do
How
you know
do
what
you how
Ipsy
do
Dixit means?
how do you know the train is moving? Prove me to me.
Because you get on it when it's not moving, then you feel it starting to, to
Okay.
accelerate.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me tell you something. Why why does when you see a ship in the sea, why it disappears instead of making smaller, becoming smaller and smaller when you use binocular to watch it? Why it disappears
But
in the horizon?
are you saying that ships don't get smaller and smaller?
It's getting smaller and smaller, but why it
Right.
disappears instead of
Because it gets too far away to see.
No. We have better instrument that can see it much farther than that, but still it disappears. It's out of sight.
Yeah. And then when we use instrumentation to help us see further than our eyes can see, we see that thing is still there.
Prove me, bro. I want proof, not just. I don't think that you understand that. You don't have proof. You don't have proof that art is flat. If you give me proof, then I will believe, bro. But according to the world we're living in, it's all physics that makes the plane fly, and so I believe physics. So I don't need to see. I believe them. Whatever they say, I believe it.
Well, that's naive, isn't it? Just because they say science, you believe it, right? You don't test it to see if it is actually science or not. There's an example in the side chat. Zoomed out, can't see them. Zoomed in, can see them.
It's not too far away. It's just one.
That's not far. How far away does it have to be?
It has to be very far away, far enough to.
How far?
How far? Just have to go infinitely, and then you. It's supposed to not.
Infinitely.
Yeah.
Do you know the claimed curvature rate? Do you know the claimed size of the Earth?
I do not. I do not know that.
No, it's claimed to be a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, 6,371 kilometers, if you like metric. That would result in a curvature rate of around about 8 inches per mile squared, right? And a horizon distance of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, is that ever measured? So if you're at 5 foot, it's about 6 foot observer height. It's about 3 miles distance to your alleged curvature, right? Where the horizon's going to be. Beyond that point, a ship will begin to become obstructed from view bottom up, right? Do we see? Is that what we see, or do we see further than that?
I don't understand what you are talking about. I'm not good at that, but.
I know, yeah. You just believe the scientists, right? They just go on TV and say something and you believe it because they said they're a scientist.
No, why do
you declare? No, bro. Listen, this is the thing. You declare all the maths and the physics checks out, right? But you haven't looked into it to see if it actually does or not.
It does. But I don't have to know every.
No, you're just saying it does. You don't know if it does or not. You're just saying it does. You're just saying it does because the scientists said so, right?
No, when you, for example, if you see something precise all the time, you're gonna believe it's precise the next time. It works like that. I don't have to know.
Yeah, just because I saw it on TV once and then I saw it again, so it must be true.
Bro, let me tell you something. Do you check every single thing that in order to believe something? At the end of the day, information comes from somewhere else.
Bro, you can believe whatever you want, right, without checking it. If you see a scientist on TV tell you a thing, right, and you choose to believe it just because the person is a scientist and they said so. You can go away and believe that all you like, right? But you can't say that you know that what that scientist said is true. You can't, because you haven't checked. You don't know.
Yeah. Let me tell you one thing, bro. What makes you think that Earth is flat?
Because we see in orders of magnitude further. We see much more of the surface than we would be allowed to if the Earth was a sphere. We observe the Earth to be flat. We measure it as flat. We use it as if it's flat.
Okay. Buy a soccer ball and then try to go down to the surface and watch. It seems flat to you. In our
you could say that about the Earth, right? You could say that about the Earth if you had observed it
you can observe the soccer ball. But you haven't,
Yeah,
so you
if
can't
you-
say that that's
yeah.
analogous, because a flat thing looks flat too, right? So you're saying a big thing compared to a tiny thing, it's going to look flat, but so would a flat thing also look flat.
Then why do we have a different time zone? Why do we have different sunrise? In Japan, it's already night, and here it's daytime. So if it's flat, then the sun will. If it's flat, the sun should come out at the same time and set at the same
Well,
time for all the people.
Why?
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. Do this experiment, okay? In the table, just draw a circle and then try to mimic a sun with a torchlight, and it will the sun.
Yeah, I get a tiny little light above the table, and I shine it over one area, and it lights that area up, but not the rest of it. Next.
No, that doesn't. But that doesn't how it works.
Why? How do you know?
And then explain to me how all
You just said explain. I explained it. So go on.
Explain
Yeah, what's
to-
your next question?
Yeah. Explain to me why everything seems to be working. The physics that you don't believe in, it's all working. The science.
What physics? Tell me about the physics. Tell me.
Tell me the physics laws and theories. Everything seems to be working.
Tell
fine.
me. Tell me about it. Tell me how it works.
I don't know how it works, but I believe.
Then you can't say. It seems to work if you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, bro, tell me how a steering wheel works in a car. Tell me the science.
That steering wheel. How does a steering wheel work in a car?
Yeah, you have to
It's got a shaft. It's got a shaft mechanism connected to an axle, right? And when it turns the axle, which steers the tires in a certain direction. Bro, that is just that's like, haven't you built a go-kart before?
No, that's not enough. That's not enough. Your explanation is not enough to make a Formula One car. Your explanation is not enough to turn
Formula One car. It's gonna be the same principle, bro.
Yeah, apply that to the suns and the earth. It's the same. It works like that. You don't have to prove it. You just
What are you talking about, bro? So what physics seems to check out?
Because there's a gravitational law.
What's that?
Newton's gravitational law. It says that two
What is
masses
it?
attract each other. If you take two mass and it attracts each other. Yeah.
Yeah. How does it do that?
It attracts each other. So the best shape that a gravity system that is have enough gravitational pull will be spherical. So it proves that.
How do you know that?
How do I know? Because I can feel the gravitational pull.
You can feel it, so it must be turning things into spheres.
Yeah. Why? For example, when you make a tiny droplet in a lips or in a table, it will try to go to a spherical shape. It has a cohesive. I forgot the full name of the force, but it has some force, cohesive force.
Surface tension.
Yeah. It attracts each other. Okay, and the best position,
It's not gravity.
Yeah, it seems as a gravity.
No, it's not gravity. That's not gravity. It's intermolecular forces. Listen, bro. What about a large body of water, like a bathtub? What's the surface? What can you describe the surface of the
I will
bathtub?
tell you, the surface tension, it is a force, but the gravitational force is stronger, so it is destroyed. But in the case of the small bubbles, the surface tensions remains the same relative to the gravitational, but the mass is decreased lot by a lot, so the gravitational pull decreases in that system.
Do you have a bottle of water there, or a glass of water, or a drink?
Yeah, I have.
Can you describe the surface to me?
I don't know the surface, bro.
Is the surface of your drink flat?
I don't get your question, bro.
Yeah, your drink. If you've got a drink there, is the top of the drink, the surface, right? Is it flat?
No, it's it is.
Yeah, it's flat. Yeah.
Yeah, it
So what
is.
if we
It is flat.
if we scale it up to bathtub size and we fill the bathtub up with water? Is the surface flat?
Is the surface flat? Yeah.
Yeah. What about in a pond? You know, go to the park and there's a pond.
Yeah, it is flat.
It's flat. What about a lake? Go to a lake. Is the surface flat?
Yeah, it is flat.
Yeah. What about the ocean?
But it depends on the where you are.
So, how come all these bodies of water have a flat surface if the Earth's a sphere?
No. You're wrong.
I'm wrong or you're wrong?
Have you seen the labs coming from Artemis? Artemis 2?
Yeah, they were a joke. There was so many mistakes and glitches and obvious fakery.
How do you know there is a glitch? Prove me.
Well, I'll show you one. Post
Give me
you
the
one.
proof, bro. Give me the proof.
I'll show you this fakery. Being curious about it, but I've never looked at it. Find it. There we go. That one there. I think that's it.
Bro, where's the fake thing? It's just a loss of some signals, bro. It happens all the time, even on Earth. They are like far away from us, so of course they're gonna face some issues.
No, why does the Earth shift like that?
When you watch a football in from 2 dimensional, your eyes can only see 2 dimensional. It's gonna look like a circle. It's what happening with the Earth.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about how it seems to tilt and shift. That would be catastrophic for the Earth if it actually did that in real life. Like if we were living on a globe in space and the globe moved like that, there'd be people dead everywhere.
No, we have a gravitational pull.
Look at what I posted again. Watch it. Watch what I posted. Watch what the Earth does.
What it does, tell me, bro. I cannot see it. To be honest, I cannot see what it does.
It's in the side chat. Why can't you see the side chat?
Yeah, I can see it, but I don't get the point where you think that is a fake. It's just on Earth.
Look what the Earth does. Look, you're seeing it. Watch. See it? Oh, I'm watching it. Yeah, nice and still. Oh, it just moved.
Oh, okay. This is what you're saying.
Yeah, the whole Earth just shifted, and then shifted back again.
Maybe because the spacecraft is moving, so it seems the Earth
No,
is
it doesn't.
moving. But
Nothing else in the field of view is affected. Just the Earth.
because everything around in the background is all black, so you don't have any relative position to compare. And the spacecraft is the observer, so the observer, you cannot see an observer moving like you.
Spacecraft isn't going to shift like that, bro.
Of course, it's rotating all the time. Sometimes it's moving. It's moving in the space.
It's not gonna move like that.
The Earth is not gonna move like that. The spacecraft is moving. So
No, spacecraft is not going to move like that either.
The Earth is not gonna move like that either.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's how you know that's fake, right?
That's not fake. I believe.
You believe, yeah, you believe, but you got no knowledge of it. You don't know how that's been produced. You just saw it on TV or on the internet, and you went, "Good enough for me." Even people from the globe side are like looking at the Artemis footage and laughing, saying that's not real. That's pathetic. They were so hoping for better. It was a disappointment.
No, bro. I think you are wrong.
Yeah, I know you do. Meanwhile, here on Earth, you're experiencing the surface of all the water being flat, like you described. So it can't be a ball.
It's because we are very small, so it seems flat. But if you go up and up, then the Earth will looks like it's in.
But you haven't done that. You just rely on other people's words. You rely on strangers' words and videos and pictures, right?
Hey, bro. You are also relying on others people. Have you seen and go?
No, I'm appealing to your own experience of water. You described it as flat. I'm appealing to your experience of water, which is also my experience of water. It's also the experience of everybody.
Yeah, I get your point, but just launch a rocket.
So what is better? What you saw on TV, or the internet, or what you see in reality? What's better? What's a better gauge?
I believe the expert.
You believe the experts over your own experience.
Yeah, sometimes.
And everybody else's shared experience.
Sometimes you have to drop your arrogance. If you can think like them, you can build a rocket. Okay, they can do shit. They know how they know how the worlds work. They can invent vaccine. They can do so much like submarine. They can build all this. It all follows the same rule. Like they study the Newton laws and all things. So I believe that because they seem to be,
sounds religious.
They seems to be knowing the world better than me.
Yeah, they seem to, because they sound smart, right?
No, they prove me. They prove by building laptops. They prove by building airplane. I cannot prove that. I can if I know them more than me. If I know more than them, I should be able to build what they're.
They didn't invent airplanes. The Wright brothers were like school dropouts, bro. They just fixed bicycles for a living.
Yeah. They were engineers, not scientists. So, but they build it right. But you cannot. So whatever they say, there's something they know.
So two bicycle mechanics got us in the air, but the scientists couldn't because they said it was impossible.
Yeah, and not everything is correct. But the art is very this thing about the spiritual. It's very all, and it's everybody except it's not a new theory or it's a very all everybody except. But when we were in the old times, everybody believes that art were flat. Art was flat.
No, they didn't believe it. They experienced it.
Yeah, they experience it. They experience it. That's true. That's true. But
yeah,
in
it's
reality,
not a belief.
That's not a belief. But in reality, that's not the case. The person who
no, that is reality. That is the reality they're experiencing. That is in reality. In reality, you don't experience the globe. So that's the belief, right? That's the thing that doesn't exist in reality, the globe.
No. That's not how it works.
That's exactly how it works.
Bro, do you believe the height of the Mount Everest is exactly around 8 kilometers?
I don't know, probably. Maybe. It's pretty high.
You cannot say that if you think you cannot say that. Because you haven't measured it by yourself. For your perspective, for your perspective, you cannot say that this one is true and that. You cannot do that because for your the way of your thinking is you have to know like you have to measure and prove it yourself. You have to see it.
That's right. Exactly. Yes.
But so if that's the
exactly
case,
right.
if that's the case, then you should apply to everything around your life. You cannot say that the Mount Everest is this. You cannot say that the surface area of your country is this because you don't know you have never measured it by yourself.
That's correct.
And I don't have any problem with you living like that, to be honest. But
I don't have any problem you believing in the globe either, but you just have a belief. You do. It's not knowledge.
But I have problem when you start to speak only for the earth and start to do other stuff that seems pretty similar. Like when I say, do you believe the height of Mount Everest is 8 kilometers, and you say, yeah, I kind of believe it. No, you should say I don't believe it because you never.
Why not? Why not? I admit when I have to believe something, when I don't have direct knowledge of
I
something.
think
I
that
admit that I have a belief.
I
I
think
got no
that's
problem with you believing in the globe, bro. You just have a belief. That's cool. That's all right. You can have your belief.
that's cool. But I think you're hypocrites, bro. You
Why?
on the earth, you say it's flat and that's how you experience. But on other stuff like the height of the Mount Everest, you say even if you don't measure it, you say that you believe it. You have to measure it, bro. For that's how your life works.
Yeah, that's how it works. Like, okay, I experience the surface of water as flat. I can measure it. Yep, still flat. I use it to establish horizontal planes of reference. So I'm using it as flat. Now, I know that. Now, that's knowledge. First-hand direct knowledge, right? When it comes to Mount Everest, I don't have direct knowledge about its height. I don't.
So,
I have to rely on someone else's word of it. So
no. You
I
cannot
don't think
rely.
it's a stretch, right? That people have done some calculations, right, and used things like theodolites to measure its height, right?
No. For you have to
To
measure it.
calculate its height. No, I don't have to. I can choose to believe it. You can choose to believe whatever you want, and I can choose to believe what I want. And I choose to believe that
Yeah.
that the height of Mount Everest is roughly about what is it? Eight. Did you say 8 kilometers? Is that how high it is?
Yeah, 8 kilometers.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go with that. It's pretty high. It'd have to be pretty high like that. Yeah.
So when I say I believe the art
But, bro,
is
I have to believe it even exists. I've not seen it. I've only ever seen it in pictures. I've never seen it with my own eyes.
bro, to be honest, that's a goes same with the art being spherical in shape, bro. Just
No, because that's beyond the natural experience of that's beyond the normal human experience, right? It's not abnormal for me to observe very high mountains, right? I can go to places I've seen high mountains, so that's not beyond. It's not an extraordinary claim that there's this other high mountain somewhere else. Yeah, I can go with that. There's probably lots of very high mountains, K2 and all that, Big Ben. There's lots of high mountains, right? That's not unusual to experience those things, right?
yeah,
It's quite within the realm of the normal human experience.
but there's lots of unusual. But you have to know that there's lots of unusual things that exist. For example, nobody thought that we can fly in the air, but we're flying in the air right now. Like we have a fighter jet, everything.
Yeah,
So
I've been in the
it
air.
is
That's
yeah,
okay.
it's unusual stuff. Nobody will believe the smartphone will work. There's wireless. There's no connection between the smartphone and one smartphone. It's very unusual, but you have to accept that there's unusual things that are true.
Yeah, we understand those things. We operate with them. It's something that the average person now even has experience with. So that's not outside the normal human experience either.
Yeah, that thing that you accept, it works under the laws of physics, which is art is spherical instead. So you have to accept that too.
No. Phone communication doesn't work off a principle of the Earth being a globe. That's incorrect.
Okay, bro. I gotta go.
Okay. Talk to you next time.
See you, bro.
Sup, Osby? What's up? What's up, Hung Like Tic Tacs? How's everyone else doing too?
Pretty good. How are you?
Oh, good. Thanks, mate. Cheers, AJ. We're starting to enter the cold season. You won't get to experience that. It'll get down to like 20, for you. Oh no, you poor thing, having to like not wear a jumper still.
Yeah, I know it's actually getting quite nice at the moment. Especially at night, it's cooled down a little bit. But yeah, you're right. I'm not really going to experience winter.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys up there, you can probably grow tomatoes all year round, right?
Don't know. I've never tried, actually. I'm going to, though. That was one of my plans. I got a good lemon tree and I got a lemonade. I've never had that, actually. Lemonade tree. And you just squeeze them and drink them. It's like awesome.
Nice.
A couple of mangoes. So, yeah, I need to do some more. But it's hard,
Oh, man.
I don't know. By the time you finish work at the end of the week, and I got 2 acres to mow and whippersnip, that takes about fucking 6-8 hours, depending on how bad it is. Like, the whole weekends are just taken up, and I want to go and party on the weekends.
Right.
Yeah, my priorities are all a bit backwards at the moment. Time to party, binge drinking every weekend. I was just saying to my wife, I got to stop this. It's every Friday and Saturday night. I'm like, yes, let's go.
YOLO, right?
And we get looked after because the company we work for owns all these restaurants. So,
Oh, you get free tucker?
not free, but I get drinks and that, and yeah, we get a good discount.
Right. Nice. What about work expenses? You get a work expense allowance, like lunch and shit?
Nah, but I can get free shit for lunch and that. I was working last Friday and I had to fix a pasta cooker out the back. It's almost like a deep fryer. They'd pulled the drain off the bottom of it. So I said, I think it was 2:00. I said, it's 2:00. While I'm fixing the pasta cooker, I want cocktails. So I had 3 or 4 cocktails while I fixed their pasta cooker, but then I had to drive back to the office.
Yeah, I've actually heard from people that I know live up around Brisbane way, even like that, that far down or up, whatever, or north or south, whatever. That even there, right, like in summer, that they report that if they don't shade their tomatoes, they die. It gets that hot in their summer. Can't even grow tomatoes directly in the sun.
Yeah, probably the same up here as well. There's more the humidity up here than anything, to tell you the truth. The sun's not as hot, yeah, but it's very humid.
Right.
Like you go sit on the beach for a couple of hours here in the middle of summer and it's fucking hot, yeah. But you go sit on the beach for a couple of hours in Sydney or Melbourne in the middle of summer and you just get roasted by that sun.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yep.
And the only problem with the humidity is it doesn't matter if you get in the shade, it's still the same temperature because it's just humid and hot. Yeah.
You're right. Yep. 38 in the shade. Yeah.
But it's been all right. It was hot over summer, but we had a couple of hot days, but it wasn't killer. Yeah, like it's the rest of the year is just going to be nice weather now. So 3 months of a bit of heat and humidity for the rest of the year being pretty cool that's not bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You'll have mild weather now into winter, and then like I don't know. What sort of low do you get up there in the winter? Do you know, or you haven't experienced it yet?
Yeah, overnight you'll still some nights get down to like around the 10, maybe the 6 would be the coldest. But that's
Right.
only a few nights here and there. And then the rest during the day it's like 26 every day.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's good in winter. You can just, turn your fan on, open your windows in your bedroom and still lay under your blanket, but you're warm, but you're not cold, or like it's pretty comfortable having that nice fresh.
Yeah.
I don't swim in winter. A lot of people come up here from Melbourne and Sydney and swim in winter. They say it's beautiful weather for swimming, but I don't like cold water. So, but when I was down in New South Wales, I didn't swim much at all. But
Yeah.
summer's like getting into a warm bath.
Right. Yeah. Have you done much fishing there?
No, my son goes all the time. I've been really slack, to tell you the truth. I haven't done really much at all except for work. I was like, when I first started working, I was working like 80 hours a week, and I'm back to about 50. But like I said, on the weekends, I've just been going out for dinner, going out and having drinks, going to the casino, like just hanging out with my wife. And other than that, I haven't been doing too much.
No worries. What's he catching? What's your son catching?
Oh, he's heaps of barramundi. He's caught quite a few barramundis. And then he generally goes shark fishing. So he's caught a couple of big sharks, and I'll send you a picture.
Wow. Did he eat them? He's cook it up or what?
Too big.
Too big, right.
Last one was on the news here. The news called him.
I think I do remember you posting a picture of, yeah, right.
Yeah, you got to watch the video. It's Aussie as hell. He's got his durry hanging out of his mouth while he's winding this big shark in.
Yeah, ocean fishing is fun, but depending where you go, it can be freaking dangerous. I tell you, I'd like to go in a boat one day and do that, like do a bit of deep sea. Yeah, that'd be fun one day.
Prior, because I lived here prior, like before we moved to New South Wales, and like before I had a 22-foot offshore boat. I had a little flat deck, fucking tabs 4.8 for up the creeks and that, and we'd go crabbing, we'd go out the reef, we'd do like weekend trips out the reef, all that stuff over to the islands. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just not feeling motivated for it. I'm just chilling out. A lot of work. And I've got a few mates that got boats that say, oh,
Yeah, fair enough.
come out the reef. And I'm like, fuck, do I really want to go? Really want to go and sit there in all that choppy water all night, fucking feeling sick. Not my boat. Can't go home when I want to. Like, yeah, nah, fuck it. I'll go.
Yeah.
I dropped
Big
a link.
trawl. Sorry, go on.
I dropped a link in the chat. Hey, watch that one. An Instagram link.
All right, no worries. Yeah, all right. But yeah, there's a big trawling industry up there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I did one trip on a trawler when I was a kid, man. That was fucking horrendous. That was terrible. And we got paid peanuts. We got promised all this money, me and my mate.
Oh, really? They did. Yeah, because they say it's pretty good money if you stick it out with them, like 3 months out or a couple of a few weeks out there.
Yeah, it was my mate's dad. He owned a trawler, and he's like, "Come on, boys, I'll pay you this much, this, that," and then we get back on shore, and he tells us to fuck off.
Dang! So you just kept it all, bastard.
Yeah, he was an arse. I should have known that was going to happen, but yeah, we're only young, man. Too, and then we did scallops, yeah, and then we got back and we had to unload the freezers. It was a whole day with buckets unloading the freezers of scallops, and you're just laying in scallop juice. We're like we're down there getting these scallops out, and we're just talking about how much money we're going to have and what we're going to spend it on, and we're going to go and find girlfriends or whatever our plans were, and then we got told to fuck off. We had nothing. Had to walk home covered in scallop juice.
Bloody heck, that sounds awful. That would turn you off wanting to, pursue that as a career.
Oh, no, it was just, man, it was rough, yeah? And you're just sick for like a week before probably takes nearly a week to really get your sea legs where you're not feeling sick all the time and you're just sitting on the front fucking throwing up. It's just terrible.
Right.
And then all the hookers sit on the boat. They drop them from boat to boat out at sea. One boat finishes with them, and then they drop them off at the next boat, and then the next boat.
Oh, God.
Town.
Yeah, no, that's the beauty of a shark that he caught there. So he just catches them and lets them go?
Yeah, the sharks, yeah. I'll see if I can find his barras.
Does he ever head up into the rivers and catch the barracudas?
No, when we were in Jindabyne, he used to do a lot of fly fishing. In the
spotted trout there.
Yeah, you get brown trout, rainbow trout, and all that shit. So he'd do a bit of that, and he'd enter the like the fishing competitions and stuff there.
Nice. Just not allowed to do it in the winter, right?
No. Man, you go down there and try and fish in streams and that in winter, though, and it's just horrendous anyway. Yeah, all your eyes on your fishing rod clog up with ice because your line freezes and then you're winding ice back in.
Right.
He used to go down because we had a trout river that ran through our property, so he'd go all the time regardless, and he'd be freezing down there like -7 or 8 or some bullshit, and he'd be down there, "Come fishing." I'm like, "Yeah, you're joking." Ain't happening.
Yeah. Too cold. Oh yeah, that area though, it's beautiful country, and just pristine waters in the rivers and the creeks, and abundant fish. It probably would be one of the most untouched areas, considering the urbanism that's taking place there. Still, all the natural areas are like really preserved well. Beautiful country.
Yeah. Yeah, national parks are still a bit of a pain in the butt, though. They take a bit of a far, right?
Yeah, I lived down that way, and I could see Kosciuszko from where I was. Wasn't that far from? Yeah, it wasn't that far from Jindabyne.
Yep.
You could see Kosciuszko in the distance. But I wasn't even thinking of flat Earth then or anything like that. But yeah, I never went there. I was looking at imagery taken from the top of Mount Kosciuszko today, and I was just like, "Oh man, why didn't I ever go there?" I would have loved to have gone there and climbed it.
Yeah, I got photos on the top of Mount Kosciuszko.
Yeah, nice, man. That scene must be breathtaking when you actually are actually there.
Oh, yeah, it is 100%. But then some of the mountains we did in Canada, in Colorado, they were just insane. Yeah, like you're above the tree line. There's no oxygen. The trees are dead.
Wow.
And just see forever, man. It's fucking, yeah, on a good day. It's insane, the views.
Yeah, because their average elevation over there is way higher than ours, right?
Oh, yeah, just the town that we were staying in was higher than Mount Kosciuszko.
God dang, man.
And then the mountains
Wow, I
are
can
on.
imagine being there.
Like, yeah, or like from where we were, you could see like on the mountains where the trees stop. It's just a dead straight line around the top of the hill because the oxygen stops for them. Like a fucking bald
Wow.
dude sides, you know what I mean? Just fucking
Yeah, he's got the hairline happening, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, receding hairline.
Yeah. And then first
Man, that's
came back,
amazing.
when we first got back to Australia, the first year back at Mount Kosciuszko up at Perisher and Thredbo, we were driving up and we were looking at it, and my wife saying to me, "Oh, this is a joke. This isn't even a mountain; it's a hill. We're going to a hill." And it does look like, especially Perisher, Mount Perisher, just which is some of their big black runs. It just looks like this little tiny hill.
Wow.
Driving through over there, like we did, we went out to Aspen as well. Went to X Games and all that, and that's almost like driving through a cartoon, yeah, like Roadrunner or something through those big cliffs and that through the roads cut through the big cliffs. Fucking insane.
Man, wow, I'd love to experience that.
Yeah, no, everything
And
was crazy.
yeah. And I'm scared of going up and down ranges like that, man. Like if there's a sheer drop next to us, I'm freaking.
Oh, really? No.
If you want to go do it in between, then you can come over to the Blue Ridge Mountains in Western Virginia, and it's kind of like you would say, they're kind of hills, but they're pretty, and you don't have to look down more than 4,000 feet at the highest.
Yeah, it was cool living down near the snowies. I mean, like winter came and it snowed, right? And I'd never experienced snow laying around, in the shade for like 2 weeks. It was like, I can't believe this. I'd be driving to work and just seeing all this snow still piled up on the sides of the road where there was no sun. It was like, wow, I'd never experienced that before. And thick, deep snow too. So it was good enough to make snowmen and
Yeah.
mess around with it.
I put a couple of pictures in the chat for you. That's the main street of the town that Colorado we stayed in. That was I was going to buy a business in this main street actually, and we were looking at when we're trying to move over there.
Oh, that looks beautiful, man. That looks beautiful.
Yeah, it was crazy.
What a quaint setting.
Oh yeah, and just everything's old school. Like it's, I don't know. It's a lot of character. Yeah.
Yeah, you took those photos?
No. I just snapped some shots off of
Right.
Google. Yeah, but no, I got
Yes.
photos. They're all on my. They're all in my, what do you call it? Premiere Pro account that I need to renew.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's picturesque. Picturesque.
Yeah, it is.
Look how patriotic it is too with the American flag. I think there's a few different flags there.
Yeah, but they also their fire trucks are like the really old school. Like everything just looks like it's back in the '60s or something. They still got the old, like they're driving the fire truck and someone's cranking the siren with the handle.
What? That's amazing. That's cool.
That happens around Denver and stuff as well. It's funny as hell. But yeah, that's just that the town there is 9,000 feet above sea level, or 2,752 meters.
That's like nearly triple what I'm at now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 1,030 meters.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's wow.
Mount Kosciuszko is 2,200, and this is 2,700. So it's higher than Mount Kosciuszko, where the town is. I wonder what the top of Breckenridge is.
So you should be able to climb one of them mountains and see Mount Kosciuszko, flat earther, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just looking what the highest lifted point is over there, which is Breckenridge. So the highest ski lift is 12,840 above sea level. So it's nearly 4,000 meters, which is peak Breckenridge.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And then you go higher than that again on like the Snowcats, and it's, yeah, as I said, looking out those mountains, it's crazy.
Could you feel the difference in the air, like the pressure, like breathing, like was it different?
Oh, yeah, 100%, man. So you go to Denver. You should go to Denver for a few days or a week first to try and acclimatize a bit to the elevation.
Right.
I didn't have any problem in Denver. But like we were on a second story unit, so we had one staircase to go up, and you get to the top of the staircase with your groceries and you like have to stop and you're buckled trying to get your breath like you've just run 5Ks or something.
Wow.
And they sell cans of oxygen in the supermarkets and at all the like service stations and all that. So when the kids were going backcountry and training up high in the snow, they'd take the cans of oxygen with them. So they'd hike and then they'd sit at the top and get their oxygen and then they'd go again.
Right.
And like minus 30 sort of range temperature.
Minus 30
Celsius.
not Celsius. Jeez, really?
Yeah, man.
Minus 30 Celsius.
Yeah.
I complain when it gets to minus 2, man.
When you're skiing, though, you got to cover everything up on those cold days, or you'll get like frostbite on your nose. And
And looking at those pictures like you posted there, those mountains look like pyramids.
yeah, they're only small in the background too. Like you drive sort of through the roads at the base of those mountains, and you drive through all these mountains to get to the ski resorts, and then like that have big avalanches on the roads. Like that whole one of the roads off, you go to the end of that main street and turn left, and that'll go to a place called Copper Mountain. And yeah, one day just behind us, big avalanche took out all these cars on the highway.
Bloody heck! What?
When you go to the ski resorts early, so they open up early, like the actual lifts and stuff. But then before they can open the backcountry, they go out with helicopters and they throw fucking dynamite or bombs of some sort out of the helicopters, and they blow up all the top of the mountain and create all these avalanches. And then they open up the backcountry so you can go and snowboard or ski or whatever. But it's pretty cool too, standing up on the mountain and like you're fairly close and just watching them drop that shit out of the helicopters and blowing up the mountains.
Wow.
I loved it there. I was moving there. I loved it there. It was great. Really good community. Really like outdoor community as well, especially in summer, well, in winter because of the skiing and that. But it was just not about an hour out of Denver. So yeah, it was a great place.
Yeah, they were pretty welcoming. Not too, like.
Man, it was awesome. Like the most welcome I've ever felt, apart from maybe Hawaii. Hawaii is very welcoming. Like everywhere you go, every shop, every doorway, someone's saying aloha to you. But no, very good, really welcoming, really good people, like really good community. When I was looking at buying a house there, we found it works a little bit different over there to here. Like any real estate agent can sell any house that's listed and they have a key box. So you just find a good agent and they can take you to any listing and sell it. So we had a really good agent, went out to dinner with the husband and like with her and her husband and met her family. Like just everyone was really good, man. I don't have a bad thing to say about even Denver. Everyone was really helpful, really good. Yeah, nothing bad I could say. In the town of 2000, they got 3 weed shops within walking distance.
Where's that?
In Colorado, in that town I was in, Frisco.
Holy shit, really? Three.
There's tumbleweed. There was what were the other ones now? I can't even remember. But there was 3 in the one town. And then the next town over is only 20 minutes away, and there's another one. And then there's one on the highway as you drive Denver. Like, there's one at Red Rocks as you come out of Denver, and then halfway up the mountain. I forget the names, man, but you're halfway up, and then there's another one. So you can stop and grab a joint on the way out of Denver and smoke it up the hill.
Wow.
But everywhere was different. I blew out the first time I walked into one of those weed shops there in Denver. It's like a mobile phone store. They've just got all these counters, and every counter's got like, I don't know, all these jars on it that are on one of those strings like you see the mobile phones in the shop, and you can pop the top, smell it. And there's an iPad behind it that tells you what it is, what strain, what it does, blah, blah, blah. And it's just benches of it all lined up, and you just go through and browse it and sniff it and read the iPad, and then you just go to the counter and say, yeah, I'll have a quarter of that and half of that and whatever, and you can buy an ounce a day, yeah? But then you go to LA.
Wow.
And when you go to LA, you walk into like a solid brick room with nothing in there. There's a menu stuck to the wall, bulletproof glass. You make your order, and this big steel drum spins around, and it comes out through the solid brick wall.
What the heck? They're like protecting that shit.
Hey?
They're like protecting that shit, you know? Yeah.
They must get robbed there. Must have been a bad area I was in or something. But yeah, completely different scenario. One's like a Telstra shop, and one's like a prison.
No try before you buy.
No, man, but they had like crazy, like Easter specials, like $40 ounces and all this sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You can buy like packets of 10 joints, like a packet of cigarettes. You can get oil. You can get like, everything, man. It's crazy, yeah. Like coming from Australia and then going there, you're like, yeah.
But what are they like? So after you purchase, what's like their laws on like consumption, you know, and like in public and driving and that sort of thing? Like they're still pretty strict, or what?
No, I think, well, the rules were that you were supposed to be at home, and you can't, like, if you're in Vegas, there's shops there, but like the casinos and hotels don't want you to take it into the rooms and all that sort of stuff. Like, they see you coming in with a bag from there, they'll pull you up. But I just smoked out on the street, man. Just walked around, like, no one said nothing to me. Or if I was at a hotel, we'd go for a walk outside, you know what I mean? But like, there's no dramas, that's for sure.
They're not gonna like bust your chops as long as you're not like bothering somebody else with it. In all honesty, like that's what they care about more than anything. Just keep it to yourself and like keep the peace. They're cool.
Yeah, yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, and I didn't go waving the bag around from the Reef Weed store in Vegas when I was going to my hotel. I just stick it in another shopping bag, and I just go up to my room and roll one, and then go for a walk in one of the back streets where there's no one there, and just or out the back car park or whatever. Like, yeah. But just going there and being able to buy it and see it like it legal compared to Australia, like on the shit that we go through over here, it was just a bit of an eye opener. You know what I mean?
I do, man, because I'm in a legal state now, but I got busted, I guess it was 20 years ago now, for possession. And all I had was an old broken dugout that somebody left in my car. It wasn't even mine, but the cops pulled me over. And they smelled weed, which allowed them to, search my car at the time. And I was like, I don't give a shit. And then he found out. I was like, the fuck is that in there? It didn't even have any weed in it. It just had resin from being smoked in it. And that got me sent a possession charge, and I had to do all kinds of dumb shit and drug tests. And like a seminar type therapy about being a drug offender, and it cost me a shitload of money, and it was awful.
Wow. You're
Went through all
rehabilitated
that,
now, though,
and
so that's
well,
good.
now
Right?
I'm glad you're rehabilitated. Yeah, I haven't. It's been a long time since I haven't had marijuana in my system and for an entire day. Like I just but I like it that way. I'm not like I don't smoke all day and blast it. I do smoke every day for at least a little bit, but like I don't know, like I'm glad things are better now. Like I don't hear bitch about it. I had to go through all that, and it's just silly in the end for like somebody to have to go through that anywhere for that. It's just so it's honest to God the most harmless thing you can do. It's doing something that feels good as far as like imbibing.
Yes, I will say when I was in Colorado, I partook quite a bit. Oh well, when in Rome.
Yeah, it's a good time, man. Like I said, I smoke every day, but it's like I'll come home after I bust some ass for like 10, 11 hours all day. I come home and I used to like drink beers, but it fucks you up. And so I cut that out completely. I just smoke every day, and I don't know, I get to relax and stuff and not have my body be fucked up, and it's a lot less expensive. I grow mine in a tent in my closet, a little small tent.
So over there, it's different to like here, isn't it? Like with income, you have high income tax but low. Well, going back a bit, we're all experiencing an economical crisis at the moment. But like, so isn't it in the States? You've got high income tax, low, lower food costs, lower rent, that sort of thing.
It depends on the state you live in, because we were looking to move to Colorado and the tax rates were like under half of what I'd be paying in Australia in Colorado. But then what happens is...
That's very true. You also have the local taxes too.
Yeah. So if you added all that up, it was probably still under half of what we pay in Australia. It was something like 12 or 15% maybe in total. And running a business, because your business was paying tax and you weren't taxed on your wage because the business was taxed, whereas Australia, you pay tax on both. So it does depend on the state you're in, though. But yeah, it was pretty good there. But yes, cost of living is lower. Like, man, I was bad. I was going down like to the shop. There's a place called Come and Go. I don't know, some Americans might know it. But they were selling like, you go down there and get like a hot dog and a litre of post mix for like $1.90. It was 90 cents for the drink and $1 for the hot dog, or vice versa, man. I go out for a really nice meal with the whole family and tip, and it'd probably cost me 80, 90 bucks American. Like, I couldn't even take all my kids to McDonald's for that in Australia. So no, it was much better that way. I don't know
To
about
be
now,
fair,
though.
to be fair, your burgers don't have humans in them, as far as we know. They're definitely worth more money for not having anything but babies. The cars do. That'd be really anything's better than that.
But if I got 4 kids, so if the 6 of us go to McDonald's here, it costs me 80 bucks, 100 bucks when they're all nearly adults.
Yeah. Especially if they want to make their own burger.
Yeah. Well, I could go to a restaurant there for that and get drinks and tip someone. Like, it was, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like even the fastest of fast food is super expensive. Like I mean, now you say the combos, you get a combo at any fast food restaurant, you're paying like $15 to $17, and then you got to pay tax. It ends up being like $18 for just fries, a drink, and a entree.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I mean, even my wife and son and I going out, it's $60. If we want to sit here and DoorDash instead of going out to get it, then it's like $80 for 3 of us. It's gotten prohibitively expensive.
That's
a terrible point.
But it was 2017 I was last there, so yeah, it's probably changed drastically.
It only feels like yesterday that Macca's had the dollar menu, man.
Yeah, I know. Or you could go out on a Thursday night and get dollar drinks at the nightclubs.
Right, happy hours and shit like that. Yeah, like now it's like happy hour $8 a schooner. It's like, what? Are you kidding me? What?
Gas was $1.
That or mine's $3.20 right now.
That's lower than ours right now.
No, he means for 1 liter.
Yeah, that's 1
That's a
litre,
litre,
bro.
yeah.
For a
Not
liter.
4
Oh,
litres.
fuck, never mind. Fuck. I'm thinking in my way. I'm thinking like a Glober over here, like everybody uses gallons. This guy, honestly, he's talking about a gallon because it's gallons. My bad. But do you have a lot better public transportation?
Not
It
where I
used to
am.
be. Used to
Yeah.
be good.
And not in the town that I live in, no. And I live out of town as well. I'm about 20 minutes out of town, 30 minutes out of town. So,
Government screwed
Yeah.
us over, man. Privatized everything, sold out, like to all the utilities, right? It's all this contracted out or sold to private companies, national corps, and all that, international corporations.
I
Did you
think that
see?
at least half of our electricity grid, I think, is owned by China, yeah? If I'm not wrong.
Probably.
Do you know they've been hosing us on oil this whole time, though? Have you seen the new stuff coming out about the turbines that run our fucking jets in the air? They barely use any fuel at all.
I have seen that, and I have seen the images of the tanks and the literage and all that sort of stuff. But I actually was I haven't done it. I sort of started, but I haven't got to the end of it. I was going to try and find out the wing dimensions of, say, like an Airbus A380 or something like that, and what they claim they use in fuel. If you have the wing dimensions, you should be able to work out how many litres you could fit within those wings with the dimensions, because I haven't seen anyone do that. I've seen people show pictures of tanks next to planes and trucks next to planes saying, this is how many litres and how does that fit in this. So I suppose that'd be the next step, yeah.
You're assuming those wings are hollow.
Well, see, that's actually what the girl Stacy at Flat Earth Davis was talking to. She talks to ChatGPT and gets it to take off its censorship, and she asked it if the wings hold as much fuel as they're saying, and the bot was like, no, there's all kinds. Just what you said. He said there's all sorts of structural issues on the insides of the wings. The wings themselves do not hold enough volume for that. That much fuel in the wings would cause a major imbalance that would tear the wings off. If you just tried to make a bank, it would be sloshing around in there when you turned at such force that it would literally either break the paint or throw it off course all the time. It doesn't make any sense at all. That's what the bot was saying. Like, it's that amount of fuel in the wings doesn't happen. And then it went through the turbine, how it works, how it fires up. The gas is used to spin the turbine, and it uses electromagnetic propulsion and a vortex technology to use the energy in the air propelled through it to drive the plane. That's what the ChatGPT told her. So that's just saying.
I won't say I'm in disagreement as such, but I want to look into it myself, because I know even my own ChatGPT, I use a paid version for work as well, because I've got to service all this different fucking crap like fridges and air cons and all that. So I find it easier with that. I can just take a screenshot of the model number and it tells me what all the codes mean and et cetera, without having to go through a manual. But I know with like my flat earth stuff or Bible stuff, etc. Now when I ask it questions, it's remembered what I've told it. And sometimes it will say, well, you believe this as per our previous discussions. However, this is what this says. Or sometimes it'll just give my belief on it. Yeah, it doesn't even give me that sort of option. So I think that it's not 100% reliable when you're feeding it the information all the time and it starts to answer the way that it knows you want it to answer. That makes sense?
Yeah, it's just giving
I know
your
what you
answer
mean.
just
I've
to
heard
keep the
about that,
conversation going.
Yeah, it'll take what we've been talking about, which is she explains how it doesn't do that, and she doesn't coach it, and she didn't even ask it that question ever before. stuff like that. I'm just saying, would you go say definitely go look into it. Do like we do here, man. Don't believe anything I say. I say this is going on. Go look for yourself, man. That's the
No,
fun
I've been
part is
seeing this
going
for a
and finding out and
while.
researching it and being like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, well, I've been seeing this for a while, and like I said, I started sort of doing some Googling on these wings the other night, and every time you ask for wing dimensions, it gives you the overall wingspan of the plane, but it doesn't give you the actual individual wing dimensions. I couldn't find it, just the span of both wings. Then it also doesn't give you a thickness of the wing. And obviously the wing's an odd shape too. It's not just square or whatever. But
Right.
even if you were to get the surface area, it'll give you the surface area of the entire wingspan. It'll give you the entire wingspan, but nowhere can I find a thickness of the wing. So that was where I gave up the other night, and I haven't had a chance to look again. But yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, if
Like
you
a
ever look at a cross
thickness of
section
the
of wings, you got,
material, you mean?
No, the depth of the wing. So what would be the
depth.
height of the hollow void inside? Would it be half a foot? So then if you had the individual wing dimension with the depth, and you could work out the overall surface area, you could then work out, or if you had the surface area,
Get a rough volume.
you could get a rough volume, yeah? But nowhere in any of the dimensions or drawings that I was looking at for all these planes could I actually find that depth of the wing.
and plus you got to think like the AI was saying, there's got to, and because you've seen the cross section of wings just by through looking at planes through history, you got the big brackets in there, you got hydraulics, you got wiring, any other
Oh,
brackets and stuff that are all structural issues, especially if there's
in there, they'd have to
there's
have massive baffles in there, like you're saying, otherwise it's going to slop down. There'd have to be a shit ton of baffles. But I was just saying if it's even possible, just forget all that stuff. I just wanted to see whether it was even possible or even close to fitting in that size or that dimension of.
that's what we do.
Hey,
That's
check
what
it
we
out,
do here,
AJ.
though. We go measure shit.
Check it out. I just chucked into DeepSeek. Do you know the volume of the wings on Boeing 747? And it found 24 web pages. And out of that, that's a great question. The volume of the wing isn't a standard published specification. It is a complex shape. However, the practical way to answer this by looking at its fuel capacity. So they're just going off inferred numbers. So the total internal volume of both wings on a 747 is roughly 110 tons of jet fuel. To put that in perspective, let's look at the numbers. Boeing 747-100, 183,380 litres, or in gallons, 48,445 gallons. So these are the claimed numbers of fuel that are getting tipped into them. 747-200,
Can't they just say to
52,000.
you, this is the surface area of one wing and this is the depth, and then we could just work it out ourselves?
Yeah, well, I was just after the volume of it. And, not given numbers. So, if it was legit, they'd just throw the numbers out there and go, yep, these are the baffles that are in the wings. This is how much they hold. Be on your way. See yous.
Yeah, I mean, trade secrets, right? It wouldn't surprise me, like if they lie, right? These huge ass multi-billion-dollar companies lie about exactly how much stuff costs them, right? In order to be able to justify why you pay as much as you do, right?
Oh, yeah. Imagine that if we found out tomorrow that those planes are only burning, say, Sydney to LAX, they're only dropping, say, 1,000 litres of fuel in them. Instead of, what was that number again? 183,380 litres. All of a sudden, their excuse of, Mr. AJ, your ticket costs $15,000 because fuel is this bullshit expensive. That would, that'd be a shitstorm.
And to be honest, I have flown overseas many times and around the different places, and I've never really seen them put any more than 1,000 litres in a fucking plane wing. When you're sitting there and they're fueling up before you go, or you're watching them through the window, you got a little fuel truck roll up, give them some fuel, and off they
Which
go.
holds 15,000 litres.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the interesting bit. If they're pumping 100,000 litres in there, there would be a lineup of those little fuel trucks, each one of them taking 10 minutes to fuel up.
Dude did the math. It actually would take a lot longer than that. They said if they were actually filling the fuel at the supposed rate, filling that entire plane, it would at a rate that would not break the insides of the plane. Using it filling an Olympic swimming pool for reference in math and size and volume, it would take them like 4 days to fill the wings of that plane with as much fuel as they're saying. And they go out there for 10 minutes, and yes, every single time it's like a 10,000 gallon fuel truck that rolls out there and is like, oh, and then they sit there for like 15 minutes and then they leave.
What about looking at it the other way? Hang on a second. What would be the dry weight of the, wonder if you can find matrix, the dry weight of the plane, like unloaded weight, and then the weight of the plane fully loaded with fuel.
Yeah. I'll have a look. But fully loaded with fuel, it'll also be fully loaded with bags and shit too.
Yeah, so you could, I suppose you could have a look at how many passengers are on there, come up with an average weight of passengers and an average weight of baggage at, what, 20 kilos a bag or something like that? It wouldn't be exact, but it'd be close.
Considering how deep statistics is getting those stats maybe out there already, like they, you never know.
What'd you say? What was the capacity? 24,000 litres.
Litres for a 747-100, 183,380.
How many tons is that in the wing?
That's both wings, so you're looking at 90,000. So, 90 tonne each side. Yeah, enough said. Right, good. So I just asked it, so what is the dry versus wet weight of a Boeing 747? Here we go. Dry weights. The dry and wet weight of a Boeing 747 are not a single number, but a family of figures that change significantly as the aircraft evolves. Simply put, the dry weight is the empty aircraft weight, while the wet weight is the maximum potential heft at takeoff. So dry weight of a 747-100 is 162,000 kilograms versus so 357,000 pound versus a wet weight of 333,390 kilograms, which is 735,000 pounds. So she can nearly carry her own weight.
Dang.
How many passengers go on one of them? Each with a 15 kilo bag?
Like 300 or something? Or is it more than that? What is the capacity?
It's somewhere around 300. I mean, it's somewhere around there.
But it lists all the Boeings. 100, 200, 300, 400, 800, or 8.
300 times 20 for the carry-on. So we've got to include the carry-on. So at least 20 kilos of weight. Average everyone out at 80 kilos. How much is left for fuel?
How many peeps we got?
What's it say?
Hold on, I missed that. I was doing other stuff at the same time.
When calculating the average weight of the person, you should probably use a country that's not America, just to go ahead and give it to them, give them an advantage. Give them that little bit of refraction.
Oh, shit. That's funny. So 80 kilos a person, How much weight you giving them?
I'll
20?
give them 20 kilos each. I suppose
So that-
carry on 15 kilos in a bag or something.
Yep, so 100 kilos per person, including the human. How many seats?
Oh, what did it say? What did you say? 300. Let me have a look, see if I can look it up. What is it? A Boeing what?
Well, I've just typed in Boeing 747. So whether you want to go the Boeing 747-100.
Oh, whichever one we were looking at the weight of.
Oh, that was the first one I read out was the 747-100.
Says Boeing 366 passengers.
Times 366.
That's on a good
36.
flight. You could have anything up to 4 to 550 on a tight flight. So 366 is when you got 3-class configuration. But if it's all just a 2-class or single class, it's up to 550 passengers.
You know what, dude? I think you know what you might want to just try giving it to them that too.
Give them the 400. Go the middle range.
So
yeah,
40,000. So 40 ton worth of man meat. Awesome.
So now what do we got
all
left?
the checked baggage?
Yeah, we added 20 kilos for that.
Oh yeah, nice.
So we gave it 100 kilos per passenger. We'll be nice to them. So the passenger plus at 80 kilos plus 20 kilos of baggage.
So you've still got 293, 390.
And what would the fuel weigh?
So let's go minus 162. 1, 2, 3 equals. So at the moment, fuel wise, 131, 390.
So it's still within.
And when we scroll back to the top, fuel capacity, they're saying 183, 380. So depending on what flight they'd be, how far they're flying.
I suppose that'd be the other claim, that they don't always fill the tanks either.
Correct.
But what was the differential? There was room for fuel, yeah? There was an extra ton left over, wasn't there?
Well,
no, it's more than that.
The other way around. Fuel capacity, they're saying they've got 183,380 that they can fill in it, and I've got 131 tons of available space.
And they need 180 for the fuel.
Correct. And that was based on the 400 load, so...
The 550 would be even worse.
Correct. But in saying that, that's probably how they get around their little number shift, is by, oh, this is a long-range flight, so we've got to fuel it up. Therefore, less weight to put on there. So that's probably where they break it down into their tiers and go, oh, look, we've got more first-class guys. That's how we knock our weights down, because these suckers want to pay more. I mean, they want to be more comfortable.
The maths still don't math, so...
Yeah.
$80 out. if I can find the dimensions D-Town eventually, I'll let you know how I go.
Yeah, dude, that'd be a fun result to let me know for sure. Because like I said, it's cool though, because like a lot of things like you said we don't critically look into, that we've been like we're looking at things, everybody not just us, but like everybody is looking at things like more critically and like analyzing them, because everybody's like everything is bullshit, and so everybody is looking at everything and calling it into question, and they're finding so many things that are like complete bullshit, and that's good because they're gaining a sense, and that's a good thing, because like you just guys did that. Well, that doesn't make sense to me, and so you go and do the math like you guys just did, and sure enough, it doesn't fit at all, and you guys are playing like in the median area, the middle of everything. The far numbers go, they could go higher like you said, but the median even doesn't work. So doesn't fucking make sense. So it's nice to have the senses pay off, and it's good to see people doing that.
Where it comes good, especially for other people that aren't interested in different subjects, is people seem to go in bursts when they're looking stuff up. So they won't just look one thing up, they'll be like, oh shit, while I'm looking that up, I might as well find out about something else. So hopefully, some other annoying little subject that we keep telling people to go and check out for themselves.
Did anyone see the critique from Mick Toon of QE's book?
Well, it doesn't really help that I haven't read QE's book, but I haven't listened to McToon either, and I'm not really going out of my way to. But yeah, I think I'd rather read the book for myself.
Yeah, no, it was in another server, and
QOP server.
Yeah, McToon jumped in there, and I don't know. I seen it. It popped up on YouTube for me for some reason. No, I know why. I was looking in the chat here, and it popped up. So I jumped over and had a look. So did anyone purchase the book?
Not yet.
Nope.
Yeah, 20 was over there having a listen, and that's what I jumped onto YouTube, and I did it in bursts. I jumped on, listened for about 5 minutes. It's like, yeah, I can't do this. Wait about 10 minutes, jump back on, listen for 5 minutes. Yeah, I can't do this. And I did that about 3 or 4 times. And that's what I sent a message to 20. How are you still in there? And he goes, no, come in. It's not too bad. And it's like, bro, I'd rather do unsavory things to a cheese grater than go and listen to that shit full on.
I stopped listening live because I just couldn't do it anymore, and I rewatched it today, and I could just skip through and fast forward little bits and pieces and get through it quicker.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to buy it. I'll give it a read, see what it says. It's going to be interesting. Afternoon, Professor Triangle.
Yeah. Okay. So I can actually post now. Finally, I'm going to share some images in the side chat of a wind tracking site that I got there. Fucking Photoshop ass bullshit to break.
I think you're posting in the wrong chat, unless I'm looking in the wrong chat. I know, I got it. Sorry.
Yeah, so I just uploaded them. I'm on an old ass iPhone. I was on LTE because I don't use 5G because I know I shouldn't. And so I was looking at seeing a couple of guys do the whole thing where they went on those wind tracker sites to like the North Pole and saw the wind like whipping around something at the North Pole that was so tall that it was actually hitting the tracker, while even huge mountains like the Himalayas don't do that. And I looked up on the globe when I saw it. It was like a wind distortion up there, even though the wind was originating from there in some points. It was crazy. And so then I went to another site to verify it wasn't just like a one site thing. I came to this and it was a flat one, but I still started to scroll, and then I saw that anomaly because it wasn't loading the graphics. And then it swallowed it up, and then I moved around in the morning, got a break, and I did that 2 nights in a row. I got some pretty interesting images. Yeah, the low cosmology of that area. And it's nice to see like some actual, even if it's just data, they're not showing us that, or they don't want to show us that data. And they tried to hide it. I just got their little screen break there. So it lends some credence to that same stuff you were showing in the chat. That I'll have to watch that, dude. It lends some credence to what we've heard about being up there. So it's really interesting stuff. You know the crazy thing? You see the first two pictures, you see all that spiky stuff on the right? Am I there? Am I here? Did I just rejoin? Am I there?
Yeah, we're still listening. Don't stress.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But
do you got
I think
for
the
us?
stuff on the first two pictures, I think the stuff on the right, from what I know about what I've read about, now everything's fucking up.
So, what am I looking at? Oh, I'll definitely be watching that one, DJ. But what are we looking at here? What you've posted, D-Town?
Whole damn app froze. But yeah, okay, so in the first two pictures, a lot of spiky stuff on the right of the whirlpool, I think, is a tree. That's what I think it is. Because in the first picture, it's 9:49, and there's like it looks like there's snowed on, which would make sense if it's one of these big ass trees that they're tall enough to be covered in snow all the time. But to see they're all the same shape in the first two pictures, you see all the same shapes of the branch, like called branches and stuff. Whatever you call it, look at the shapes; they're all very similar in both pictures, except in the top one. The first one looks like they're kind of coming up. They're up, like they're being blown up. And in the bottom, the second picture, the whirlpool has changed to being vertical instead of horizontal, and all those same things look like they're being pulled down, like they're going down. And if you know, like the mythology up there is that those big whirlpools control the tides, and they suck in. That's low tide, and 6 hours later they blow out, and it's high tide. And the history written by all those guys who explored back then said that it literally blew like massive amounts of air out. It would like blow ships out of them and shit like that. So it would make sense if there was a big ass tree near it, the branches would be getting sucked down and blown up by those forces. And because the tree's so damn tall, it looks that way because it's those branches on the right are up close to whatever they're using to get the data up there, which is most likely some kind of satellite on a weather balloon. So that's what I'm thinking it is. The placement might not even be really correct because, of course, those flat maps are distorted anyway. But that data is there. That one picture, did I show it? Yeah, the last picture is what it looked like when without the graphics breaking. That's what it looked like normally. Or what they wanted it to look like. I just broke the graphics 2 nights in a row. Yeah, well, it's just interesting because there's no empirical evidence. No, but we've been told what's up there in the past, and this looks like what we've been told. So, make that make sense.
Yeah. I'm super sus about myself. Damn super sus.
DJ, I just chucked 8 photos in. Your server, that is.
Awesome. I'll check them out.
And for anyone that's got access to DJ's server, which is like everybody, if you do go to the photography section and you just want to print my photos out, please go and do it. I'm not one of these greedy people that hoards them or puts prints and shit across them so others can't steal them. They're great shots. Go on, if you just want to use them for backdrops on your computer screens, or if you think they're worthy enough of printing out and putting up on your wall, please go for it. That'd be like just awesome. Especially if you turn around and come back and say to me, hey, I did, and this looks freaking spectacular. Because I have printed a couple out and they are pretty tidy of my first ones. I'm pretty sure you don't want to see them with Matrix Was Here across them anyways, like other artists do. The river ones you can see there, DJ, I will be going back and hopefully lining up a day when it's not windy. And today there's only just enough of a breeze there just to ripple the water on me. And I'll post up in here which one I think is probably the pick of them. I don't know. Everyone looks at things differently. Nearly looks like it's fake. In all honesty, if someone else had showed me that, I'd just go, yeah, nice AI created image. If it wasn't for the fact that I walked me sorry ass about a kilometre down to take it. But as those images stand there, DJ, what I'll be doing for work is getting them printed out as A3s so they can put them on a thin piece of Perspex and use them as placemats.
Yeah, they're pretty pictures.
Maybe it's just the novelty of a new toy. It'll wear off. I've always been into photography and stuff for a long time. Never been able to afford really high-end gear, but I've never considered myself good enough to warrant owning a $10,000 camera strapped to a $20,000 lens, that kind of stuff. I've always been of the opinion it's just about having your camera in the right place at the right time. Even an average camera can take beautiful photos.
Did we get somewhere with the mysterious phantom event stealer or closer?
No, I'm not sure who was doing that.
Did we check someone's roles when they came in and we muted them or something? They were like a server mod or something.
I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe, but it could be the case. But they could probably just unmute themselves. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are butthurt that our channel crushes all the other channels, and
A young fella was in here before, was upset that I believe in Mount Everest, its height, right? Even its existence, right? But I don't choose to believe in the globe because of my experience of water. Yeah. And his experience too, which he admitted, like he was describing, water in a cup, water in a bath, water in a pond, water in a lake. We got to the ocean, he was like, well,
yeah.
Oh, I love when they do that. That is crazy funny. They're so confident on all the other ones too. Flat and level, flat and level, flat. Oh shit! I don't like what I'm going to have to say next.
Something I think needs to be investigated is these claims of elevation profiles, and this mountain's X height above sea level, this other mountain's X height above sea level. Like, how do we know that's correct? I mean, I was on Google Earth yesterday, and I put the check the elevation right at the shoreline of the water, and it says 5 meters all up and down the entire beach. And then you go up the beach a bit, it says 8 meters, when it's just a couple of feet above the water. So I don't know. And then I started looking it up on AI, and it's like, yeah, it could be all over the place. Some stuff could be up by 10 or more meters. Like, well, how do we know it's even that accurate? So when the globe earthers are like, oh, this, or Google Maps is like, this mountain's X height above sea level, it's like, wow, how sure are we of that? And if you look into how did they attain that data, it's like satellites and shit like that. So
how'd they do it before satellites? They've had elevation profiles and whatnot of hills and mountains and shit since before satellites were ever invented.
Right. So how do we know that they're accurate?
Well, that's the thing. Here we have, and I'm not picking on Jesse. He's going out with his theodolite. Fair enough. And my question to him the other day, how do you know you're aiming at what you believe you're aiming at? So let's just say we go to a spot that we know is most definitely verified and proven 10 metres above sea level. We park our theodolite there and we tick the box. Yep, 10 metres above sea level. We then take a shot to a hill or a mountain that's only 2 kilometres away, which you're probably halfway up the hill or mountain if it's that close anyways, and we get our angle. Now, Picard refraction, how do you know you're aiming at what you're aiming at? So when these initial readings were done, was it a nasty day? Was it a nice clean day? Was it, oh, well, she'll be right, mate, type day? Hey, look, it's 8 minutes before beer time. Let's get it on. What was going down?
Yeah, well, how do we even know the elevation is what they're even telling us anyway?
Correct, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, his argument is that isn't it a coincidence that it always matches up with the globe predictions? That's his argument.
But they're not globe predictions, they're just angle measurements.
Right. And I don't think that's true. I'm not convinced that is even true.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that's true either. I think it's some hardcore cherry picking going on, to be honest.
Like if he was serious about it, he'd go, right, I'm going to set my theodolite up at the beach or over a lake like we do our long-range tests, and we're going to float sticks of very specific height across there. So make them all a foot high, just picking a random number, and they get floated out. They're all a foot high, so as long as that water stays still, the sticks stay still. And we get them to float out to 1 mile, 2 miles, all the way up to 10 miles, so they're all spaced out 1 mile evenly. And then he takes angle measurements to each one. And they should all slowly drop down to a 66 foot.
Right, but they handwave dismiss any low altitude observations because they say that the refraction can be crazy at low altitude. So they just handwave dismiss it.
So can be or is be?
7/6R. That's ironic because 7/6R is supposed to apply under conditions, at general conditions, average conditions at sea level, right? Not for high altitude. Right, so now he's saying no, they apply at high altitude, whereas you have greater down lower, right? And it's not true.
Yeah,
I've got an island 10 kilometres off the beach here, and you can actually go out further and take it out to 20 kilometres in some locations. But because of where I live, we've got many, many days throughout the year where the water temperature and air temperature, surface temperature are all the same. So I might have to invest in a camera and go and take some.
Come for a drive.
Yeah, I'll have a look. There'll be many days of that, I reckon, here.
If you do something, AJ, super handy if you can get a temperature reading of what the water temperature is and just what the air temperature is.
Yeah, I can do that, and I can actually do it across the whole distance. I'll just jump in a boat and I can do the whole 10 Ks.
Yeah, man, that's the ultimate. If you can get a few different readings of the air temperature and the water temperature along the range of the observation, that will give us a very good indication of what's going on or what couldn't be possibly going on, right? If it's like way off what the globe predicts and you've got pretty uniform water and air temperatures across, they can't claim that it's refraction, that it's some crazy level of divine refraction that would be needed for it to work on the globe.
Well, I've done observations in this location before, but I've never recorded anything or done anything serious. I just go down the beach with my camera or whatever years ago, but I will definitely have a look into it.
Yeah, that definitely shouldn't be applying 7/6R at the altitudes that he claims, right? Because the conditions that claim to produce 7/6R results at sea level don't exist at those altitudes. Well, they can, right? But I don't think any meteorologist or geographer or a geodetic surveyor would say that it's like that's the general rule of thumb for that altitude. Because it's because you're differing densities.
Waiting to have a chat with a surveyor. So my son's girlfriend's brother came over the other night and wanted to discuss flat Earth, and apparently my son's girlfriend's dad is a surveyor. So he was running back to his dad saying, "Oh, I've been told this and that." So I'm waiting to meet this bloke. Good way to meet the in-laws, brawling over flat Earth.
If he's like a property surveyor or whatever, like he'll tell you straight off the bat, yeah, we just use planar geometry. It's like we're just treating it as flat.
This guy apparently works out the mines out here, so I'm not quite sure what he does, but
Oh, okay. That might be a different story if they're hiring him. Depends what they're hiring him for. Like if they're hiring him for mineral deposit predictions, or whether they're just like he's just like like for excavation and things like that. Like just like the general like survey of the topography, like of the topography, Because if they're using him for mineral deposit predictions, then he might be into the whole geodetic surveying, or geodesic surveying, however you say it.
yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm waiting. I'm out, guys. Catch you later. I got to get ready to go out for dinner.
Catch you, mate.
See ya.
Assad, there's vegans that play cricket. There's vegans that like watching movies. There's vegans that are flat earthers. There's vegans that are not flat earthers. There's vegans that drive Chevs, much to their disgust. Mate, you dropping into any channel asking, are there any vegans? We really don't care. So how about you go to the vegan channel and talk about vegans, or you can join us in discussing flat Earth.
Do you believe Earth is flat?
We know it's flat.
You are dumb.
Why you laugh? We know it's flat. You're dumb. Oh, you returned. Excellent. Why did you laugh?
Sorry for being rude.
Why did you laugh? You thought something was funny. What was funny?
Yeah, that opinion is ridiculous, bro. I don't believe.
Why is that?
How on earth do you believe Earth is flat?
I can ask you the same question. How on earth can you believe it's a ball?
It's not perfectly ball.
How do you know?
Because there are things, if you don't hurt, like mountains, so it cannot be counted as a perfect ball. And we are living
we're not counting those anyways.
When technology.
And same for us. When we say flat, we don't mean perfectly flat either because of mountains. That's a very good example.
Yeah.
So why do you think you live on a sphere or a ball?
Because of, for example, several reasons. First of all, being we are living in a modern technology era, so it's a pretty obvious that they also.
So hold just one at a time. We don't want to overload me. Flat Earthers are dumb, remember? So we live in a technology era. So what technology has the necessity to operate because it's on a ball? Like if it's not on a ball, it won't work.
Didn't you heard of experiments being on even Mars? And for example,
No, we're on Earth.
Yeah, of course.
So we're talking about technology having the necessity.
Can you shut the fuck up for
on a ball? So yeah, I don't want you to bounce all over the place. I'd like you just to run away. I'm good with that. Hey, swag boy.
Hello.
What's today's conundrum? Swag boy, are you a flat earther or are you a ball believer?
I'm like in the middle, somewhere.
You're in the middle.
Yeah.
What's in the middle?
Is like I don't care if it's flat or like a globe.
Really? Do you know how I know that you're not telling the truth? Because if you didn't care, you would not have come into this room.
Dude, I'm just here to like, you know, see some debates and things, you know.
Well, if you were like
came
20 seconds
and
quicker,
there was a debate.
if you were 20 seconds quicker, you'd have just heard one of them having a meltdown.
Oh.
You dropped in, he dropped out. So you're a fence sitter. So the only reason you're a fence sitter is because you're too scared that you might get asked questions that you can't answer. Well, how's this? If I hit you with a question that you can't answer, you are allowed to say, I don't know.
Oh. Dude,
You did know that.
No, don't question me, man.
No one questioned you? So?
No. Don't question me, dude. I'm just here to have fun, you know?
You're here to have fun? So am I. So when did you realise the Earth wasn't a sphere? Yesterday when you came in here? Yeah, ball.
A ball? I don't know, man. I don't care. If
You
it's
do care.
like flat, no,
You care.
I don't.
We can
Why
tell
would I
because
care
you're
the
here.
Earth being a flat or a sphere? Dude, let me live.
That's why you're here. Is because you care.
No, I'm just here to have fun. Or rather
Like I said, so am I.
To care. You're here to like debate, and I'm here to like see.
There's no debate.
Someone debating.
See, that's the silly thing. You don't understand. How can you debate measurements?
Yeah.
Right. So there's no debate. So next time someone comes in here and they're telling us all about science and Mars and the moon and the sun and all these other random things, you can turn around and go, hang on a minute, these guys have measured it. How can you debate that? Unless they're going to turn up with other measurements that we can have a look at. There's not really much they can put forward, is there?
Interesting.
Welcome. But other than you being in here, Swag Boy, there's not really much going on. So, yeah.
So boring. Oh.
Hey, so you guys remember that young fella that did the video where he reckons he changed the flat earther's mind by showing him a boat going over the horizon, not a ship, a boat going over the horizon? Remember that?
Yeah, there's been a few random ones.
Okay, well, there's this clip I just watched on TikTok, and apparently he's done something with Nathan Thompson. And he's apparently stuck Nathan Thompson and some like NASA worker or some shit in a room together till they work it out. I'm still watching it. I haven't watched it to the end yet.
So what did he do?
But
Locked the two of them in a room and chucked a knife in?
I posted in the side chat anyway.
Oh, cool. I might have to have a look at that. Scientists on a flat earth for 24 hours. Holy shit.
Get this asshole in here now, this little redhead, curly haired, freckled prick in here right now. Where is he? I want to find. I'll go to him. This little weasel, bro. I can't stand him.
All right, T-Dub, show us where the flat earthers hurt you. What's going on?
And Nathan, what are you doing, man? They're in the firmament. Come on, step up your game.
So what was the whole intent? Just to lock them in there, and so that the NASA scientist could convert him, or was this just a
There's obviously a full version. You probably find the full version on YouTube.
Yeah.
I can't stand that little pipsqueak.
The thing I like about him is the fact that he gets up into people's face about it and makes them squirm.
No,
Other than that, I'm
talking
not a
about
fan
that
of...
little red-headed prick.
Oh, the other one. Sorry. The one who's running the show.
Yeah. How does Nathan Thompson end up in these things? Oh my god. Like, bro, you don't have to start talking about the firmament and shit. Like when it comes to eclipses, just make him prove his fucking claim, man. Just hold him to his claim. Let him make his claim and then say, prove it. Oh, but it's always round. It's always round. Oh, yeah, okay. And? Well, that's the Earth's shadow, or that's the Moon's shadow. You prove it. Prove it, bro. Prove the Earth's surface is curving in order for you to have this three-body alignment. Freaking hell.
Oh, what's this disabled clown typing up now for? He'll probably pick something that was posted 6 hours ago and expect to continue on a conversation. That's assuming it hasn't been cherry picked and some kind of random red herring used. But let's see what we get. I can see you rolling. So it's been a bit of a rough week at work. We've had two of our really nice residents pass away, as what does happen in an old people's home, so it's not something that's out of the ordinary. What was really sad was when the first one passed away, their family come up, basically raided his watch, his wallet, and that left everything else. And as you know, some poor bastard's got to clean up all the whatever's left. And it was actually quite depressing, chucking 4 miserable shopping bags full of rubbish out into the bin outside. To think that someone that's 80 years old, everything summed up to 4 bags full of just random shit. So anyways, I've done a song up, and I'll hit the play button and you can have a listen. If it's going to work. Probably not. Knowing my luck.
Sun came through the blinds. Another Tuesday blue. I poured the coffee, clocked right in, like I always do. Pop's old room was quiet. The bed was stripped and bare. Just the echo of his easy laugh still hanging in the air. They brought the boxes from the hall, a job that had to be done, to pack away the little things that made that man someone. A tarnished watch, a fishing hat, a photo of his bride, a deck of cards, a pair of shoes he'd set right by the side. And it all fit into 4 shopping bags tied up and set aside. 4 small bags for 80 plus years of laughter, tears and pride. I carried them out to the dumpster, felt the rain on my face, and I thought, Lord, is that the sum of any man's time and space? Just 4 bags of rubbish thrown away without a trace. Then I stopped, I lit a smoke. The rain began to slow, 'cause 4 bags don't hold the seeds he planted long ago. They don't hold the fishing trips he took his grandson on, or the way he held that old lady's hand after his own was gone. 'Cause it all fit into 4 shopping bags. Yeah, the things all fit inside, but 4 small bags can't hold the love he gave the man he was, the ride. I threw the trash out in the rain, but the truth fell in its place. The sum of a man ain't what he leaves, it's the handshake and the face. Those 4 bags of rubbish, they just couldn't hold the grace. So don't you cry for the watch that stopped, or the shoes that wore right through. The only thing that matters is what you gave and who you knew.
Yep, I feel better now. Thanks, DJ. It was because I was the poor bastard chucking the rubbish in the bin. And that's exactly what I was thinking at the time. Is this all the man's life sums up to? 4 miserable bags of rubbish. It was actually quite depressing. And then 3 days later we had another one pass away. At least he's the second one. His family actually said, please pack everything up into boxes so we can come and retrieve the lot. First guy, they actually come up there whilst he was still breathing and collected his goods. Which was exceptionally depressing. I've got a sneaking suspicion I'm probably going to lose my job one day because of one of these parasitic persons that are supposed to be family members. And I'm going to grab them by the back of the strides and yoink them out the door, like your little gif that you post up when other people get thrown out. But no, it is pretty sad when you think about it. But anyways, such is life. Here's a cheers all up.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, canoe function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. Oh yeah. When logic fails, they change the section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard possible please. No shimmer, no haze and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation and summon once more. Divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logical la, wo bola are yaar naisa bata. Divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data. Pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, divine direction. Jab photo flat, they call it correction. DJ Rakesh bolta, sab mere bhai. Refraction nahi hai, you just can't deny. DJ Rakesh Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang, bring equations, not excuses. Midnight lens in trembling hands. Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars' eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, certainty slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of parallax dreams, nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, certainty slowly declines. Through endless nights of measurement, each truth I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hands. Paper showed. I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat. You can't draw the cold. You can't draw the hunger. You can't draw the soul. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand. Because the map is not the Fold it up, put it away. The ink is washing out into the gray. Into the gray. To the scholars on the globe side, I'm addressing you direct, not to challenge your conclusions, but to tighten the respect. In the field of observation, every model must align, not with faith in old assumptions, but the data we can find. This is not about conversion, not a battle to be won, but a method of inquiry grounded in what light has done. Before we set up any late test, let the evidence decide. Walk with me through optics, let the wavelengths be our guide. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world-read images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical eye. Every long distance photo, every skyline, every shore carries signatures of optics you might not have seen before. When the air is shifting density, when the ducts and layers rise, white light is in uniform, refraction subtle in disguise. Infrared may mark a boundary, visible may reach beyond, but the difference in their horizon shows the medium they respond. If a distance breaks the limits of the geometric sphere, check the wavelength separation, see what physics makes appear. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world-read images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical eye. You don't need to change positions, don't need theories in advance. Only treat the data fairly, give the evidence a chance. Study how the lower edges shift their contour with the heat, how the waterline distorts when refractive gradients meet. This isn't globe or flat, it's the discipline of sight, letting spectra write the narrative in the presence of the light. So before we build the setup, before we measure lake and sky, start with what already's captured, let the photographs reply. I'm not asking you for trust, I'm not asking you to bend, only asking you to question how the wavelengths comprehend. Let the optics speak their language, let the evidence extend. This is just the first foundation. You drag the spotlight off the point and toss it down the hole. Start talking stick, shadow, stars, anything at all. The trail of shiny nonsense that you swear is relevant, but your detours only show you've got no evidence. I chase you once, I chase you twice, then I just stop the chase. Your breadcrumb trail's a map of how you run from what you face. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm a critical realist fortress, you're a whisper in the wind. Your weak manipulation never stood a chance to begin. evidence and deny conclusive proof. As if repeating something louder makes it any more true. Because it is, you chant a loop that never ends. A serpent swallowing its tail and thinking truth's a trend. If logic were a test, you'd fail the multiple choice, but somehow still declare yourself the loudest, highest voice. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with the little rationality. I'm the last bastion of science where the data stands aligned. Your circular little dance can't penetrate this kind of mind. You had me cornered with that rhetorical parade. Cute, I've seen more solid reasoning in a late night lemonade debate. You juggle fallacies like fireworks, hoping I'd be impressed. But I read your moves like textbooks titled How to Fail a Test. You can't derail a truth that's grounded deep in observation. Your logic leaks like faulty pipes beneath a shaky foundation. I'm an empiricist logician, evidence is my domain, while you're red herring through the ruins of arguments you stay. And when your tactics crumble, don't look shocked they didn't land. You can't outwit the laws of thought with nothing but an empty hand. Step into the lab with the voltage steady, fiber coils, wound calibration ready. The model says drift where mechanical says none. Change altitude slow, now the waveform's undone. What's that? If the metric is clean but the theory mispredicts, then the culprit ain't the sensor, it's the lens through which you fix. Every instrument speaks in the language of fact, but the narrative you force is the bias you attract. Check torque vectors, baseline exact, earth spin constant, then why does height impact? That's off. I don't lean on a frame that collapses when probed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broke and the globe exposed. No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung inherits flaws from the radius encoded. Triangulate long line instruments, strict chain link surveys that refuse to contradict. Baselines hold flat where the curvature picked to be meters on meters, but the numbers conflict. No bowl. If the ground stays true far beyond the allowed, then the scale magnifies blowing smoke in the cloud. Every cosmic unit's built on Earth's own shroud. Get the radius wrong, the universe is disavowed. Unstable. Not claiming the shape, I'm inspecting the drift. How assumptions cascade when foundations shift. You can keep your spin, but you first must live the circular chains that the models insist. No prior smuggled, no telegraph must. No earth spin certainty plastered and thrust. If the instrument contradicts, then the premise combusts. I don't worship equations, I interrogate trust. Checking the must. Local frame data, all relative dust. Mach and Einstein both show that's robust. But attributing the cause takes a lead to unjust. Don't ground the rotation when attribution's nonplussed. No. up, I don't lean on a frame that collapses when proed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broke and the globe exposed. No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung inherits flaws from the radius encoded. I don't preach shape, I audit the claim. I test every link in the theoretical chain. If one weak point makes the whole shift strain, then the picture ain't settled, it's just framed in the brain. Empiricism first, everything else is refrain. Models only valid when the data sustain. No belief attached, no emotional gain. Just precision in the cut like a razor through grain. Come talk to me in mine online or listen to us on YouTube. No fuss. Shout out Heliosceptic. Thanks, bro.
Do you want to have a yap about that video, T-Buggy, or just keep playing songs? Your silence is a concession that the music's going all right.
Yeah, man. Pump up the volume.
Yeah, it's just been quieter now. I thought, you know what, I'm playing some tunes.
They told me light falls down like it's chained to the ground. Said the sky poses softly, and that's why the ships go down. But I watch the shimmer dance, no curve in its romance. Just the air breathing slowly, not the earth taking stance. Pressure's not the story, it's optical density. Warm air, cold air, humidity. Oh, changing what we see. Light don't bend that way, not just cause we say it may. If the air stays still and true, it keeps a straight line view. You can twist your numbers, you can model the globe all day, but reality don't sway. No, light don't bend that way. They drew it all orthographic, forgot perspective display, turned a living sight into plastic, made the real fade away. Said standard refraction like gospel, but the test said no, my friend. If the gradients don't flip or topple, that line won't curve to mend. Humidity's lighter, heat makes the air thin, cold above, warm below, the curve bends up, not in. Light don't bend that way, not uniform, not all day. If we saw through that much haze, the world would warp and sway. But the skyline's steady, every color holds its place. Nature's got her say, light don't bend that way. You can't force the beam to follow faith, can't curve a truth, the chosen wraith. The lens remembers every lie we've spun, and straight lines tell what's really done. Pressure's up, temps down, humidity turns it around. measure, you see the line still walking free. You can model the heavens, but the air won't play pretend. Reality won't sway. Light don't bend that way. So teach me what's real now, what to believe. Let the eye and the mind agree. 'Cause the truth in the air we breathe ain't curved, it's clear to see.
I don't claim to shape the real. I strip illusion till the lines reveal. No need for faith, no need for fame. The truth existed before my name. They argue circles, I draw a line. Not to divide, to define. Every test a quiet vow to see what is not what we allow. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, let truth cook. Ooh, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Ooh. They bend their will to fit belief, patch the holes with borrowed grief. But data don't care who you are. It burns the false, sets the bar. Each air is a door we open wide, a path through pride to the other side. No prophets here, just those who learn to question first and never burn. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Reality doesn't flinch when named. It doesn't care who's blamed. It waits, patient, unashamed, while we unlearn what we became. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. I'm bent on, no need for help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Just let it cook.
Same script, different voice. They talk loud, I've got choice. Everyone a fool, every claim a deja vu. I've run this loop since the start. True facts line up, they don't flinch. The logic folds inch by inch. I don't push, I don't shout. Just let the data call them out. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just check the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know how you talk. I mark the lines. Truth don't move. They say prove me wrong, then close their eyes. Cherry pick dreams dressed up as wise. I bring evidence calm and clear. They dodge the mirror they fear. I don't rage, I take notes. Count the claims as the logic floats. Every fallacy's got a name. Every story ends the same. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know why you talk. I mark the lines. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. It's not pride, it's pattern sense. I see the loops in every defense. No thrill, no spark, no book to write. Just the quiet glow for getting it right. Seen it rise, seen it fall. Nothing new at all. Time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just check the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know.
You twist the edges of my words, fold shadows into shape, turn every point I'm making into something I didn't say. You build a fortress out of smoke and swear it's solid ground, but every time I lift the curtain you just spin it back around. And I'm left talking to a mirror wearing your disguise, a maze of empty echoes bending truth into a lie. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the scene, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. Sliding out of view, chasing some imagined version of the words I never used. You draw conclusions like constellations, random points in the night sky. Call the shapes you've invented fact, then ask me why I'm mine. But I'm not dancing in a circle just to prove what's already clear. Your puzzle pieces don't belong and I'm done fitting them in here. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the scene, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. truth can settle in, where thoughts don't twist like currents, pulling sanity thin. I'm stepping out of your weather, your storms that never rain. I won't keep feeding fires that burn without a flame. So keep your house of cards if it makes you feel tall. I'll be standing somewhere sturdy and far from the fall. You can keep your shifting stories, your illusion of control. I'm done arguing with echoes, hollow without a soul.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical gyro on the climb, altitude test. Signal shifts sideways, put the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight, but the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets caught. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saint. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom, if the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase, but anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it alleys, alias, whatever the craze, but the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory being fright. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jersey flatline based on too pure. Survey chains close with a radius unsure. What radius? If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundation. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Beta over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom, back. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. Yup. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Fall back. Yeah, I slice through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Framing varying truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the gaze. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp. It's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Yeah. Foundation cracked, then the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat stylist, but the real definition. Empirical vigor, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data, conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science not tradition.
It's their shot at fame. Fallacies dressed up in numbers and pride. They talk like lies. Logic's not cruelty, it's clean incision. I'd rather cut lies than die in superstition. You say believe, I say replicate. We're not the same, my facts emancipate. This is my null hypothesis, prove me wrong, show your work or move along. If your facts can't stand the heat, they melt like wax beneath a repeat. I've seen minds lock up like code loops, cognitive dissonance and tailored suits. They call it wisdom, I call it spin, a closed equation that traps them in. I'm not cruel, I'm just consistent. No claim exempt, no law persistent. I'll test gravity, I'll test grace. Everything falls when it's out of place. Truth's not yours, truth's not mine. It's the residue left when the facts align. Burn your dogma, keep the ash. That's the intellectual cash. Null hypothesis, prove me wrong. I don't need faith to keep me strong. Show the data, hold the line. Evidence first every time. Every time. Every
They said the rays all curved down low, 'cause the glow told them so. But I traced the lines, watched them stay straight as truth in broad day gray. They talk of air and magic bends, yet never test, just defend. I checked the temp, the humid sway, the light went straight, it stayed that way. Every claim, same tone. Every time it falls alone. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script, you know. While you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They call it standard refraction fame, but no 2 days are ever the same. Humidity fights the heat below, upward bends the normal flow. If light could grow around every mile, we'd see horizons twist and style, but it stands still calm and clean. No warping sky, no bending sea. Every climb it falls alone. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script, you know. While you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They draw with rulers, not with eyes. Forget the air, forget the skies. Perspective lost to orthograph. A perfect curve built from a draft, but the lens remembers what's real. The shimmer, the calm,
the silent steel. No need to fight, no need to rage. The data writes the final page. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script, you know. While you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines.
It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. As diverging choices compounding, consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs grounding, senses confounded. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's a war with your own mind, fall with unknown landmines. Planet in your mindscape, and locked behind mental red tape. There's no escape. You can't run from yourself, not something you can shelf. The back burner will burn down everything around, but what's been lost can be found. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's an endless quest, it's a fight to stay your best. It's the soul's journey to the west. There is no final test, it's a continuous forest. Even if you can't see the trees, doesn't mean the world is just what their mind sees. Your eyes perceive more than you believe, but your mind edits and deceives. Got my hopes up, but I'm tripping. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. Morality might, but you in mortal danger, and who you help might be a stranger. And I know your heart is bruised and bleeding, but the emotion is fleeting compared to the conscience of pathetic indifference, inactivity and jaded ignorance. Regret dragging you down. Is it too late now? Don't know how, but there's no steak without a cow. Do what must be done, or live with the doubt. It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. Past divergent choices compounding, consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs ground.
How's it going?
Good, good. I heard the boss is DJ here. Is he available to speak? I'm
Is
like the
anyone
best
available?
What are you
debater.
talking about, man?
The best debater here. Like basically, I'm a NASA scientist and I'm a pilot as well.
So you're a NASA scientist and a pilot. Well, then you'd be able to understand something very simple. Can you move a little closer to your microphone, please, so we can hear you? You're really quiet. Sounds like you've got your phone sitting on the other side of the room.
No, I don't.
Well, it sounds like it. That's why I asked you nicely
That's
to move
only
closer
that.
to your microphone.
I'm as close as possible. Anyway, I'd like to you to tell me what how the Earth's flat. All right.
You're going to tell me how it's flat? That's awesome. Go for it, man.
No, I said you're gonna tell me how it's flat.
Well, it's measured flat. There you go. That was easy. Next conundrum.
It's measured flat, yeah. Who made that decision? You made that decision.
Say again. You're going to have to speak up, bruv.
I said, did you make that decision? Who did? Who made it and measured it? Like, who measured the Earth?
Who measured it? I'll post up some of the laser tests for you, bro.
It's a consequence of it being flat.
Obi. T-Buggy. I was in it before you were ever in it. I'm an OG, right? DJ know me. I know DJ. I literally know DJ IRL.
Okay. All right. Cool.
That's
nice. DJ's literally my brother. Like.
Check in the side chat, bruv. Whole heap of laser tests there for you.
Let me see this. I say on, mate. Yeah, I say on. I trust that. Now, I'm never going to trust it if I don't see it with my own eyes. Do you know what I mean?
I'm feeling you.
You're going off these things that you're seeing on social media. You can't do that. It won't work.
That's why we tell people to go and test it for themselves.
Oh, so I could go test it and it'll be measured flat, yeah?
Well, it'll be measured however the numbers come out.
Oh my days. I'm no Yoda. I know Yoda. I actually know the guy.
Really?
I know Yoda from like a long time ago. I don't think he likes me, but I know him.
Yo, Yoda, what's up, bro? Yoda, don't look quiet now.
I think I remember you.
Oh, you do, yeah?
Recognize the name.
Oh, wow. Pick up my ticket, please. Do you reckon that? Can you recognise that? Oh, mate. My name's DJ, mate. My name is flipping DJ.
So I'm suspecting there's two people using the same mic, sharing a mic.
Wait, what did you say, mate?
So it sounds like two people sharing a mic. You brothers or friends or what?
You think I'm sharing a mic with someone? Why is that?
Because the pitch of your voice just changed.
No, it didn't.
Alright, anyway, I want to prove these loads of things wrong, right? How can I send something? I can't send something in the side chat. I'll just send out a link.
Yeah, someone that we've spoken to, right? Yeah. Is that his name, Drew? Is it?
Who's Drew?
Are you Drew?
No, who is Drew?
You?
No, it ain't. Who's Drew? Is he not an admin here or what?
I know, right? I know. It's he's got a voice changer, haven't he? I don't know why.
No, I don't. No, I don't. How can I copy someone's spitting that shit? I'm a big fan of DJ, so I love DJ so much.
Who isn't?
But he doesn't want. There's no run.
So what do you got to say about those videos?
Those videos, right? Let me just watch the video. Which one's the best to watch? What's like the best video to watch? Like which one?
I mean, take your pick. They all pretty much demonstrate the same thing.
How do I turn on developer mode on Discord? What's up, guys? What's up, guys? DJ here.
Change your name back, Clown Shoes. If he comes in with my name and my profile, I'm going to ban him.
Matrix.
Get rid of the voice changer and be an
I
adult.
ain't got a voice changer on right now.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, I promise you I know. Look, I'll say this is the voice changer. You ready?
That's with the voice changer on.
This is with it off. I'm not using the voice changer, bro. Come on, speak to me.
You sound like you've just sucked a helium balloon in.
Oh, sucks something else, mate. Alright, come on. I want to debate. Oh my god, why is my name DJ?
You don't want to
Who's
debate,
put
you
my
want
name
a
as DJ?
circus.
I'm the real DJ, guys.
You're not even related to a DJ.
I literally know DJ, I
You literally know a DJ. Tell me about him.
Pardon? Tell you about what? Like anything about him?
DJ, tell us about him.
Ah, I'll tell you about him, yeah. He's flat earth, yeah. Yeah.
Where's he from? That'd be an easy one.
Where's DJ from?
Yeah.
Flipping obvious one, mate. From flipping America, mate.
From America. Well, you failed instantly.
He's from America. How do you not
No,
know
he's not.
from America? Yes, he is. Where's he from then?
Not the frickin' United States.
He's from the United States. Oh, no, but to be fair, we did move to Australia. Yeah, to be fair, we did move to Australia, to be fair, so...
You got no idea. Seriously.
Actually, no, I think he's located in the UK. I think he is.
You got to stop thinking. It's hurting you.
Matrix, I've got a question for you. Can I please get Flat Earth mod, please?
Can you get Flat Earth mod?
Yeah, I really want to be a moderator.
Yeah, nah.
Why not?
Because you're a clown. You need a circus, not a mod.
Wow. That's really not nice. Matrix, how old are you?
Old enough to know better.
Oh, you know, I respect that. Right, see you later, guys. Just ban me.
Catcha.
Ban me.
Ban you.
Ban me. I want to self-ban. Yeah, ban me.
There you go. You're just out for 10 seconds.
No, you kicked me, you didn't ban me. It's ban me. Bye, for me forever.
English, bro. You're struggling there.
I'm not English. I live in
What do you
Germany,
call
but
it then?
I speak good English.
Right.
Old Yoder had a notebook, a pencil, and a frown. Watching all the flat earth arguments go round and round. He said, I'll make a catalog of every shaky claim. And he wrote down all the weaknesses and signed his given name. Well, the faithful didn't thank him for his scholarly pursuit. They just saw a traitor digging under every single root. But the biggest rumble came from where the debate was king. Fed was clutching Polaris by a worn-out piece of string. Oh, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. Now the villain's name was McToon with a cold and scheming eye. He saw that list and laughed beneath the genuine round sky. He said these boys at Fed are using triangles wrong. Their math is just a sad and sorry everlasting song. We'll take their own North Star, their pillar in the night, use it as a hammer with all of our collected might. While Yoder sat and gloated, see, I told you it was we. McToon's crew loaded cannons for the havoc they would reap. Oh, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. It's a civil war on level ground, a three-way crazy fight. Yoder grinning from the sideline, knowing he was right. And Fed is shouting traitor as her cornerstone gives way. And McToon just pouring gasoline and laughing at the fray. The triangulations tangle, the conclusions come undone, all because of one man's list and his patience with the sun. So raise a glass to Yoder and the chaos that he sowed. He aimed to clean the house but just exploded the whole road. He's happy in his righteousness, McToon has won the day. And Fed is in the trenches having not a word to say. The lesson isn't physics or the shape of sea or sod. It's that when you point a finger, someone else will make the rod. Yeah, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife. Polaris just keeps swinging impartial to the strife. It's a fixed and distant beacon on a world that's flat and sound, while the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground. Oh, the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground.
Hey guys, what's up? What are we waiting for?
Nothing.
We are waiting for the proof that Earth is a ball.
Got that right. So far, nothing definitive, huh?
Well, we could do a
Yes,
recap. First, Paradox was telling us that the Kármán line is the container for the gas pressure. Are you still going with that one, Paradox?
No.
Okay, good.
It's just gravity.
Nice try.
And
gravity again. Gravity causing gas pressure, huh?
Yes.
Temperature and volume cause gas pressure. I mean, you have like little g in these hydrostatic equations, like in the barometric formula, which describes statistical distribution of density, but it's not a force. And gas molecules are not seemingly subject at all to their behavior being modified by gravity. Gas pressure is all about bombardment. You know what I mean by bombardment? Pew, pew, pew. It's all about the particles hitting stuff. And temperature causes some gas molecules to move fast.
Wait. Whom do they bombard? Themselves?
The particles are bombarding a surface, and that's how you measure pressure.
Oh, I see.
And it's the number of times, like the number of times per second, and the number of times a sensor is hit over an area. And it doesn't matter how heavy or how light the gas molecules are.
What is atmospheric pressure then?
Sorry?
What is atmospheric pressure?
I mean, it's the amount of times gas molecules are pressing against the surface. So you have a lot of them at the surface because gases are created at the surface. This is where all the action is, right? Where we breathe out and trees breathe in, where the oceans produce methane, the oceans produce all kinds of gases. Plankton produce, is it like phytoplankton or something produce oxygen, or algae produces oxygen rather, something like that. You've got gas deposits deep in the earth. People have mining operations where they mine for hydrogen, mine for helium gas. Volcanoes erupt. I mean, all the gas molecules are produced down here. So you're going to find more of it down here. And there's nowhere else for it to go than up. And the higher you go, the more space there is for gases to disperse. So just naturally, you've got a setup where you have a gradient forming. Furthermore, you have the night and day cycle. So when the sun comes out and heats up the surface of the oceans and the lakes, it excites molecules and causes evaporation. You've got the whole evaporation condensation cycle is a big factor of this, showing that we have a dynamic system. But all this has to take place within a limit. There has to be a limit. The air you're breathing bounced off of something. Even if there's only a little bit of air and the air's super thin, really high up, the fact that you can breathe or measure any gas at all means it bounced off of something. And gravity does not provide a surface for gas molecules to bounce off of. There has to be a thermodynamic boundary layer. There has to be a physical surface somewhere, somehow. Whatever that is, I don't know. But I do know that you're walking on one of the surfaces. So there's one, the ground, right? One of my favorite gas laws that I talk about a lot in here is called Avogadro's law. Avogadro's law. Basically, you can demonstrate this by taking 3 different boxes of equal volume. So let's say you've got 3 boxes that each have 1 meter cubed of volume. And let's say you take let's say you could count gas molecules and you put 100 million of hydrogen in one box, 100 million of oxygen in another box, and 100 million of argon in another box. So you've got equal numbers of molecules, and you've got an equal volume for the molecules to be in. If you heat these 3 boxes up uniformly to the same temperature, the gas molecules will exhibit equal pressure on all sides of the box, top, sides, and below. Hydrogen, oxygen, and argon will show the same pressure in each of their boxes, even though argon is heavier than oxygen and oxygen's heavier than hydrogen. They're at the same temperature, the same number of molecules, and the same volume, and they exhibit the same gas pressure. And that's very interesting. You don't have gravity pulling down argon more than hydrogen because argon's heavier. It doesn't work that way. Now, you might need more heat energy in order to produce the same temperature. But ultimately, these are all at the same temperature. They have the same pressure within the same volume and the same number of moles. So Avogadro's law shows that there isn't any like mass attracting mass relationship between the Earth and the different masses of the gas molecules. And for this reason, you're going to find the same ratio of gas molecules in a deep valley as you do on top of Mount Everest. You know, you got your, 23% oxygen, 76% nitrogen. Whether you're down here or way up there on top of a mountain, you have different amounts of it, but the ratio is the same. It's not like oxygen and nitrogen are being pulled further down than all the other gases you breathe, argon, radon, and whatever the hell. It's all the same composite mixture, which is really fascinating. And it gets even crazier. There are geologists who study cave systems, natural cave systems, deep into the earth. And what they find through their exploration is that there are pockets of gases trapped within caves, deep, deep, deep down in the earth. And these gases, to their knowledge, have not been exchanged whatsoever with any other environment since the beginning of time, essentially. They say millions of years. And inside these caves, there are different gases. There are heavy gases and light gases. And they've been trapped in this environment, sealed off from the outside world since forever. And you don't find heavier gases at the bottom of the cave and lighter gases at the top. They're all diffused amongst and within each other homogeneously. So we don't have evidence that the heavier the mass or the density of the gas, the greater gravitational attraction. It's just not there. And furthermore, I'll have one more point. The thinning out of the atmosphere from the surface up to, call it outer space or the Kármán line, does not comport with the inverse square law of gravity. You don't have that relationship apparent within the density layers of column layers. I don't think they're layers, but within the density gradient of the air. You can't predict like gravity by studying the density gradient. You can't get to gravity that way whatsoever. You can start with gravity and make assumptions that that's the cause, but you don't have any evidence of this by any other means. So gases are weird, dude. Gas molecules, their behavior is driven by energy transfer, by heat, by friction, by by radiation.
I see.
Gravity is not a variable governing the behavior of gas within the entire kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior. It's just not there. There's no gravity or graviton in the standard model of physics either. So there has to be a physical boundary. Go ahead. Yep, I'm done.
Yoda, does gravity has to do with apple falling on the ground?
It's a description of the apple's acceleration to the ground.
Why
To me,
is
that's all it is.
accelerating in the first place?
To call gravity more than just an observed effect of an apple accelerating to the ground, to call it a force, like a gravity field instead, is now getting into the realm of speculation and explanations. And there's no evidence of that. We do see a density gradient. For whatever reason, things of different densities seem to arrange vertically, and things of similar densities arrange horizontally. And that is just the way the world is. There's no space gravity. Outer space gravity is a complete fiction. The idea of a gravity field was invented by Newton because he wanted to relate the apple falling from the tree to his imaginary orbits of planets around a solar body. That's all it was for explaining this. And there's no evidence that any of these lights in the sky have mass. There's no more evidence that the planets have mass than there is of a searchlight reflecting off the clouds having mass. This is a gigantic space cosmology fiction that has its roots in esoteric Greek mystery schools, for crying out loud, and Babylonian Kabbalistic mystery schools. It's not scientific. And people tried to make it scientific and tried to imbue these things with materialistic explanations. But at the end of the day, there's no actual hard evidence, direct evidence, and it's theoretical. And the fact that people believe it so profusely doesn't lend any more credence to their veracity. That's right. Nobody actually knows what Jupiter is. There's a great story, and you can find some great internal consistencies within the story of what Jupiter is, with what the planets are, this whole Big Bang framework. Nobody knows. Like, nobody, even within the solar system cosmology, nobody knows if planets are being produced and birthed by the sun, or if the planets were part of some accreted disk from some other kind of explosion or some kind of solar event. Is a stellar nebular hypothesis true? Or is there something else at work? Nobody really knows any of these things. At the end of the day, we're just observing lights in the sky. And some of them seem to have spectral properties that may be consistent with certain elements that we find on Earth. But we also don't know that for sure. We don't know because we don't have a sample to compare them with. So we got a lot of outer space fiction. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you explain me where does the sun go at the night if the Earth is flat?
From your perspective, it goes away. It's gone. Too far away to see. Just like anything that gets too far away, although the sun is unlike anything you can actually experience. But when things go far away, they'll eventually be so small in angular size. And the angle to your eye is going to be such a narrow field of view, the horizon, the ground of the Earth, extending out to the horizon, and a distant tree line that you can't even see will be obstructing the almighty sun. on a flat Earth. That's why you can't see it anymore. Something like that happens. If you're looking out over the ocean, there are going to be distant waves, swells, and a succession of them, 20, 30 miles out in the distance, that even your best optics won't be able to see, but will obstruct the small and narrow angular field of view of the sun. If not the atmosphere itself, the atmosphere extinguishes light, attenuates light, scatters light.
Mhm.
The sun itself within the atmosphere has been measured. Its apparent brightness has been measured throughout the day. When
What
the
about
sun
the
is directly overhead, it is 23,000 times brighter than when it is directly above the horizon. 23,000 times brighter directly overhead than on the horizon. Do you understand what that means in terms of like magnitude? This is also not predicted by anything in cosmic physics, astrophysics. 23,000 times change in brightness. I mean, that's ridiculous. You know what's funny? Stars don't do that. Stars don't change 23,000 times in apparent magnitude from where they are on the horizon to directly overhead, but the sun does. The moon doesn't change in apparent brightness by 23,000 times from where it is above the horizon to directly overhead either, but the sun sure does. So if it's just the atmosphere that's attenuating the light by 23,000 times, why doesn't it do that for the moon or for the stars? These are just
point.
Right, crazy inconsistencies.
That's a really good point. I hadn't considered that.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt, man. Carry on. But
No, it's okay. I'm kind of running out of steam here. I'm also driving and like distracted as I'm talking. This is actually a hard skill to learn. I've picked it up over the years talking in Discord, but I'm in a lot of traffic right now, so it's been kind of tough. Yeah, I don't want to be a distracted driver, so I'm kind of gonna shut up a little bit now. But yeah, I mean that is an amazing point, isn't it? I mean, we've got some articles in our home server on this. The French physicist Laplace created an extinction theorem that was applied by an astronomer to calculate and measure and then calculate and plot the extinction of the light of the sun over time. And there's a really good article in one of these astronomy blogs about it. So
yeah, I'm still thinking about what you just.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
repeat that
great.
one more time? I missed that. I'd love to hear that one more time.
Yeah. So the sun changes in apparent brightness magnitude by 23,000 times. It is 23,000 times brighter overhead than it is when it's on the horizon. The explanation is, of course, right, it's pushing through more atmosphere when it's on the horizon, and that's why it's way dimmer, because the atmosphere is so strong, it attenuates the star's light by 23,000 times compared to when it's directly overhead and there's a less atmospheric thickness for the sun to push through. So great, wonderful. How come the moon doesn't change by brightness in 23,000 times due to the atmosphere's density, cumulative density over distance? How come this doesn't happen to stars 23,000 times?
Wow, what a trip. That's really interesting. Does it happen to some extent though with the moon?
It does. Yeah, I mean you can watch well, yeah, it does to some extent. I mean, same with stars to some extent. But not that extent. Like, not even close. Not even close. Like, fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of its extent.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, isn't that weird? You've got a dimmer light source. It seems to be much better at reaching your eye when it's low to the horizon than the freaking sun. What's going on, guys? Yeah, it's one of my favorite glitches in the heliocentric matrix. It's almost up there with the Selenelian eclipse. You know, and if light fully extinguishes after 298 kilometers due to Rayleigh scattering, according to the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere, then, you know, let's say that the furthest you can see the sunlight is like 300 miles, and it's somewhere above you is going to be like a beautiful red band of reflected light and refracted light. But nobody's showing that from space on the terminator line of Earth between night and day. Nobody's showing that beautiful color gradient between night and day reflected off the surface from space. We only see like daytime and then like maybe a little gradual shift to gray and then blackness at night. Where's all the pretty colors from the sunset and sunrise happening over dozens, if not hundreds of miles? Hundreds of miles of beautiful color gradients going from blue to red. Blue water to red water. White clouds to pink clouds. I can't think of any example I've seen from the ISS doing these orbits showing, you know, every 90 minutes around the globe. I mean, maybe they've updated their software, but what about all this full disk imagery from supposed satellites way out at like Lagrange points staring at Earth? They don't show that either. So just like for some reason they can't show us a picture of a satellite from another satellite. Oh, it's all proprietary. Yeah, thanks, Josh. Thanks for nothing, Josh.
Yoder, I got another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we see different stars in from different countries then?
Because you're at a different place at a different time, so you have a different view of the sky. It's kind of like being in a different room of your house. There's so many strange oddities with the globe. They don't teach you this stuff in school. One of my other favorite oddities has to do with the equinox and the equator. I got to give a big hat tip to Indio for this. So for some of our English language learners, this is going to get a bit technical. I'm going to do my best to be as easy to understand as possible. So the equator is not necessarily a specific location on Earth. It is necessarily a position in the sky, in the sky that's governed by the motion of the sun throughout the course of a year. The equator, also called the celestial equator, is the midpoint between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And you know you're at the equator when it's the equinox, so they say. When you're looking east on the equinox and you can see the sunrise, you are under the celestial equator. So here's the thing. Throughout the year, let's say you are at the equator and you're staring east and you watch the sunrise. On the equinox, it'll rise seemingly straight up and pass directly overhead. And at some point during the day, it won't cast a shadow because it will be directly overhead. It won't be a little bit to your left. It won't be a little bit to your right. won't be behind you or in front of you at a specific point in the day. There won't be any shadow cast by you. Now, if you jump, there would be a shadow of your feet on the ground directly underneath. But as soon as you hit the ground again, there's no shadow. On other days of the year, the sun will migrate in the sky. It will start to rise instead of directly in front of you facing east. It'll start to rise a little bit to the left of that point. And then it will pass somewhat directly overhead and then set in the west. And as the sun migrates further north, it'll rise further to your left. And as it makes these paths in the sky, it goes from tracing almost like a perfect straight line circle. I hate to call it that, an arc directly overhead. It'll start bowing. It'll start taking longer paths in the sky. It'll start to bow towards the north as it migrates towards the north, towards the Tropic of Cancer. And then after it reaches the solstice, it'll reverse path, come back to you, and then pass directly overhead at the equator. And then it will do the same thing, but towards the south. So in the mornings, you'll see the sun rise to your right, to the right of where it was rising before. And then again, to the further right from where it was rising before, and so on. And it'll start to make these big bows in the sky. But on the equinox, it's not making these gigantic bowing arcs to the north or to the south in the sky. It's just rising straight up and overhead and behind you. So you can go to timeanddate.com, and you can see throughout the course of a year, you can pick a city on the equator. Okay, and you can look at the times and the angles of the sun and its position through the sky throughout the course of every day. So go to the equator and pick the equinox on the calendar and see if you can see a 90 degrees east sunrise and a 90 degree or 270 degree west sunset. See if you see that at a chosen city, and then go to another place. First, maybe go to somewhere in Ecuador, the country of Ecuador on the equator. Go to Quito, somewhere closer to the equator than Quito. But get as close as you can, and then look at time and date and see if it's doing that on the equinox. See if it's rising directly 90 degrees east.
Is it?
Well, it may there, but it doesn't in other places along the equator. You can go to another place in Kenya, right on the equator,
Yeah.
on the same day, and the sun isn't going to rise in the same spot on that particular day. You might have to shift time and date forward or backwards like a week or two.
Yeah. No, I've
The maps
heard
are
this.
wrong.
Yeah, I've heard this before. That the equinox isn't always the same for everyone.
Right. It's not at the same time and place as you'd think. It's not consistent. This is something I think that Antonio Subarat's picked up, which is why Indio was talking about it. Isn't that fascinating? And I checked it out. I couldn't believe it when I first heard this, and I went and researched it myself, and I discovered it was true. I was like, I'll be damned. In one place, it was 6 weeks off from the actual equinox that the sun made its shortest path in the sky.
What?
Yeah, 6 weeks before.
Wow. Shortest path in the sky.
The shortest path, yeah. Mm-hmm. Because it's got to take longer paths when it's migrating north. Because it's tracing these big bowing arcs instead of this nice clean arc from directly east to directly west and, directly overhead in between. It's going to start bowing towards the north and then come back and start bowing towards the south. So you want to find the shortest path in the sky, and that's going to be the equator. Because they say in the globe model that's when the Earth is directly like up and down.
Yeah.
And the sunlight is hitting the equator of the globe directly on. And that's when you should have the equinox, and that highest point should be on the equator. Sorry, I'm pumping gas if you hear any radio in the background.
Yeah, that helps me a little bit. I've been struggling with the equator for a while. If we talk about that sun's straight path over a 24-hour period.
Yeah.
If it's not over a 24-hour period, then there's more questions.
There are. I mean, and this kind of goes like with when Antonio Subarats did that simultaneous sun observation all around the world with that great gigantic column that his listeners were a part of. And he tried to map the sun to the globe based off of everyone's positions, and it wouldn't reconcile.
No.
The sun really was like observer dependent even on a globe and was not producing consistent globe results. And that's how Antonio Subarats like used some of that to develop his map. So yeah, crazy.
Of course, that's not going to show fucking curvature.
So it doesn't look like it's curving. So it doesn't look like it's curving.
Even defished images. People that have defished.
Is that a word? Answer that either, bro.
Yeah, that's something that you can do.
So look in the chat. Which one of these circles of the circle the horizon for Felix Baumgartner? Which one?
The wider one.
Which of these circles? It's the fucking yellow one, dude. The yellow one. In the center. The yellow one is the complete, if you could see 360 degrees, his horizon. The biggest circle would be the ISS horizon. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. Now, you're trying to tell us that seeing 1,000th of the fucking Earth, you can see the curve. Get the fuck out of here, bro. 1,000th of the Earth, dude.
Why don't you
It's
ask
probably less
Felix
than 1,000.
Baumgartner yourself? Oh wait, you can't because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to push his claims for him then? Because he's fucking dead. Hello, McFly?
Anyway, I'm gonna send you a photo here.
I thought he wasn't dead. I thought we've determined he wasn't.
No, he died in a paraglider, I think, is what it was.
Maybe he told somebody, "Hey, I really think it was flat," and then they were like, "Shut up," and they killed him.
Gando, I sent you a couple of photos because I can't send images in this.
So if you could see the whole circle of the horizon, it would be 0.094% of the surface of the Earth. So that's a 10,000th, okay? And that's just assuming you could see the entire circle, which you can't because you only have a certain field of view. And your actual focal field of view, what you can actually focus on, is only 5% or 5 degrees. So he can see 1/100th of the surface of the Earth and see the curve. You're a retard, bro.
Here, I ran a photo through a Earth curve calculator. And that's the expected curvature at that height. And it matches with what the photo is showing.
You mean Bisman's Earth curve calculator? With the sliders? So you can just slide them around until it matches any image that you post?
If you know the refractive index, that's what you're getting. And that's also, first off,
if you know the
before you go stroking yourself over about the refractive index.
Without refraction.
Yeah, Grumman, before you go stroking yourself about this refractive index, how about you...
The normal.
How about you supply us an image?
Refraction.
How about you shut up for 5 seconds and stop talking through people, you rude little turd. How about you, instead of stroking your ego about this refractive index, supply us with an image, right? And all I want is the known refractive index. I wouldn't do that again if I was that person. So how about supply us with an image that you know what the refractive index is, and then we'll run it through Bislin's little slider fun factory and see if it matches up.
Already supplied Indo with one.
It's Indio, not Indo.
Way, supplied him with one. If he wants to send it.
So you supplied the refractive index
yeah,
with
I
it.
see it. Hold on.
If he's laughing, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then there's horizon out at eye level at Rainier.
Yeah, but you got horizon eye level at Baumgartner. How's that possible? And the horizon should never be at eye level unless your face is on the ground. The level of your eye.
I'm looking at photos here with a theodolite app that show in an airplane the horizon is not at eye level.
Planes fly tilted
We
up,
know.
nitwit.
Out the side, they fly tilted, banked over?
Well, I don't know if it was banked in that instance.
Well, because the photo that I'm looking at is out the side window.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So if you want to try the excuse of it's tilted, you would.
It is.
you would
It
have
is
to be
tilted.
banked
Go get the
over.
negative degrees, dude.
Oh, man,
You know how one of this freaking thing works? Do you know how a plane works?
They're pitched up. Pitch and roll are different. They're pitched.
Yeah, I know. It's -3 degrees on one side and negative 0.3 degrees on one side and -0.5 on the other. Do you see it? Think you measure the fucking dude? You gotta be some kind of idiot, dude. You really, honestly, have to be freaking an idiot. He's just 2017 lameness, dude. So there's your image. You know this one that says -0.3? That means the phone is tilted.
Yeah, and so -0.3 degrees is barely tilt.
And the first, but it is.
Now he's going to make excuses for how little it's tilted. So it's tilted. You agree with that? Excellent.
First of all, the that doesn't even look like a real fucking photograph, first of all. And that just looks like a shit overlay. This isn't a photograph. Did this come from a video?
No, it didn't.
Where did it come from?
Me.
And why would you expect Mount Rainier?
It's Mount Hood.
Mount Hood, whatever. Why would you expect that? You know he's tilted up, right?
By 0.03 degrees.
Yeah, but he's 5,000. He's at 5,000 feet, and if Mount Hood is higher than he is, he's gonna have to be tilted back. He should have to be tilting down. Because I don't know how far away he is, right? Because
yeah, what's the distance?
How far away is
to the
he?
mountain from that observation?
And
Well, we can calculate how much he's supposed to be
-0.5.
tilted down, because he should be tilted down, but he's tilted up. See how the crosshair is centered on the peak of the mountain? So that peak should be 5,000 feet higher than where he is.
Yeah, and then you take into account distance.
If the Earth was flat.
Take into account distance.
Yeah, then there's a drop. If we only knew the distance. What is the distance? Any clue? And where did he get his altitude from?
GPS altimeters exist. They're
Oh my
used with
God.
mountaineering. Something I use when I go hiking.
Okay, he's inside of an airplane, isn't he? Pressurized
No,
cabin?
That doesn't look like he's inside of an airplane.
Well, I don't know what this is. It's impossible to evaluate. To be honest, the image looks like it was color corrected, and this looks fucking overlaid. This don't even look right. I don't know if he's in an airplane, but he can't use a GPS altimeter. You know that the GPS's vertical values are the worst known. They can be off by hundreds of meters.
In my experience, they haven't been, because I use them when I go hiking.
Anecdotal evidence isn't.
It's not anecdotal, it's personal.
It is anecdotal. You said,
No,
in my
it's not.
experience. As soon as you said that, that makes it anecdotal.
No, it doesn't. It makes it personal experience.
Yeah, anecdotal. Do you not know what that word means?
Not anecdotal. I'm muting this guy. These are apps that you can download on your phone. They're theodolite apps.
Don't mute Indio or you'll be banned.
Not muting Indio. I'm muting the guy.
Anecdotal, not necessarily true or reliable, because based on personal accounts.
If you mute anybody, you're going to get kicked.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm going to unmute you, Iron Bear, dude. Try not to have verbal fucking diarrhea.
I was never trying to diarrhea anybody.
He played this
Oh,
game.
you're just like you're not following the conversation. You're just interjecting random shit, dude. Try to follow along. What's up, Casey?
How you doing? You alright?
So haven't you noticed, Grumman, that you haven't presented any measurements of the surface of the Earth?
That photo that is a measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Well, how far? No, it doesn't. If we don't know how far away the goddamn mountain is. See, if we know how far away the mountain is, and we knew his elevation, we could calculate how much he's supposed to dip down because of the curve of the Earth. For some reason, he's tilted up. If you look at the right-hand side, that's his tilt, okay? And he's tilted up.
Negative is down.
Oh yeah, he's tilted down. So half a degree.
Half a degree over 30 miles
half a degree,
is a long way.
Half a degree would be 0.5. That's 0.05.
Over 30 miles?
So, according to calculations, thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy to do any of them.
Hey, Hellcat.
Roughly 80.
Why are you on here spewing the same stuff that you've been spewing on Spaces?
Calculations. Thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy. Also, I love that Platter posted that photo. I'd love to see a fighter jet go Mach 2 at sea level without ripping its wings off.
Like at sea level, like on the sea level, or like 10 meters above? Or
how much do you think the air pressure changes?
To be a boat? You want it to hit the water at sea level?
Photo that he's showing, it's basically skimming the waves.
Are you trying to say that the photo's fake?
No, I'm saying that the premise of at Mach 2 is incorrect. At most, it's going transonic, which is what that cone is. That's a transonic cone.
Supersonic.
That's transonic.
So, can you explain to me, because I'm stupid, the difference between transonic and supersonic, real quick?
Transonic is between subsonic and supersonic. It's basically commercial airliners fly at speeds that are in the transonic zone.
So, like, right at that speed that's not quite supersonic, but above sonic? Like, what are you talking about? You sound dumb.
Like 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, speed of sound is what, like 780?
Yeah, it's a range called transonic. It doesn't mean that you're above the speed of sound.
Made up shit.
Sonic and supersonic are also completely made up things, as is the speed of sound.
Stupid marketing words, dude, that they made up was that they were developing airplanes. We got a transonic airplane. Oh, I got a supersonic airplane. I got a hypersonic airplane. I'm even better.
Well,
dude, I got a thermometer. I got a thermometer that measures 0 degrees, but it calls it trans zero. It's not below 0 or above 0. It's trans 0.
I'm trans 0.
It's
I got a
in between
trans PSI pressure gauge, man.
Oh yeah.
How are you grabbing anything if you're still not?
Can you say something interesting so we don't have to listen to buzzwords?
This is
made up bullshit.
This is aerodynamic. This is basic airplane stuff.
Yeah, basic airplane stuff.
Typically between Mach 0.8 and 1.2, or transonic flow is seen.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to say that a plane can fly subsonic and supersonic, so it can transition between supersonic and subsonic flight? Is that what you're saying?
Transonic is that transition.
Oh, okay, cool story. How is this relevant to anything we're talking about?
Not.
All right, thanks. Then quit picking at it. Yeah, I want to actually hear a conversation that progresses somewhere.
Any plane that can fly supersonic speeds can also fly at subsonic speeds.
Holy fuck! Get muted, dude. Yeah. How about that?
Fucking warned him, dude. Were you in here when I just warned him? I just unmuted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Dude's on his own shit, man. Dude, go start a guest room. Trans units. Might get a different crowd than what you're expecting, but
based off his picture with his coordinates at the top of it, your mountain from where that was taken, you're looking at 83.32 miles.
All right.
Yeah, buddy. Let's say the horizon is below a perfect level line from the midline of your vision. Let's say that's true. Whoopie frick. The cloud is below you. It's supposed to be below you. What's the problem? Now let me put this in a logic form so you can understand. All right. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, it's below you. All that, very simple.
I can barely understand you with the roboting.
Oh, my bad.
You're not roboting, you're just crackling, your mic's a little fucking broken up or something.
Oh, man.
I thought we called that roboting when the mic is...
Roboting is when you have a bad internet connection and the packets don't arrive in sequence. He just has a freaking... I think your Bluetooth is dying.
Man. All right. I give up.
You actually sound good then. Maybe you're just too far away from your device.
All right, that's it.
And now...
Back. Oh, man.
Dude, I heard a hint of crackle and sorry, my ears are sensitive to stuff like that. I did orchestra for like 4
That's
years.
great, dude. All I need to know is if I'm wasting my time talking.
I wouldn't say you're wasting your time, but you might want to get.
Am I trans, Crackle?
Yeah, you're crackling on some things, and then you're
transitioning to no crackle.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say this one more time, dude. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. The ground is below you, in case you didn't know that. So, at all times, the horizon's below you. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, is there a problem with the horizon being low in your field of view? Is that an issue?
I mean, there's a claim that's made by a lot of flat earthers that is that the horizon always rises to your eye level.
What does that mean?
It means that you're going to see the horizon in the same place in your vision, like directly in the center.
You sure?
In the center of your vision.
Whoa, bro. Rises to and in the center of don't jive. So, for example, if I say I'm going to the store, I've not yet arrived at the store. If I say I'm in the center of the store, I'm in the store. So maybe it's a language problem. Just because flat earthers say that the horizon should be at the midline of your vision, if anybody has, they're wrong. So why would it matter to show people who aren't the people making that claim that the horizon is below the midline of your vision? Like, what's the issue? What's the problem?
Because that's something that we expect on a sphere.
Dude, okay, let me help you out, friend. The ground is below you, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
We all agree, right? It's not like when you go up high in the sky, the ground gets taller. Right? So I don't know what aspersions you've been cast by some moronic flat earther that may or may not have told you the horizon should be at the midline of your vision if the earth was flat, but that's stupid.
The point is the horizon drops away from you as you get higher.
Yeah, no duh, dude. The ground is below you. The higher you go, the more it's below you. Holy moly, bro. Duh.
So there's something physical about the horizon.
Holy crap, one more time for the slow kids in the back. The horizon is where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. So yeah, there's some part of it that's the ground, and the ground is below you all the time. Unless you're at the base of a mountain, I guess. But if you get higher, then it's going to get lower. What's the issue?
So the horizon is a physical thing.
Holy crap, dude. Painful.
It's been this way for like an hour.
Dude, the horizon's an artifact of the fact that you see everything by acquiring light from the outside world. That's all it is, dude. Because you don't have a supercomputer plugged into the matrix so you can see all floating points simultaneously in an orthographic and transdimensional representation, dude. Yeah, you have eyes, you have to see. You have an angular field of view. So maybe you're under the misapprehension that if ideal artist perspective existed in reality, which it doesn't, that everything would, if the earth was flat, go into infinity to a point. Well, that's not even possible, dude. Because in reality, you actually have to use light to see, not ideal lines that you draw on a piece of paper. And light actually has properties. It takes up space, it has wavelengths, right? There's angles involved. There's near field diffraction, far field diffraction. There's all kinds of things going on. There's no such thing as ideal perspective in the real world. Kind of like there's no such thing as platonic shapes. I mean, this would be as stupid as me saying the Earth can't be a globe because it's not a perfect sphere. Would you take me seriously if I said something like that? The answer is no, you wouldn't. Because I'd be arguing from an ideal, which is nonsense. I mean, if you want to say the Earth can't be flat because it's not an ideal form represented in artist perspective, I mean, I don't know what to do here.
Not what I was saying, but okay.
Well, then why does the horizon being lower at the higher you go have any merit to talking about the Earth being a globe or flat then? As if the
Because
horizon has
it
to be
is
at the
a
midline of
claim
your
that
vision.
has been made that it rises to
Okay.
eye level.
Okay, fair. Okay, so it's a bunk claim, it's a stupid claim. Do we both agree? Yeah, we both agree.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now that we know it doesn't prove the Earth's not flat, whoop-de-doo.
Then the photo that does show the Earth curving was just dismissed as, oh, that's fake.
What Earth curving? That photo that you showed where the horizon was lower than the crosshairs that you put?
No, not that one.
Okay, then where's the one we're showing it's curving?
One that had, what's his name, Bislin's calculator overlaid.
What? That's wait a minute,
send
dude. Are you basically go ahead? But are you basically having an image where you can't see the bottom of it, and then you're doing like a blink test, or this bottom is sunk under a horizon line, and you think that because you can't see the bottom that you're looking at curvature? That's not showing curvature.
No, it's
dude.
because you can see it from side to side.
Side to side. Oh, all right. Yeah, post that.
How much curve are you claiming to see from side to side? Do you have a number?
Not very much.
So it's just like it looks curved, it must be curved, but with no data to go with it?
Yeah, it's a 3-degree dip angle.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be bogus nothing. What? Dude, you just sent me the same image you were talking about earlier.
No, the image that I was talking about earlier was this one.
All right, you must have done it accidentally.
Oh, that's
no,
the
you
same
posted
way.
the same thing.
I just
Yeah.
posted the same thing. No, that's not what I meant. I forgot to copy the correct image.
No worries.
That's the photo.
Holy crap, dude. That's not a photo. Are you telling me this is an overlay on an actual photo?
Yeah, the second one that I posted is an overlay. The first one is a photo taken with an app that does the overlay.
Holy crap. One X iPhone camera? Holy crap. You think an iPhone doesn't have barrel distortion because you just put on fisheye?
What barrel does an iPhone camera have?
What, dude? All it says is 1X iPhone camera. What does that mean? The first iPhone?
No, it means that it's not zoomed in or distorted or anything.
Yeah, which phone? Which iPhone?
I don't know.
Well, then who cares? You can't even go to the particulars of the lens.
Well, it's an iPhone camera. There's
Okay, how about I post my picture from the side of a plane showing the wing and an upward curved horizon. So I have a picture of an upward curved horizon. You have a picture of a downward curved horizon. Who's correct?
I also have a photo of a downward curved horizon of my own. Let me see.
Hey, Grumman,
Actually, I
are
think
these
it's on my
pictures
other
these
thing.
pictures you're posting going to be authentic?
Something that I've used before, and then people are always like, why is the wing curving up and stuff? And it's like, I mean, that's how that airplane is designed.
Oh, yeah.
Really interesting, like the 777 or 787.
No, dude. There's no way to even validate this is even a photo, dude. So I don't even know what you're doing here. But whatever. but I will save it. Let me save it here. $43,000 feet. Okay. Oh, at 43,000 feet, the distance to the horizon is a certain distance, right? Whatever it is, correct? Let's just call it one horizon distance. Okay, makes sense? Now, if you're on a ball and the horizon's a curve, then that means the horizon is the same distance 360 degrees around you, correct? Not only that, but it's the same angle. From your altitude down, it's the same angle 360 degrees around. So it's the same angle and the same distance. So where's the curvature information coming from to be rendered in the image? Think about it. In order for that curved line in your image to be the curve of the Earth, then the left and right have to be either a further distance or a shorter distance, or a bigger angle or a lesser angle. So that would mean that what you're looking at is changing distances and changing angles. How's that happening if the Earth's a ball? You know what's interesting about a flat thing is that to the corners is a diagonal distance that's greater than the center distance. You can't get that on a sphere, dude. So we got a problem here. So my question is, in your image, the curve is higher in the center and it's down in the left and the right. So which portion is longer? Like which way? When you look left, is the Earth longer, or when you look right, is the Earth longer, or when you look straight ahead, is the Earth longer? Which one?
I would say left or right.
Why? Well, let me ask you this question. It's to ask of a glober, because the glober is claiming that this arc represents you're on a sphere, but it's the same distance and it's the same drop angle. So that curve is the same distance and the same drop angle. And if the z-axis in the distance and the y-axis up and down is compounded on the same axis in a two-dimensional image, which it is, then what's going on? How are you getting a curve at all? Wouldn't it have to be more of an angle to the left and to the right?
Wouldn't images on the left side also be tilted away from the images on the right side if that was Earth curve?
Well, we still got a problem that it's the same drop angle. Same drop angle, same distance. So if you're looking straight ahead and a same drop angle and the same distance causes the quote unquote alleged curve of the Earth to be rendered high in the image, then why is it not causing the quote unquote curve of the Earth to being rendered in the same height on the left and the right?
Why?
What's that?
I'm asking why. What's the answer?
Oh, because it's optical curve, not physical curve. That's why.
That's what I was gonna say. I knew it. I knew it. Damn fisheye lens. I bet the CIA invented the fisheye lens too.
But if you're above the Earth and the horizon is a circle, okay, that circle, the bounds of that circle is the same distance, same radius all the way around you, and the same drop angle. So if a portion of it's coming in at you and it renders at a certain height in your field of view, then the rest should as well, because it's the same. So pick any point on that line. Just look at the image he posted. Well, wait a minute. Did you guys see the image he posted? Let me post it.
Yeah, we saw it.
This one,
a little
and he
while
posted
back.
this one here.
Yeah, we saw those. The second
Okay,
one is.
so put your finger on any point on that apparent curved line that he's claiming is a curved line. Pick any point.
Mm-hmm.
Put your finger there. Once you got it locked in, tell me what the distance of the drop angle is. Someone already posted the distance. We'll just use 3 degrees for the drop angle. So -3 for the drop angle at 13,000 meters. Okay, you got it? 13,000 meters, 3 degrees drop. Now pick a different point. It's the same, 13,000, 3 degrees drop. Okay, so if you picked a different spot, why is it not rendered in the same position if the values from the one rendered it at a certain point in your field of view? Why are the rest of them not rendered the same? Because all the light's coming in from those points at the same distance and the same angles. You know, there's a thing out there that people think there's distortion-free lenses, and that's not true. Lenses just manage the distortions in different ways. So they preserve one quality at the expense of another, like rectilinear lenses. People say, oh, rectilinear lenses are distortion-free. Well, that's not true. In fact, if you go to an actual camera website, an actual photography website, you know, not somebody's blog or some Wikipedia article, they'll actually explain it to you. Funny enough, the way that the rectilinear lens works on preserving the distortion, if you had a dark, let's just say a green bottom half of a page and a red top half of the page, in the far field, the further you get away from the origin, from the center of the image, the red and the green would separate because the values increase on the y-axis as you get further away from zero. So if you actually did that and looked at it again, it would look like a curve. Kind of weird like that. So in other words, the far left and far right side of the image would look curved. And since that's how they work, and we know that, then you would expect something that's a straight line to look curved. So funnily enough, and this is weird, the globers at this altitude should expect to see a flat horizon, and they should expect that the lens is what's causing the apparent curvature, even if the Earth was a globe. You got to get a lot further away from the surface for those angular relationships to change. to where you're going to have discernible curvature information. Well, it's too bad Grumman boy didn't stick around to tell me how he's getting curvature information from the same angle and the same distance, no matter which way you look. All right, friends, go back to that image where you put your finger. Now, if you spin your head, what's happening over on the left is all of a sudden going to be in the center of the vision. It's going to be high in the frame again. What caused what's on the left to come up high in the frame? If it already was at the same drop angle and the same distance, what changed? Very interesting, huh? What's funny, dude, is that a Glover said that even the ISS shouldn't see curve. He was actually a planetarium director. Flat Earth doesn't cure you. Like, if you were a globe earther and now you're a flat earther and you have problems with your character, you still have problems with your character. Like, waking up one day and saying the Earth is flat didn't make you have good character all of a sudden. The human journey still exists.
Being a flat earther does not make you a good person. It just
leans more to the fact that it's not going to be like a utopia if everybody knows that the Earth is flat, which is what some of these guys said the end game is. Oh well, what does it mean? Everybody's going to be like kumbaya? No, I don't think so. There'll be a whole new set of problems.
Someone told me if everyone was a flat earther, there'd be no war and no famine. Everyone would live in peace and everybody would live in abundance. And I'm like, dude, you're smoking some straight up fags. They also told me that nobody would fight anymore. And I said, well, how will we do that? What about people that are born that have violent tendencies or this or that? Oh, well, we'll have to deal with them. Well, what do you mean deal with them? Well, yeah, we'll have to get rid of them. Well, what do you mean get rid of them? And of course, at the end, they said, well, we'll have to kill them. So I said, oh, so your utopia requires random killing of people that don't fit your group's identity. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, we just have to kill everyone that doesn't agree with us. I'm like, oh, good job, bro. That's real peaceful.
That's like the Charlie Kirk Oliver mentality. They took Charlie Kirk out, and then they're like, "Oh well, let's start canceling all those guys. Let's see how they like it." I'm like, dude, isn't that what he was advocating against? And you guys are just gonna fall right back into the same thing. He was basically, if you want to carry his legacy, don't do the same thing they're doing. Do the opposite. Like,
You know how I defeated that guy's logic with his kumbaya utopia? It was so simple because he was like, well, everyone will have money, everyone will have food, everyone will have what they need. No one will be, jealous or envious of anyone. And so they won't have any motive to fight or go to war because it won't be like, oh, I don't have food, you have food. And then I said, well, okay. And I'm like, okay, so everyone will have a wife. Every man will have a wife. Every wife will have a husband. Yeah, they'll all have their own children. Sure. Okay. Okay, cool. So every man is going to have a wife, right? So there'll be no covetousness, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, what if your wife's prettier than my wife? And his whole worldview fell apart because we know for a fact that in a situation when you have all these humans together, that some guy is going to covet another man's wife, and that wife's going to be wooed by him, and be we all know this. Like we're not deluded into thinking that it's circumstances that, circumstances can make people do things worse than they otherwise would, but there's always disequitable circumstances. You can never make somebody's life identical to somebody else's life where they have no reason whatsoever to covet anything that they possess. That's impossible to remove. You can't equalize everyone. You can't equalize everyone's desires to even know that you can give everyone what they want. So it doesn't even make sense. Absolute lunacy.
You can't get rid of the problem of sin, man. No matter how hard you try.
Right. Yeah, you'd be like, well, we'll just make all women have D cups by force. And that will make all women's faces look the same by force. That way no man could think another man's wife is more attractive than his wife. And then if one woman's tall and one woman's short, we'll cut her legs off. And then we will put those legs on another girl and graft them in, and then they'll all be the same height. And vice versa for the men. They'll all have facial hair. Like, get real, dude. You could keep trying to manipulate reality into this perfection all you want, but we all know it's not possible.
That was the problem with the Matrix, the first iteration. They tried to make it a utopia that people didn't.
Because it's like at the end of the day, you're presented with circumstances and you have to make moral decisions in those circumstances, right? And you're either going to do the right thing or not do the right thing. And everybody's capable of not doing the right thing. And not only are they capable of not doing the right thing, oftentimes they don't. In fact, confidently, we all know for a fact that confidently we can say about everybody we meet that they not only have they done wrong things in their life, that they did wrong things in their life, eyes wide open, knowing what they did was wrong, and they did it anyway. We all know that about every single person in this room, and about every single person we've ever met, and about every single person on the face of the earth. We all know that. And anybody who thinks that's not true is retarded, and we all know that. And anyone who says they never have done any of those things, we all know is a liar. That's just the facts. But if everyone knew the earth was flat, then all of a sudden that would magically disappear overnight. Oh, get real. Isn't that the same stupidity with the Globers' zealotry of thinking that the advancement and evolution of mankind is going to lead to a peaceful utopia in the future one day? And that salvation of mankind is in the cosmos, out there somewhere in the stars? And
Yeah,
isn't that just a reverse thing? The salvation of mankind isn't out in the stars, it's on the earth. The face of the earth is the salvation of mankind. Does that even make any sense?
Yeah, theirs is in reverse. They actually have to colonize a new planet where only the best and the brightest and only the upstanding moral people are going to be to start a new civilization. So that way, when they start that new civilization, it'll be pure. Only the cream of the crop.
Hey, speaking of the guy who asked me about AI recently, so you know all this stuff about traveling to other worlds, right? You could actually create a society that believes people have already traveled to other worlds and are communicating back with us, especially with the way AI is going. You can literally pattern human behaviors and interactions, and basically have this whole crew of virtual people that allegedly exist on another world communicating with us, and they'll like send us messages about their hopes and dreams and about the things they need, and how they witness this and that, and people will believe it, dude. They'll be watching it on a TV screen and they'll literally think that these people are on another world, 2 or 3 light years away or something. Hey, Yoder, you want to know something funny? Huey was being called out for the Black Swan argument on Nathan's show earlier. They were critiquing the Black Swan, saying that all the extra stuff isn't needed. All you need is the distance to the oil rigs.
Holy smokes.
But I'm only saying that not to critique that statement, but to critique that, within a couple of weeks ago, there was a list put out of arguments that are bad or badly employed or that need to be critiqued or thought about or talked about. And man, some people got so butthurt about it.
Yeah, we were talking about him in here, man, in the morning time. It was quite fun, man. We had it was a pretty stacked panel. And then it wasn't even I think the list, we stopped at 30 something when we did it. I think Yoder expanded it. It's in the 40s now, probably more than that. I don't know where he's at with it.
I thought of a new one just the other day, and I was like, "Oh, this would be a good one," but now I'm having a hard time remembering it. Let me try to remember what was going on yesterday. Maybe it'll jog my memory.
Yeah, he's listening. He's probably busy at work. Yoder, can you type in what number you're at right now? You're in the high 40s, right? Like 48 or 49 or something. Yeah, 48. And that's not to say that can be added to. It's just where he's at with it. I think we were talking about it too. If it's a black swan, it means it's an anomaly, right? That's the anomaly, the black swan. But why does it have to be a black swan though? Because that would assume that we're taking a position that if someone is proposing that the Earth is a globe, but not experiencing it, like the common experience. But if the common experience is such that the Earth is flat, then wouldn't the black swan be that the anomaly would be the Earth is a globe? That's what we're talking about. I don't know what do you think about it? Because that's where I could see that. You'd have to actually take on the world perspective that the Earth is a globe, and then say, well, the black swan would be that the Earth is flat, and then you see it. You went to Santa Barbara and you saw that extending distance to the horizon, which far exceeds the predictable curvature amount. That means that now that is the anomaly. But wouldn't that be just a common experience that everyone would have anywhere they go? There's no curvature being tested. Or at least amount of curvature that's taken at any distance that would be given the geometry of the Earth, its characteristic. So it's not per se a black swan. I don't know.
It's like everyone thought that all swans were white because they saw freaking white swans everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? In relation to the horizon, no one's ever seen a white swan in regards to that, right? So what's the whole thing's just ridiculous. It's all set up around a scripted, ridiculous argument about there not being any refraction, screaming at people and muting them. It's all set up around that. A cherry-picked, blurry observation that's heavily distorted on purpose. So people will say the word refraction, and then someone can say, "Oh, it's not refraction. You're an idiot." And that's the whole.
Well, you can concede. You can concede refraction. You could concede that the reason why things look different at different times is because of refraction, but then that gives up the geometry because now you only have a myriad of observations that are basically seen through the lens of optical phenomenon, and so your underlying geometry has to be proven separately, right? So the image itself isn't proof of the geometry.
Well, in all cases too, the bottom-up obstruction would have to be observed at distances that would be equal to the person observing it, wherever they did observe it. So if they said, I seen a bottom-up obstruction and I saw the ship, it was at 15 miles or whatever, then that would be the standard, wouldn't it? You couldn't say that specific optical phenomenon, seeing the ship disappear from the bottom up, you'd have to be able to see that, you know, in the case of like testing it. So if you don't see that, like some people I've heard that they don't see the bottom up obstruction, it just, you know, goes to the vanishing point. So then what do you, it doesn't make it true then bottom up obstruction, even just saying that is not true to be in all cases. There's so many things wrong with that. And what's even worse, if you give them a way they can see that it's not just a specific type of optical phenomena, but like also the waves that could be, you know, causing that obstruction. That blows our minds. It's not just Earth curve. The undulation of that ship that and that GIF that DJ posted one time, it demonstrates that. At a fair distance away, the observer can see that I think it was a Coast Guard ship. I don't know what ship it was. I think it was a Coast Guard ship. As it was like moving through the water, it was undulating. You could see it like where the waves were actually distorting the bottom of that ship. Then it would pop up above the wave, and you could see most of it again. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Yoder. Yoder posted the arguments in the text. Can't try to remember. Was Flat Earth the one that actually was somebody from Flat Earth saying the 69 mile per 1 degree? Welcome to the channel, Nerb Hey. Oh really? Oh wow. I didn't know it was that well accepted. So this place is the only place that would raise an objection to that, what it seems. I don't know why. I just can't find the reasoning behind why people are so hung up on that map. I don't know why. Like that one, like that specific map.
Spherical geometry is an application to the sky. That's why you keep referencing.
But that's actually good. But based on what you said, why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time above the flat disk, bro? Like, why doesn't?
Who said
how big is the sun and how far away is it? Like
Hold
you're
on,
already
who said
assuming a lot of things.
Call it a pizza, call it anything you want, bro. It's just flat, bro.
Yeah, just
Like-
flat. Stick with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the flat, but why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time, bro?
Because the air is not transparent. Newsflash: the air is not transparent.
I know that, bro. I know
How far
that.
can you see? Let me ask you this. How
40
come,
kilometer, bro.
let me ask you this. If you're 400 meters underwater, why can't you see the sun?
Because I'm underwater, bro.
Why? It's not a why. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you?
Because there is water.
Okay. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you? Because there is air.
There is air, yeah.
Yeah, thousands of miles of air.
I get it. I
With
get
dust,
it.
water
I get what
vapor.
you're. Yeah, I
Now,
get the
just think
example, bro.
about it. Like between you and say 3,000 miles, how many thunderstorms do you think there are?
Too much.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to see through all that junk, man.
I get it. I get it. Finally, someone said something that I get it, bro.
Yeah, well,
This
I
one
mean,
is good.
yeah, so check this out. What annoys me are people like you posting, we didn't answer in the chat. We do answer. Just because you don't understand the answer doesn't mean we didn't answer. Okay?
I get it. I get it.
You
Sometimes
understand now.
you guys are hard to understand, you know? Like, because you have your own physics and stuff.
But we're not using our own physics, dude.
Now you're using your own physics, bro. Like,
No, you can. Everything I just said. Look, so is your weather app my physics? Because when you look on your weather app and it says the visibility and it says 15 kilometers, why is that? Is that the curve of the Earth? Or is that because the air is not transparent? It's not our physics, dude.
You believe in those apps?
What?
Hey, another one is why does it start getting darker before the sun's gone down?
Why is that?
Why is it brighter at noon than at sunset?
Because the sun at its peak, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
And the air is what? When it's directly overhead, is there less or more air?
the same.
The same.
The same, bro.
Okay, so when you go straight up, you don't go to outer space anymore?
Nah, you go out of space, obviously.
Yeah, does the air get thinner?
Nah.
Okay,
The
dude, you're
opposite.
trolling now. Now you're just being a goof.
Now I understand. Now you've spoken to him. I understand. I'm not going mental. Good, thanks, mate.
Nah, bro, because you're trolling on me, bro. You're trolling on
You're
me.
trolling, dude. Your mind is. See, this is what all you guys do. You just start falling apart. You're falling apart, bro.
Listen,
You're
bro.
falling apart.
Nah,
I know
bro.
it
I'm
hurts.
not falling apart.
Look,
my question
here's
was
a better question.
extremely easy, and you
Yeah,
keep
and it was
trolling me, bro.
extremely easily
You keep trolling
answered.
me. You didn't give me the answer. Listen, bro. You
Yeah, I
didn't
did
give me the answer. You keep trolling me. You
Repeat
keep
to me.
saying I'm
Repeat to
not
me the
listening.
answer.
I'm not
Hold on,
listening.
bro. Repeat to me the answer I didn't give you.
You didn't give me why the reason you see the sun for 6 months, bro. Like you going me, you're gonna make me crazy, bro. Like I can't take this anymore.
Why you see the sun for 6 months? Where?
In the North Pole, bro.
You can see the sun for 6 months.
That's 3 months.
You're making it up, dude. Yeah, Jedi's right. It's 3
You
months.
can look this one, nah, bro. You can look this one, bro. You can look
It's
this
6
one right
months
now.
if you had the two summers together. If you had the north and south observations over the time of the year, it's 3 months in the north, 3 months in the south, right?
Bro, it's literally 6 months. You see the sun. 6 months, you don't see the sun. That's it. You can Google this one.
Yeah,
we don't need to talk about this one.
When you Google
I think you
it
need to
in the
Google it.
north, it's like 69 days or like 72. In the south, it's something similar, but they're not the same.
There's a movie about this, a vampire movie that takes place in Barrow, Alaska. Yeah, it's called like 90 Days of Night or something.
Oh yeah, of course there is.
You
It isn't
guys,
six,
wait
it
a second,
isn't,
you
bro.
guys.
It isn't 6 months a night in the movie, dude. It's 90 days.
Bro, listen, you guys, you even don't believe in Antarctica and stuff. You
I also don't believe in
North Pole, bro.
vampires.
Nah, you don't believe in that. You said that there is no flies today.
Sorry.
Like there is
What?
green screen out there. Like you
What?
guys are
Dude,
full
who
of
are the
shit.
fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm
What
talking
do you
about flat
mean?
earthers, bro.
Dude,
Flat
shoot,
earthers.
Yeah, we're not.
before we
Look,
start
bro, we're not a
fucking
club with a
smoking
mailing
bloody
address.
Ghosts.
Okay.
Bro, trust me, I know every one of you, bro. I know every one
What
of
do
you.
you
I've
mean
been
when
here
you
for
say we
past
don't
6
believe in Antarctica?
Okay. He's got verbal diarrhea. Okay.
He really has.
Control yourself, dude. Control. No, go ahead, Jedi.
He said we don't believe in Antarctica. I want to understand what he means.
I want to know how he knows what I believe.
Fucking hell, yeah. You can start with that one. You choose which one we start with, I guess.
Yeah, let's start with how he knows in the first place. Are you in my mind, bro? Like, how do you know what I believe?
Bro, flat earthers have all the same
Flat
thing,
earthers?
bro. You listen. You are from
That's
what
called, bro. Stop it. That's called a hasty generalization fallacy. We don't all think the same thing.
Hey, you know what? I'll play with them. I don't believe in Antarctica. I know there's Antarctica. Now what?
Stop lumping everybody together, dude. Are you weak-minded?
Nah, bro, I'm chill, bro.
Okay.
I'm talking to you like.
Well,
completely
I see
straight.
people
I'm
that
not
are
kidding, I'm
weak-minded
not trolling.
that have to like generalize and say all people are like this or this group of people is like that. It's because you're weak-minded. You don't want to spend the mental effort it takes to evaluate people individually. So it's just easier for lazy-ass motherfuckers to just say all flat earthers instead of going, hey, each individual has their own ideas.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna go to each individual, bro. Like,
of course not, because
that's
you're lazy.
crazy.
Though, which is why
Like,
you're a
I'm gonna go
glober.
to each
You're a
one, ask
glober
him,
because
like,
you're
what
lazy.
are you talking about?
You're a glober
let's see.
because you're lazy.
Let's see if that generalization is hasty. Brings us into my question. What do you mean when you say we, flat earthers, don't believe in Antarctica?
Bro, you guys said literally.
Yeah, what does that mean?
From your guys, not you.
Yeah, and what
I'm
does
not
that
talking
mean?
about you, obviously. I'm talking about your guys, like flat earth.
Who in here in this room?
My guys.
I don't know, bro. Those guys obviously have their own things, but they
Who's
said
here
that
in this room?
Antarctica there is
Okay, dude.
green screen.
I've had enough of this shit, dude. Honestly,
Nah, bro, I didn't
the
do nothing to you,
conversation
bro.
is now
I didn't
about
do
what
nothing.
flat earthers believe and what they don't believe. What about the evidence the earth is flat versus a globe? Let's stick with that, okay? We don't care about what people are believe, don't believe. This is why we stick to evidence, okay?
But there is evidence that flat earthers say that there is green
Who cares?
screen in
Flat
the
earthers isn't the
Antarctica.
topic. Flat earthers isn't the topic.
So you don't believe in them.
Flat
You don't believe
earthers
in them.
isn't the topic, dummy. Flat earth is the topic, not flat earthers.
You know what you're doing? You're trying to straw man us with the low hanging fruit, bro.
Nah, I'm not trying to do nothing, bro.
Let me ask you this,
Just
dude. How do you defend an idea you don't even understand? Yeah,
Bro,
you jump in
listen.
Cyclone. Maybe you can talk him in some sense into this.
I was just gonna say this guy.
Nah,
This guy's like.
don't do this to me, bro. Like I didn't do nothing to you. I'm a fully human being. I know my things.
Yeah, we're gonna
I
pass you
studied
around
biology
like a
and
bitch.
studied biology.
Just mute
And I
him. Just mute
studied
him. He's
biology
annoying.
too.
Just mute him.
Dude, you're verbal diarrhea.
just mute
Shut
him.
it, or you're gonna be muted.
Yeah,
Cyclone
this guy's like when. This guy's like when CB pretends to be a retarded glober, but he's real.
Nah, bro. Like
Yeah, you're
I
a
don't
joke,
get why you're
dude.
saying
You're a
this to me,
joke.
bro.
You're a joke. You need to stop. You need to stop. Your troll isn't funny. I don't even think you're trolling. I think you're just genuinely confused and helpless. So just stop it.
Nah, bro. Like who said I'm trolling?
Tell me your top three. Tell me your top three
Listen,
globe
bro.
proofs.
I'm talking
Tell me your top three
seriously.
globe
You
proofs.
say I'm
Okay.
trolling, and someone said I have
Okay, being serious. Tell me your top three globe proofs.
top three. It's bro. I'm not gonna say that, bro. Like,
Well, then shut the fuck up. What are you talking
I'm
about?
not gonna say that. You tell me your three flat Earth proof, bro.
You don't
You're
have
not
three
gonna turn
arguments
this to
for the
me.
globe. Why are you talking this whole time?
You
if
are
don't have
the
three
anomaly.
arguments
I
for
am
the
the
globe?
normal, bro.
You're the normal, but you don't have three arguments for your globe. Retarded.
I'm the normal. He's spurging out. Is that
I am a normal. I am a normal.
I got 3 flat Earth proofs: eyes, lasers, and radio waves.
There
This
you
guy
go.
doesn't have an argument for the globe, but he's going to spend 3 hours asking us questions about the sun in Antarctica that he's never seen and things that he doesn't understand.
And you were spot on, Indio, saying that he was just lazy. They are. They all.
Listen, bro.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
bro.
play your game.
Bro,
You know that?
you were
No, I'm gonna play
literally.
your game.
You're literally.
guys.
Why'd you start talking in the middle of sheepdog sentence, dude?
No, because you all
Control your
fighting
mic.
me for no reason.
Control your
I'm
mic.
just gonna finish. I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying because he's not gonna let me finish. So they are lazy, but they were programmed to be lazy, right? Like it's not. It's their fault, but it's not their fault. Like they could choose to not be lazy at any time, but their entire paradigm has been based on someone smarter figured it out for them, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. And so they just choose to be lazy about it.
What was he saying? He's going to present 3 globe proofs. Is he saying he's going to do that? If not, just keep him on mute. But if he says he's going to do it, then maybe we'll listen to it.
Maybe he should put it in the side chat and say, "Hey, yes, I have to."
Well, let's explain to him. He seems a little touched. So the reason you need to present evidence and we don't, because you have the burden of proof for a very simple reason. The Earth is observed flat and motionless. Absent outside more evidence that contradicts that, we don't need more than that. So if you have evidence to contradict the observation that the Earth is flat and motionless, give us your best 3.
First of all, guys, like, you don't need to do all of this. Like,
no, we don't need
all of
That's not a globe. That's not a globe evidence,
the
dude.
evidence, dude. Just give us the evidence.
I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk. Obviously,
we don't need the bullshit. We don't need your excuses.
I wish.
Listen, just give us 3
nothing,
arguments
I'm
for
gonna,
the globe.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start.
You've got nothing.
Shut the fuck
Okay, you've
up,
got
bro. I'm
nothing
gonna
for the
start
globe
right
then.
now.
Nothing for the globe then, yeah?
Okay. Give me a
Absolutely
second.
nothing.
First of
Okay,
all,
welcome to Flat Earth then.
First of all, the first one is the stars, bro. Like North Star.
Okay. Hold on. Explain how the stars prove the Earth's a globe.
I was about to explain. Come on, bro. The fuck?
Okay, we look at stars. We'll go through this step by step. We look at stars. Now what?
North Star only in the north. Southern Cross
cool.
only in
So I look at my feet and I go, yeah, great. So I do that. I look. I take that observation. I look at my feet and I go, how does that prove that what's under my feet is curving? By looking at the star.
Bro, look at the example I gave you and look what you said. What the fuck
I looked at a star and I looked at the ground under my feet and I go, how the hell do I reach the conclusion the ground under my feet is curved because I looked at a star?
See, the fact that you said stars for your first argument shows us that you don't know why you think the Earth is a globe. You don't even know.
Bro, listen, I'm gonna say it again.
Why don't you be honest with us? Why don't you be honest with us?
Only in the north.
Dude,
we have direction in the Earth.
Just be honest. Just be honest.
Let me talk.
Hold on. Just be honest and admit that you believe the Earth's a globe because you were shown cartoon images and videos from the government. That's why you believe it. You don't believe it because you saw stars, you retard. You believe it because you were shown cartoons. Be honest.
No, retard, bro. Like, that's too much, bro.
You're an idiot.
Okay, so how long have been people looking at stars, and why did it take so long to realize the Earth is a globe?
Listen, my second.
How come people? According, you're probably an evolutionist, right? So men have been around for 1.5 million years, so they could see the stars the entire time. Why did it take till 500 years ago until they looked at the stars that you said look at to realize the Earth was a globe?
Bro, is 400,000 people gonna lie from NASA government?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
The rocket.
It's not stars.
You called it, though, Cyclone. You called it. It was the cartoons.
I told you. Of course, it's the cartoons. It's always the cartoons.
400,000 people
it's never the
trying
stars.
to make a rocket.
It's never the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's never Foucault's pendulum. It's never the Cavendish. It is always the government space cartoon. That's it.
Dude, just freaking own it, bro. Just own it. I love cartoons. I like cartoons too. Probably not the cartoons you like, but I don't think my cartoons are real.
Bugs Bunny's funny, man.
How about flights, bro? Like you said, give me 3 arguments. I'm giving it to you. You don't like just let me finish,
but
bro.
you're not talking. Look, bro. You're not talking about the Earth. You're talking about everything but the Earth. Like, look. Say I ask you. Hey, Seth. I'll give you an analogy. I go, "What's your house made out of?" And you're like, "Well, look at my neighbor's house. Look at the house down the street. Look at that tree. Look at the sun. Look at the moon." I'm like, no, dude. We want to know what your house is made out of. And you're pointing me in every direction, but at your house. Okay, that's what you're doing with the Earth. We're saying, how is the Earth the globe? And you're looking everywhere but the Earth. Why is that?
Bro, I have a real image of the Earth. I don't need to.
How do you know?
To create a Discord
How do you know it's a real
Flat
image of the
bro.
Earth? How do you know it's a real image of the Earth?
How do you know that I am a real person? That you are a real person?
Jesus fucking Christ, right in the jar.
You broke him.
Let's see the image. Show us your image of.
Google it, bro.
No, we want to see yours. The one.
Believe.
Show it. Yeah. Show us the best one. The one that's the most real to you.
How about your pizza? Can you show it to me?
No.
Like, I don't get the.
Yeah, you're running away from your own claim, dude. Go get the most real one. And post
How
it in
about
the
the flights,
chat.
bro? How about the flights? Real flight times, only match a globe map, bro.
Still not talking about the Earth, bro.
No, but you didn't.
You see how you keep running away from the question mentally? You're just running away. Oh fuck! Can't talk about the Earth. Let's talk about everything else.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a challenge right now. If you prove me, listen. I'm gonna be a flat earther today, bro. I don't give a fuck.
No one. We're not trying to turn you into a flat earther. That's what you don't get.
Listen, if you give
turning
me
himself into one by realizing how dumb he
you
sounds.
said 3 for me. Listen, bro. You said 3 for me.
Does
I'm saying just 2 for you. Just 2 argument for a flat Earth using only flat Earth. Don't use nothing else.
Okay.
Just do what you did to me, bro.
Okay. The surface of
bro.
water.
I'm listening. You can mute me if you want. I'm listening, bro.
No, that's fine. You ask using only the Earth. Well, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now, we use water as a horizontal leveling tool. It is parallel with the plane of the horizon when you contain it in a glass. The horizon that it's parallel to is more often than not, if not exclusively, over the surface of the water on the Earth. So that parallel line is parallel to any other horizontal line would hold. That's how you reference to be level with the Earth. We can also measure water to be horizontal on the surface by observation and tools, such as lasers, propagation. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth observed, and then practically in everyday uses used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved.
It's that simple. Has nothing to do with the sky.
Look in the chat. So the city of Chicago uses as a horizontal datum plane to measure the heights of all buildings, streets, lampposts, everything in the city is measured from a horizontal datum. And it's a plane. So you want flat Earth used in the real world, here it is. I posted an image of the the main benchmark in the chat. Everything in this city, the whole entire city of Chicago, is measured in reference to this freaking cornerstone.
That's actually crazy, bro. I've never heard of this.
Well, you think you haven't, but you have.
No, I haven't, bro.
You have. Every single time you wonder why things keep rolling off of your table. It's not level. Well, when it's level, that will be parallel with the earth. This is how your foundations, your wood and brickwork, and your house stay together. Right? It's fundamental to how we construct upon the earth. First point of order, find level, because we're going to either want to create a slope for maybe drainage or not. I mean, we do this all the time, dude. This point is just showing that this level of the city of Chicago and all of the points from this level, where do you think that level's taken from and is in reference to? That'll be mean sea level. That will probably be 0. That's where we also get the heights of mountains, right? The coastline, those cliffs, the depth of the seabed. It's all from a horizontal reference datum. We can create our own, which will be parallel, or use the one on the earth.
So here's the funny part. Geometry was invented, and we invented Euclidean plane geometry. But the thing is, we didn't invent it conceptually. We built shit first. And we're like, oh my God, if we use these rules to build things, we have this thing called geometry, and Euclid formalized it. Now, how come we didn't have a spherical geometry right off the bat when we built things? Right? Oh shit, we better use spherical. Why wasn't spherical geometry invented first? Why did it take until fucking Gauss in the 1600s? With no application to the earth. Spherical geometry is an application to the sky. That's why you keep referencing the sky. Moons, stars, airplanes, planets, everything that's not on the earth.
This is concerning. This is the first time he's been quiet for longer than like 20 seconds, hasn't it? 3 hours.
I think the
Nah, bro, this one is good.
he tripped. We tripped a breaker.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. This one is good, but it's kept me thinking. Like
Why would you think that we're trying to condense? Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. I want to ask you because you said something which bothers me. You guys say this shit. Oh, I'll be a flat earther. Oh, you guys are trying to convince me the earth is flat. This, that, and the other. No, we're not. We're not. We're showing you that a lot of information, a lot of things you think are true are not actually true. What you do with that information is up to you. You can take your head, you can stick it in the sand like an ostrich and go back to believe in the freaking globe. They'll stick you right back in the matrix, no fucking problem. Okay.
So you're
gonna get. We're giving you information you're not gonna get
what's I'm
anywhere
gonna get
else.
To be out of the matrix, bro. Like, did you get something like?
Why do you have a
they
home
gave you,
inspection? What, like, if you buy a house, why? How come you have a home inspection? You're a thought. Why? Why do you hire an inspector to come inspect a house?
I don't know, actually.
Because the person that's selling the house, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? So in school, when you watch TV, you listen to Nelson, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? The things that work. They're not going to tell you the things that don't work. You hire the outside home inspector to come in and inspect a house, and he's going to tell you all the stuff that's broken or needs fixing or there's problems with, right? We're the home inspectors, buddy. we're sitting here telling you there's a lot of problems here. Now, you can just buy the house, or you can, say, hey, dude, I want to lower the purchase price, or maybe go buy another house because the house is actually a wreck. This house is a wreck, man.
This house that you're looking to buy
doesn't get mad. Listen, bro. The home inspector doesn't get mad when he didn't find anything wrong with the house.
Yeah, because the house doesn't actually exist that you're looking to buy. There is no house.
Really, bro?
The home inspector came to you and was like, where's the house, man? You gave me the wrong address.
Yeah, there's no house here.
That's
house
brilliant.
has 4 walls and a roof. This doesn't exist.
Bro, I really believe that we live in a simulation, bro. There is no flat earth, there is no globe earth. There is
Of course you do. Of course
it's flat
you do.
it's flat in your simulation too.
Yeah. That's how you imagine it in your brain, in your jaw.
It's a flat in the simulation, I guess, bro. That's crazy.
So, Saf, you understand the point, right? A sphere, a ball, has a curved surface, yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, but Earth does not. You understand?
I got it. I'm with you, bro.
Right. So no curve, no ball, no globe. Flat. Done.
What I don't get, bro, is that how the fuck all the space agency are lying, bro. I don't get it.
Yeah, because you're so gullible.
Even Chinese,
because you're
bro.
so gullible.
I
you
trust
just believe
Chinese.
anything. Because you'll believe anything.
I don't understand why my girlfriend cheated on me.
You just said earlier, I've got an image. You just look to present their bullshit image as proof of your worldview. That's why they get away with it, because you're gullible.
I mean, there's so many different directions that we could go in this conversation, just because a lot of us have researched a lot over the years. But typically in here, we can expand a little bit on Sundays, but typically in here we like to stick to the nature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. So, like, is it like a recurring sessions that you guys talk about stuff, or like?
Oh yeah, no, we probably have about 100 people a day coming in here, different people. Some people are repeat people, but we'll have anywhere from like 20 people one day, and then we'll have like just people all day long coming in and having conversations with them. And we live stream 24/7, just so you know. There's not always a bot in here, but whenever there's a conversation going on, there's a few of our guys that own these accounts that say YouTube on them, and they bring those bots in here to record and live stream out to YouTube. We do it for other people, as an outreach, so other people who are on YouTube can watch us and find us. But more importantly, like, you wouldn't believe how many people actually lie in these conversations, and we have to go back to the YouTube bot and screen record what they said, and then come back and show them what they said. So, and it's there for your protection too. If you think we're lying, you can go to the YouTube bot, rewind, and find out where we were lying at.
Hey, Sonic. So I kind of go by Occam's razor on things. So when I'm looking at the sun and moon, there's a couple things that I see them. They measure the same angular size. They cause objects to cast shadows that are the same size. They cross the sky at almost the same speed, and they leave the same analemma patterns over time. So what would you tell me to prove that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away from Earth than the moon?
Okay, so about the first, I said start point by point. So you mentioned the speed is the same for sun, the moon, in the sky, right? You mean it's during the day, right? So during the day, if you like during this day, like sun almost moves with the same speed as the moon, and this is not just for these two. Like during the night, all the stars and the moon and the sun, they all move with the same speed. Like that's why, because they're not moving. Actually, the Earth is rotating during the day. So, but in like a general, like larger scale, we also are rotating around the sun. So that's why the speed of sun is not exactly the same as the speed of the moon. And also, the moon is rotating around the Earth. So that's for the speed. So if the speed during the day looks the same because we are rotating, they're not moving. For the angular size, I don't have any reasoning why the angular sizes are the same. Like I don't think there's that much. It's more like a coincidence, which is fine that I say that. But angular sizes like just depend on the size and the distance. So it happens to be that the distance of the moon is such that the angular areas become the same. And there was another point you mentioned. What was the other one?
That if I have a tree out in the front of my house and the sun and moon are at 45 degrees angles in the sky, and if I measure the shadow that they cast at daytime and nighttime, they're almost identical, the same size on the ground.
The shadow of the moon and shadow of the sun, right?
Yeah. When the moon's light hits a tree, it'll cast a shadow of the tree on the ground, and during the day and during the night, that shadow is almost identically the same size.
Yeah. So let's say you have a light bulb in your room, and like you put it like an object on the table, and you cast a shadow with the flashlight, whatever. And as you move away the flashlight, the shadow becomes smaller, right? Because of the angular area, right?
No,
but as
the shadow will get larger. They don't get smaller. I've never seen a shadow decrease in size. You'll never cause your hand. You can never cause your hand to cast a shadow smaller than your hand. That's what I'm saying.
No, not a smaller. No, exactly. Not smaller than your hand. But it's always bigger than your hand, right? But as you move with the flashlight, it becomes closer to your hand. So, but the thing is that when the flashlight is close, the difference is large. So, like you move the flashlight a little bit, and the shadow decreases. The size of the shadow decreases a lot. But as you go away, the difference becomes less. So, the farther you go, the relation between the distance we travel and the way that shadow gets smaller is becoming smaller. And at the like a very large distance, almost infinity, let's say, not infinity, of course, but at a very large distance, you don't see the difference in the shadows based on the distance because they're so far away. Now, if you move the sun like 1 kilometer away, you don't see change in the shadow because it's so far away that the shadow of your hand is almost, if it's also perpendicular, is almost the same size as your hand because it's so far away that the light rays you see, they're not angled, they're parallel. So you almost see light as a parallel lines. So all the shadows are the same size.
So if I put a flashlight above my hand, 1 foot above my hand, and I look at the shadow of my hand on the ground, and then I do the same thing with a street light that's like 30 feet up, they're not going to be the same size, the shadow of my hand. I've done this.
Yeah, but if you continue, you said that it's not going to be smaller than your hand, right? The shadow is not going to be smaller than your hand, right? Always.
Right.
But it becomes smaller and smaller. It is always bigger than your hand size, but it's going to become smaller and smaller. So let's say I take the lamppost and move it like thousands of kilometers, like vertically. So it's like far, far away. The shadow still is bigger than your hand, right?
Yeah, so you think it'll be the same size as if the flashlight was a foot away? You can think it's possible for them to cast the same shadow size of my hand? Is that what you're saying?
No, but when the lamppost is 1,000 kilometers away, and when it's 2,000 kilometers away, the difference is very, 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 very small. Because as the farther you get, the difference in the distance, the difference in the shadows becomes smaller. It is still becoming smaller, but because as I said, it can't get smaller than your hand, it should change less and less. So it's not a linear thing. It's not that like, oh, if I moved it like 1 meter away, the shadow became like half. If I do it again, it's gonna become half again. No, it's gonna become like two-thirds. Like the ratio is gonna be closer to 1 every time. So at the limit of very, very large distance, the ratio is almost 1. Did I make my point?
Sure, I got you. So I wanted to ask you a question after this one, but are you familiar with the Anum Lima patterns of the moon and sun over time?
I have to. And how do you spell it? I'm not sure if maybe I heard about it.
ANALEMMA. It's like the sun and moon, they'll create a figure 8 pattern in the sky when you do a time lapse. You take a picture every day at noon for like 6 months.
Back and forth. I know. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I mentioned it when I was talking about Mars. I think similar to that. But yeah, go ahead.
So the sun and moon create the same Anum and Lima patterns and basically pretty much the same size. So considering those 4 things I said to you, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away?
That's a very good point. Let me just look at the anima. History, attribution, reglobe.
Yeah, like the moon will create that figure 8 analemma once a month. It'll do it like 12 or 13 times a year, and then the sun will do it once a year. But they're the same size.
Okay. What's the reason behind showing the position of the sun? I have to look up the moon one. Here is just the sun's equation to. Okay, let me just check this is just sun. I have to check the moon and Lima.
Because I'm a simple guy. I like Occam's razor, and those 4 things lead me to believe that these 2 objects are about the same size and crossing the sky at about the same speed.
Yeah. So the problem with that is that also you have eclipses, right?
Sure. You mean like when the moon turns red? Is that what you're talking about? An eclipse?
I care about the sun version.
Well, there's problems with that, with the 2,000 mile wide moon only casting a 60 mile wide shadow on Earth. That's not possible for something to cast a shadow that is about 20 times smaller than its size. For example, that would be like me holding up a bowling ball and then having it cast a shadow the size of a marble on the ground.
Because it's so far away. Because it's so far away. It's all these values are astronomical, no pun intended.
Well, I mean, you're saying the light rays from the sun are parallel when during the solar eclipse. So then the moon should be casting a 2,000 mile wide shadow across Earth, but we only have a 60 mile wide path of totality.
So you have the sun, you have the moon.
But hold on, we got a little off in the weeds. I was just. Did you check out the analemma patterns?
I'm reading about this
you see how they create that same figure 8?
So here it says that this is because of tilt in the axis of rotation of Earth. So again, this is something about the Earth rotation. So if it's going to affect everything we see in the sky the same, because it's about the Earth rotating differently. There's a tilt in the axis of rotation.
Okay, well, there's quite a few assumptions there that are unprovable: tilt and axis rotation. And you also said the moon that we were rotating around the sun. That's 3 things you said that are all assumptions. But my question is, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away, considering the 4 things that I said that would lead me to believe just the opposite, that they're very similar in size and velocity across the sky?
Yeah. Okay. So you guys sent a lot of videos. I try to watch some of them. I'm gonna send just one video, and I would appreciate if you'd want to watch it. This interesting video is from a math guy. Is you know Terence Tao? He's like probably. I'm not going to glaze him, but he's probably one of the smartest people alive. But he talks about distances in cosmos and how do we measure. And I know like you guys have problems with this type of reasoning, but I just would love you to also watch this one.
Fair enough. I'll
don't have a
watch it.
problem
But
with his type of
you don't
presenting.
actually have anything to prove then, right? You want me to watch a video? Is that what you're saying?
Guys, you sent me like 20 videos.
Did you see the one where he fucked up the math? Did you see the Terrace Tau one where he fucked up the math when talking about Al-Biruni? It's pretty pretty hilarious.
Sonic, you're
Have
gonna
a
love
Fields
India.
medal winner that can't do geometry.
What are they talking about?
Yeah, yeah, in this little series he does about the heliocentric cosmology nonsense. So it's a whole series that he did. And in one of it, he talks about Al-Biruni measuring the radius, and he fucked up the geometry.
Terry Tau or
yeah, I'll find it. Yeah, Terrence Tau. Yeah, guy you're idolizing.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Sonic: if the first cosmic rung is wrong, or is the rest of the cosmic ladder completely wrong?
Yeah, of course. It just breaks the. So yeah, all of this video is based also on the curvature of the Earth.
What's the first cosmic run?
It's the radius of the Earth, which also I have one for that. Have you guys probably heard of it? It's like the most famous one. I want to hear your opinion on that. But it's the angle of the shadow thing, that different places have different angle of the shadow. So if you assume
that about Eratosthenes,
yeah, probably yes.
When Eratosthenes did the observation, was he on the same latitude or the same longitude?
I believe he did it in two cities on the same. I'm not sure what he did, but he was close to the value we have, and now we can also do that every position we want. Like we have the map, and we can look it online, like what are the angles of the sun at a given point, and we just can do it ourselves. But
yeah, they don't use a globe for that, though. They don't use a globe for that. There's a lot of things, I've been listening for a while, and there's a lot of things you believe to be true which actually aren't true. So if you use like time and date or sun calc, there's no globe in the mathematics to figure out where the sun's position is.
No.
And in fact, latitude and longitude has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
So no, he mentioned the cosmic ladder, and he said, what if the first step is wrong, so everything else is going to be wrong?
Radius that no one ever measured. Yeah, that. So the first step isn't even known because no one's ever measured the radius.
So I'm saying you can measure it with the angle of the shadow, right?
Yeah, how are you going to measure the radius of the Earth from the angle of the shadow?
So you see the light.
You have to presuppose a couple things.
Okay, let's start. Okay, first.
Do you have to presuppose a couple things?
We talked about.
You have
to presuppose a couple things, dude. Yes or no?
Can you talk like a human? I'm getting
yes or no.
It's obnoxious. Okay, what do you mean by that?
Do you have to presuppose things to measure a radius if you're just measuring? Because what you're actually measuring is right? The length of a shadow, and then calculating an angle that triangle creates, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But you have to assume certain things about the source of light.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say my assumption. I'm gonna say my reason for my assumption. So I'm gonna assume the light ray is casting. It has almost parallel light rays. And the reason for that is that the shadow argument, right? At the noon, if you look at the shadow of your hand, is the same size as your hand.
That's circular reasoning, dude.
Yeah.
How is it
Here, I'm gonna show you an image. Go ahead, Indio.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, you're saying the shadows demonstrate their parallel because they're different angles? But that's the thing you're trying to prove in the first place.
No, guys.
I'm gonna show you a picture of my countertop in my kitchen, and I just want you to tell me whether or not my countertop is spherical or flat. Hold on, I'm almost got it.
Okay, that's interesting. I want to take a guess.
Here we go, right here. If you could do me a favor and tell me if because the shadows are 3 different lengths on my countertop.
Yeah.
we're presupposing my countertop is a sphere.
No.
Can you tell me the radius of my countertop?
Okay, I think I said about the different sides of the shadows. I was first saying that the light rays on the surface of the Earth on our scale of humans that we see are flat are also almost parallel because.
How do you know that?
Why would you?
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Okay. So I say it's parallel. Okay, so how do you know that like there's a relation between this as
That's not an answer, dude. How do you know they're parallel, bro?
I'm saying there is a relation between the distance and between the light rays being parallel and the relation between the shadow, right?
Yeah, how do you know that? How do you know anything you're saying? You're just jumping assumption. You're piling assumption on assumption on assumption.
I can't go back. I can't draw lines and triangles and do some.
Yeah, that's great.
Crazy math.
Yeah, light's not rays, and the light doesn't pass through the air in a straight line, right?
No, if the area, like if you're at on the surface and you're looking at constant density, is not gonna refract, so it's fine. It's only when you are
constant density. Where's that at?
Up here.
I want to go do some laser tests there.
Yeah, you have to do laser tests. Yeah, but it's almost a line, right? Like when you point a laser at the back of your yard, like it's line, like it's already enough. So
look, all I'm saying is there's a lot of things that are happening here, right? So you're presupposing you're presupposing that the rays of light are parallel, and you're getting the distance. See, this is the problem with the cosmic distance ladder. You're getting the distance to the sun from the radius of the Earth, and you're getting the radius of the Earth from the distance of the sun. Circular logic. The rest of the cosmic distance ladder is built off this the astronomical unit, right? Parallax, size of the orbit, Cepheid variables, the redshift. All these things are built upon. They're founded on the radius, right? But that radius is not actually known. It's never been measured and can't even be measured in principle. Has to be assumed to exist. You have to assume the Earth's a ball and presuppose there's a radius.
Okay, can you say anything about Earth without pre-assumptions? Okay, say something about Earth.
Earth looks flat.
Why?
Why? Doesn't matter why. That's what it looks like.
So you see something I think it's like, why do you think the light goes
this straight? This is a qualitative description. I don't need to know why.
So you believe that qualitative description only, like there is no quantitative description that you can have about.
Well, we have that too. We have that as well. We can measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving, and if it's not a ball. It's pretty simple. Doesn't matter what the star, suns, moon, and the whole thing you've been talking about. I've been listening to 40 minutes of this puke, right? You talk about tilt of the Earth and orbits and distance of the sun. I hate to tell you, no one in the history of mankind has ever observed an orbit of anything ever, not even once.
That's what they do.
Okay. Show me. Post the video of actual video of a full orbit right now.
Post orbit of the
anything,
like a planet.
Literally anything.
Okay, dude, lawyer, like you don't have to yell, okay?
Dude, I said anything.
I'm looking it up. Okay, we want to orbit of Mars, let's say. Time lapse. Should be good, right?
Yeah, so you're going to show Mars orbiting the sun.
Okay, I'm not on the sun. That's the thing. I'm not on the Earth.
Where would you have to be to see that?
You never see it because you're on the.
Okay, exactly. That's what my point is. No one's ever actually observed an orbit, ever. No one's seen the Earth orbit the moon. No one's seen the Earth orbit the sun. No one's seen a planet orbit the sun. No one's seen a moon freaking orbit a planet. No one has ever seen and observed an orbit, period.
I mean,
that's not an opinion.
Moons of Jupiter also orbit, but whatever.
But you don't see a full orbit, do you? You see you see lights pass in front of Jupiter and then disappear. You don't see them go back the other way. You don't see them go behind Jupiter. Right? You only see them for a period of time going in one direction.
But again, it's
for all you know, they could be in a big circle in front of Jupiter. You have no idea.
Yeah, but it's like
the fact is, no one's ever observed an orbit.
That's a fact. It's not my opinion. But you take it as holy writ that there are orbits. But science is empirical, right? It's based upon empirical observation.
Okay, have you looked at the rings of Saturn? They do, like that's also light, right? Although it looks like that's also light. I'm just to make sure, like everything is just a light source on this model. Even
what model? We're not talking about models.
The flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model.
So what's
in fact,
flat
there's no
Earth?
globe Earth model.
So there's a model.
What we're talking about right now is a heliocentric model. Right?
Yeah.
Which is a model of planets and orbits and all that crap. All circling the sun or orbiting or making elliptical orbits around the sun. Except for the Earth is making a circle and the moon's making a circle around Earth, kind of weird. Those two things happen to be circles, but everything else is ellipses. But never mind that. The point is that the fundamental claims of the Keplerian model has never actually been observed, not even the first thing. Now, you can construct a mathematical model assuming that these things orbit the sun, but there's other ones. So Travis just posted epicycles. There's another one called Tycho Brahe's model, in which the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun, which also works. So for any data set, there's potentially an infinite number of models.
Yeah, that's correct. But there is like some I don't want to say philosophical, but there is some reasoning that we believe some. So let's say I'm on your house, like you use electricity, right? And if I ask you why do you use electricity, like how do you believe in electricity? Like how do you think this works? Like what's electricity? Like do you have explanation of electricity?
I have access to electricity.
Okay, what is electricity?
I'm not looking at my wire from a billion light years away.
No. So what's in your wire? What's in your wire? What's creating the current?
Well, technically, the electricity comes from outside the wire.
So what's in the wire?
There is no current in the wire. It's on the surface.
So what's on the surface? What's current? That's what I'm asking.
Well, depends.
Like on what?
What's current?
Pressure.
Yeah, what's current? Pressure of what? Do you feel the pressure?
Well, there's electrical potential created between a positive and a negative.
Mm-hmm.
And that creates a force. Well, this is just a model. So this model, it creates a force that makes all the electrons pull in one direction. Okay, and that flow creates a current. Now, the drift velocity of the electron is pretty slow, but it's the combined action of all the electrons, which are in the probably quadrillions in a 10-foot wire.
Yeah. Have you seen an electron?
No. What's that got to do? You're making listen, okay? You're not going to construct this false equivalence nonsense. The fact is no one's ever observed an orbit, okay? People have observed direct electrons. We have access to the things you're talking about. We have physical access to them where we can touch them, manipulate them, do cause and effect experiments on them. You can't do any of that with the heliocentric model or any of the other models. They're purely observational. We're going to sit there and say X causes Y when we can't even do the experiment to figure this out. And you know what? Copernicus admitted this way back when. It's only the modern people that are denialists and claim they have causes.
So we also have our understanding of orbits is that the gravity.
What understanding? You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything. You just tell yourself you understand. You understand your own bullshit. That's what you understand. Or somebody else's bullshit. Because you didn't invent this stuff.
I didn't invent this stuff. You didn't invent this stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's what blows my mind is that you guys white knight for ideas that aren't even yours, which is crazy.
I spent my whole life with these ideas. That's the thing. I believe in them because I spent my life with them, and
me too.
See how some of them explain some and some of them they don't. But I think because the reason that we have electricity is that we believe in that the electrons exist, that the magnetic field exists, that the electric field
no.
exists, and we never see them.
We don't
Who
need
invented electricity?
electrons to have a theory of electricity. It predates when J.J. Thomson discovered the electron. We had whole theories. We had models of electricity way before. We don't need the electron for it.
So who invented
J.J. Thomson discovered the electron with a cold cathode back in the late 1800s.
But you need electric field and magnetic fields, right?
It's just a model. That's Maxwell's model.
Yeah, Maxwell's model. So he believed
there's other ones. There's other ones as well.
Yeah.
So there's the Weber model where there's no fields and it's all particles or whatever.
Yeah, there's Weber
charges.
Model. The problem with Weber model is that I'm not studying that, but I believe that it doesn't predict electromagnetic waves. For waves, you need fields. So radio waves.
It doesn't predict what? Doesn't predict radio waves?
Yeah.
Why would it?
So radio waves, light, all of these guys can be explained with electromagnetism. So that's how radios work. Right? You just have a wire that takes the oscillation of the field, which is the radio wave, and it becomes a current. And when you measure the current, you get the signal. So you need the EM theory. You need to believe that there's a field because you can send radio waves with it. You can listen to the radio with it. You never see it. You will never see the field.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's more modern versions of it. Weaver's model has been worked on, so there's more modern iterations of it. I don't know where the state of that's at. A guy that's been working on is a physicist named Andre. What the fuck's his name? Andre Agassiz. He's a Portuguese physicist. He's written multiple volumes on this shit.
Sorry, man. Andre Agassi's a tennis player, Indio. All right.
Oh no, dude. Fuck you, bro.
I can't believe
it's the same name, dude. Telling you. Hold on, we find.
Yeah, if you read Maxwell's work, starting on mainly he mentions Weber economics predates Maxwell economics, and he actually praises the model. He's it's a very nice mathematical theory, self-consistent. But Maxwell believed that he didn't like the idea of particles having action.
Because he believed in an ether.
Each other. Yeah, and actually he believed in ether, and he wrote a theory based on ether, and now we don't believe ether.
Yeah, so that's the funny thing is now here we are, and all this came down to my whole point. Maxwell made a model, based upon a mechanical model of the ether. The model is correct.
Yes,
but nobody think that model is physically real anymore.
So we take the same idea, but without ether. So Maxwell couldn't imagine that it's possible to.
Doesn't the model's existence? But listen, because the model works and it's based upon a physical model of an ether, doesn't that prove an ether exists?
That's a very good point. But if you were Maxwell, you would believe ether exists.
I'm asking you, doesn't it prove ether exists because we have a model with it in it?
So
that makes accurate predictions?
It doesn't prove it.
Oh, why not?
It doesn't prove that the ether exists. But when you see the contradiction, it disproves the existence of something.
Okay, you're not getting it, dude. There's a model. The model has a mechanical model of the ether. Yes. The model works as in it makes accurate predictions. But you're saying, even though the model has this component in it, the model making accurate predictions doesn't prove that the model's physically real, namely the ether part.
Yeah. So it turns
what do you think I'm saying? I'm saying the exact same thing about the heliocentric model and the Tycho Brahe model and the epicycle model. Just because you have a geometric model that will predict where the planets look like in the sky doesn't make that model physically real. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the thing is that we are improving. We are getting closer. The thing about Maxwell theory is that he didn't believe it makes sense without ether, and now we're doing it without ether. So it's like he built a car, and like he believed that he needs car muffler for the car to work, and we removed that. We're like, oh no, you can actually remove the car muffler, and the model works. So I mean, it was a bad analogy, sorry, but what I'm saying is that you should. It's not that if you see the model working, you should believe that the ether exists. It's just that you should gain trust in the reasoning. So we are making progress. At some point, we didn't know why. Like there is lightning. Then we said, oh, it's because of the potentials, and we said, oh, there's a field in the ether, and then we said, oh, actually, sorry, there is no ether. But there are waves. We found the waves, and we understand electricity, and we made everything. We made this. Like the fact my Discord is working is that I'm on mobile data, so I'm connected to cell tower, which works with Maxwell's theory.
Well, they're not using
I never
Maxwell's
see
theory for any of that crap.
No, you need to need antennas. You need to like that's what electrical engineering people study.
They're not really at the engineering level, and they're not using Maxwell's theory. They're not.
I don't know. You like
stupid. It's simple. It's overly simple, but they're using basically electrical engineering that like they would use in the electrical industry. Right.
Yeah, but
they're using imaginary numbers. They're using like the square root of j, the square root of minus j. They're using that crap. They're not using Maxwell's.
Okay. I think also imaginary numbers is an interesting topic. We can talk about. It's like a different tangent. So let's put that aside. But I think they also do a lot of like. I mean, it depends on the university, but
I mean, in antenna design, right? Like, so they like they'll. It's hard to do. So you'd get an app called Ansoff Maxwell 3D or something, right? So you'd get that, and it would model, it would do discrete element analysis of of all the fields, right? The E field and the B field and the H field, and you would model it all out, but it's super complicated. I mean, it's idealized. That's what I'm saying. You can make an idealized antenna from that, but whether you can actually engineer one to work like that in reality, that's another story altogether.
Yeah, but like also the people who wrote those stuff were probably like somewhere along the line, someone should understand the Maxwell equation to fully understand what's happening with the antenna. That's all I'm saying. Like that's why we didn't figure out like radios before that. That's because we did.
They were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918.
1918.
Yeah.
It's so when Maxwell was born.
But Maxwell didn't invent radio, though. Tesla did.
Yeah, but Tesla is after Maxwell.
Yeah, I know. He didn't use Maxwell's equations to invent radio. He was an experimentalist.
Tesla, I'm pretty sure he studied something at some point.
Tesla, so there was a big lawsuit that lasted way past Tesla's death.
Yeah.
In the Supreme, on who invented radio. And it turned, Tesla won the lawsuit, even though he was dead in 1947. But the lawsuit went on for something like 30 years, 40 years or something. So it was like Marconi, Tesla, some other guys.
Yeah, but like not the radio itself, like first person to generate radio waves and prove, like show that radio waves move, like behave like light, like if they refract, they deflect. It should be Hertz, which is someone who studied Friedrich Hertz, right? It's before
He
Tesla.
credited with it that it's doubtful.
A lot of people did. Like
Tesla had comments about, because Tesla, there was a lot of guys all doing this. Tesla said, I think that crap was well known. So what he did was create a spark gap, right? And then he picked it up. He got an electrical current, makeshift antenna some distance away. So he's just like making a high voltage spark real fast, and he gets a current, some distance away. Tesla said it was a bunch of bullshit. Now I keep bringing up Tesla. The only reason I'm not a big freaking huge Tesla nut, I'm just because he was operating at that time. You know what I mean? When all this electrical engineering was first getting off the ground, like radio and all this stuff. That's like the late 1800s.
right? So, like a lot of things happen in that very short time period.
Yeah, but
Hey, Indio?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Indio, do you know of any other 2025 radio transmissions going 10,000 miles? Anything like that?
2025. What was the question? The radio going too much?
No, probably not, because I think they don't have big antennas anymore. Not as far as I know. I mean, maybe. There's so much interference now. Frickin' good luck even. So the 1918 one, it was Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia. 1918. The guy, so there was not a lot of radio interference. So amateur radio operator was picking up radio broadcasts from Germany and Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
And then he told the Australian government, and the Australian government told, because they were a British colony, got together the British government, and because it was World War One, they decided we're going to use this for a military application. We'll be able to hey, send more troops. We're all dying. Let's go send your boys to die too. So they set this whole thing up. But the war ended pretty soon afterwards, so they didn't end up having to use it other than to test it.
Do you think radio waves can follow the curve of the Earth, Sonic?
On Mars?
No, we're talking about something else. We're talking about that why mathematical approaches make sense, even though we don't see the fields. We make use of them, and we believe in their existence because we do the math and we do experiments.
But fields are abstractions. You know that. You know fields are just abstract objects.
No, actually, no.
You think fields are real? You think there's little frickin' points everywhere?
Okay, if I say what I believe, you're just gonna I don't know, what's the reaction?
Are you a Platonist or something, or a Neoplatonist? You can't believe fields actually exist.
Have you
they only
heard
exist in mathematics. They don't exist in physical reality.
So the reality is a field. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude!
Yeah, I don't want to.
You're a Platonist, dude. You're definitely a Platonist. Do you think math is reality?
No, I don't say that. I mean, actually, it's
I'm asking if you think that.
I had this conversation with my colleagues about what is reality. I was saying, so I don't have a concrete viewpoint in the sense, because as you said, some people believe math is small, but people who do theoretical physics, I think many of them believe that math is reality. And I don't have a reason to I agree. There's no way that we can say that, because how would you prove that something like a field exists, or something, a mathematical construction exists, that it's reality? But my idea is that when you see all of this stuff explained by math, you can make use of math. Sometimes
That's where we differ. I do not think math explains anything. Think you can describe phenomenon using mathematics. There is no explanation. If I have a whole bunch of equations, they don't actually explain anything. They just they describe what's going on. Yeah. The explanation comes from us, where we give little stories to the variables, right? And we make it into a cool story that we tell the kids.
Yeah, no, that's
they don't understand the math.
But
so here's a cool story.
Go ahead.
I want to hear a cool story. Keplerian orbits.
Okay.
Keplerian orbits is a kinematic model with no forces. But everybody thinks that they're calculating the force of gravity everywhere, and that they're using the inverse square law. Well, they are using the inverse square law. Not because they're calculating forces, but because it's a consequence of elliptical orbits. That if there's a force at a foci of an ellipse, it'll fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And this is where Newton came up with it in the first place. Didn't come from experiment. It didn't come from anything. Came purely from a geometrical relationship. That's it. Okay. So even though you have a kinematic model of orbits with no actual forces, you can pretend that you're actually calculating forces because of this geometric relationship. Now,
but that's the thing. Go. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'll just. The point is that the way things actually work versus the way people think they work are quite different, and we make these little explanations because it sounds cooler. Like there's a force that pulls all the planets together. That sounds cooler than, you know, if we calculate the time and the period and the speed, then we'll, in a certain period of time, it'll be back at that place. Right? That doesn't sound cool.
Yeah.
Right? It sounds cooler when we say there's magic rubber bands pulling everything together. Right? That's an explanation. But that's not what they're actually doing. They're just basically doing data fitting of a data fitting a pattern.
Yeah, so that's a very good point, actually. So I want to also give you this viewpoint. So let's say we have the Keplerian, like there's a geometrical construction. As you said, there's no force in the Keplerian orbit. And Newton comes and is like, I think there are forces. So if you assume the forces, you will get the orbits. You get the ellipses. And one of the criteria of the mathematical models and like scientific models is when you explain something, then you also need to predict something. Otherwise, you're just like explanation is not enough because, as you said, you can just fit the data and it explains it. But you also have to make predictions, and it makes predictions. It can predict the orbit of the Halley comet. So I think I'm not sure about this, but I think Newton was the first guy who calculated the orbit of Halley itself. I'm not sure actually, but you can continue the math. You can be like, okay, if I understand gravity, I can understand the motion of stuff on the Earth. Like when I throw something, like I can calculate how fast I need to throw. Sorry?
That's a leap of logic.
Yeah, it is. And you have to take it. If you want to do science, you have to take a lot of logic. And it works. That's the thing. You have to believe in the logic.
Didn't they try to calculate the transit of Venus a couple of times, and they missed it based off of the globe model, heliocentric model?
Yeah, so Kepler made the calculation that was actually wrong. So, but there was error in his calculation. So some other guy called Jeremiah something did the calculation, and he did it correctly, and he saw the transition. So it was Jeremiah.
Yeah. So
you can make errors,
brother. You did the exact same thing I just said people do. You just did it. They're not using forces to calculate orbits. These are mathematical equivalents. They're mathematically equivalent. Right.
So that's the thing. Now,
if I use Keplerian orbital elements or Newton's laws, as long as I don't use too many bodies, they're mathematically equivalent.
Yes.
So,
but now
you're only lying to yourself saying you're using Newton's laws because you're actually not.
So the thing that, I think the thing that usually, when people are talking about like Newton gravity, they usually mention the Apple story, which is not real. Actually, it never happened. But the thing that started this imagine the apple fall on the head of Newton, and he was like, "Oh, there's an apple, there's a gravity." It's not real. Like it's a made up story. It's a fun story. But I think that I heard that real story is that Newton looking at the orbits of the moon, and it's like, what's keeping moon up on the sky? And it's a realization that if you explain the orbits of the moon and the solar system with the gravity, the same gravity explains the movement of objects on the surface of the Earth. So it's that this.
But it's not the same.
Maybe. No, you can.
You're conflating big G with little g. We know little g empirically. We don't even need a big G for any of that.
You can actually, if
I need to make a correction on how Newton came up with gravity. He came up with it, and demonstrated the equivalence using conic sections. Now, there's actually, if you go on Google and type in Feynman's Lost Lecture, he goes through the whole thing of how Newton came up with all this. There's also one on 3 Brown 1 Blue, which is pretty good. It's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. Richard Feynman.
It's a brilliant video.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But he goes through how partially goes through it. How Newton came up with it had nothing to do with Apple. Had nothing to do with anything falling.
Yeah.
And to get to an object falling right from this other thing, this planet orbits,
That is a crazy leap of logic, dude. Like, because you can actually, because this is a common thing that comes up. You guys don't believe in gravity. Yeah, gravity, what's that? Oh, drop something, that's what gravity is. Okay.
Yeah.
How do I go from I dropped something that fell to the ground to Earth as a ball?
I don't want to say it, but it's math. The path phase at some point.
A logical yeah, but a logical progression. I make the observation, I see something fall. How do I just from seeing something fall, go Earth as a ball? People have been seeing shit fall for a pretty long time. Okay,
Yes.
so they were all watching shit fall down. How come those people didn't go Earth as a ball?
Because it takes, as you said, it's not just huge leap in the logic; it's also a huge leap in the calculation and the logical reasoning. So it takes so much effort to make a model that explains shit falling and shit orbiting around the sun, and that's what Newton did. Like, he connected these two different geometrical construction. One is for objects falling. So Galilei found that.
How was that connected? Wasn't done in his lifetime.
Yeah, he's asking you how.
The connection between things rotating and shit falling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what's the logical connection between the two?
So you if you assume the Newton's law, you say, okay, mass.
So there goes the logic part.
From somewhere. So that's the way science works. Okay, that's
if you assume. That's not how science works. You don't just make assumptions and then say, I'm going to try to figure out how to make it true. It's just begging the question.
There is the bias, but you give up the idea when it stops working. That's why we give up Newton's idea and stick to the Einstein idea, because we're like, okay, now we're saying that Newton didn't predict.
Where did they get the mass of the Earth from? Because this is the crux of the problem. Where did that come from, the mass of the Earth?
Right.
Okay, that's a very good question. You can estimate it if you have the size and also the density, but the density is not uniform. So,
it's not.
But you can do it with
Cavendish came up with
small g and big G, right? You can do it with small g and big G.
Yeah. So you reverse the equation, right? And then if you assume that 9.8 meters per second squared is a consequence of big G gravity, then it'll get the mass of the Earth, and your equation will work perfectly fine. You could say, hey, we predicted 9.8 meters per second squared, but you actually post-predicted it. You didn't predict the damn thing. You just fit a phenomenon, and you fit a phenomenon into an assumption. That's it. But you still haven't used the scientific method to figure out the cause of a falling object.
Okay, I have a question. Is it possible that after this Discord call, you just wake up and realize that you were in a simulation or like a really accurate dream? Can you prove that? You can't. You can't. You can't prove that you're not in a simulation.
Yeah,
right?
I can prove it that I'm not in a simulation.
So you assume
why do these guys always go there?
You guys always run away. You guys just like, oh, I can't have my globe. I'll stick dynamite in all of reality and blow it up.
No.
All reality. We don't know what's a globe. We don't know anything.
Exactly. So you have to start from somewhere.
See this guy? He said exactly.
You notice they always go there. Every time they can't prove their globe, they go to, we may live in a simulated universe, or how did you know?
I didn't say that. You say that. Oh, every time you start talking, you guys like, oh, you're making assumptions.
Yeah.
You don't have any assumptions. You don't have any assumptions about reality. You don't assume reality is real. You just think things are, and you don't assume they're real. There's no reality because
I don't have to assume reality is real. I felt pain before.
Yeah, he asked you 3 times basically to prove your globe, the physical object that you're claiming is true, because you leaping it from things falling on the ground, and he asked you what was the connection, which is basically giving you some observations to show that your point is true, and then you started with, well, assume this and assume that, and here's the math, but you ain't start with any observations whatsoever.
Also, I still have the thing about eclipses, but
why do these guys ignore it when we ask them to prove something in reality? Why ignore it? Can you just address my point?
What's your point? I don't get your point.
Okay, my point is that you're trying to prove something is physical in reality, like Earth being a globe, right? Right. So we asking, what is the physicality of it? What physical observation do you have in this first instance before you even get to the math or get to the assumption?
Okay. Let me think. Why would I assume Earth is globe?
Again, assuming again.
Yeah, we're far. Look, bro. Let's just walk it through. So what we hear typically is, like I just said, what's your proof of gravity? Drop something. Okay, how did you get to a globe from that? No answer. Okay, even if, say I just granted, yeah, little g is a derivative of big G. How do you get a globe from that? What's your evidence that gravity forms things into balls? Has that ever been observed? Has it ever been done in the lab? Is it a consequence of the physics?
Actually, Cavendish did that. Right?
Cavendish did what?
He did an experiment. He had two massive balls. And
what fell in that?
Sorry?
What fell in that? What fell in Cavendish? We're trying to figure out why things fall.
No. They attraction. I say there's attraction between massive bodies. So he measured the attraction.
Okay. There's an attraction between massive bodies.
And that's why things fall.
What is mass, dude?
That's what you do. You just stop.
Because mass is another shit defined term. And if I ask you what it is, you're going to give me the wrong definition, and then the right definition is resistance to acceleration. And then you go, two resistance to acceleration attract resistance to acceleration, which makes no fucking sense.
What?
Mass is defined as resistance to acceleration.
Yes.
In physics. So when you say mass attracts mass, you're saying resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
So it's called Einstein's correspondence theorem, which is not trivial. It's not trivial why the two definitions of the mass are like why the mass that resists acceleration also has to do with attraction. So yeah, it's not trivial.
It's never been proven that they're actually equivalent. So there's that problem.
So
did you know that it's never actually been experimentally demonstrated that the gravitational and inertial masses are actually equivalent?
No, there's an experiment. No, there's experiment. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I know there's another physicist that's been researching this for 10 years, and he's got lots of experiments showing they're not equivalent. By doing drop tests. His name is Sky Darnos, in case you can watch his experiments. They're pretty interesting. There was also experiments done in the Bremen Drop Tower, which is a 5-story vacuum chamber in Germany, which demonstrates the non-equivalence. It just was asserted, and everybody just goes along with it. So the point is, we're getting way off the point. The point is, people say Earth is a globe because of gravity. Gravity forms matter into balls. Okay, this has never been observed in nature.
Like the galaxy, like the far away, like we look at formation of stars, formation of galaxies. We see dust.
Oh my Jesus! So we watched we watched a planet form into a ball. We have actual observation of it happening. Now you're going to tell me, no, it happens over too long of a time scale. We never actually seen it.
So that's another thing. You haven't seen one like a star forming, but because there are 10 billion, 10 trillion stars in the sky, you can see the stars in their different life stages.
How do you know they're in different stages?
Because you see they're different. One of them are just gas, and you can see
they're different.
How are you relating those stages?
Earth are different. Do we say that they're in different stages?
That's actually
sorry. What? I missed that.
Hey man, that black person's just in a different stage of white, man. It's cool.
Dude. Time out.
They were saying about Michael Jackson for about 30 years.
Babies,
dude. Right? Like, you just turned white already, Michael.
But you see like a baby, you see old man, you see guy, you see they're not the same people. but you see the baby grow.
Is Reg here? Reg's gonna kill me. Reg, I'm sorry, bro. Is a black man a collapsed version of a white man?
I think that's the funniest joke I've ever heard you say, Sheepdog.
Funny shit, man.
Guys,
listen, how about we do this, okay? Now, you've admitted that there's a lot of assumptions, and that's pretty much, that's what you're dealing with. Is there anything we can actually just say, yeah, this is 100% true, and we don't have to assume anything?
I say no, because assumption of reality existing also is something you have to assume.
Oh my god, dude! What do you mean the assumption of reality existing?
You're assuming your emotions are true. That's your assumption. There's always assumption. You're assuming that the pain is real.
What are you talking about?
The existence. You say reality exists, and you said because I feel pain, I feel joy. Yeah. Why do you feel the pain is real? How do you assume that the pain is real?
It's not an assumption. I feel it.
So it's just about feelings. Whatever you feel is true.
Listen, brother.
But
so the idea. Look. Are you familiar with Thomas Reed?
Sorry, what? Who's Thomas Reed?
Thomas Reed. This this bullshit. I don't even know how this shit's still around.
Yeah.
This Descartesian, super skeptic, freaking brain in a jar. I can't prove there's no external world. That nonsense was refuted 200 years ago.
So that's the thing. I'm saying you're making the same argument.
That worldview was that. No, it's refuted, dude.
You're making the same argument, saying that there shouldn't be any assumption.
No, okay. It's called the ideal. It's called the ideal theory, right? That you can't prove there's any external world. I think, therefore I am. That's the only thing I know is actually real. Is my own mind. I can't demonstrate the external world is real. What Thomas Reed said, they should have known by the place they ended up that they took the wrong freaking path. Because if you spend 2,000 years doing philosophy and you end up like, I don't know anything, you probably took the wrong path. You might think.
Yeah,
because was that where philosophy was trying to end up at? I don't know anything.
Yeah, and
that's where they were trying to end up. Aristotle, Plato, the whole line of philosophy for 2,000 years, they were trying to end up at I don't know anything.
And it doesn't go anywhere. Like if you can just sit, that's exactly what I'm saying. You have to.
You're dodging, dude. No, they weren't trying to get there. That's how you know they ended up at the wrong place.
I'm not really.
They start from the assumption that everything starts from the internal world. Okay, where it does not. Everything starts from the external world. Okay, we know this just in biology, right? Have a baby.
Hi guys.
Hi. If you measure the what do you call it? The brain waves, or it's basically a blank slate until the external world makes imprinting on the brain. Right? You can't even have thoughts, conversations, logic, and even talk about having an internal world unless you're using an external world as a referent to all those things. That's how you even differentiate it in the first place. The external world exists, and because you have some separation from it, you're like, well, maybe it's just me. Yeah. Do you have something to say other than interrupt?
Hi
Here's
guys.
your chance. Anyway, the point is that how would you even know an internal world exists if there was no external world in the first place? You think you just think you start at the internal world and self-differentiated and pretended in your own mind that there was something external from your own mind? Well, it would still be external from your own mind, even in your own imagination, thus creating an external world. The very fact that there's a differentiation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, this fact is makes sense.
And all that shit's just a bunch of fucking mental mind games of people that don't.
No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, saying I don't care about philosophy that much. I just think that
we hear it a lot in this chat, dude. We hear it all the time. As Reg was,
it's a wrong direction. I would say it's not a good direction to. I just brought it up because I was
had a PhD freaking doing that shit, bro. Fucking saying I can't prove I have hands. No fucking hell's angles. I mean, we're way off topic. The point is that is there anything we can say for certain about the world? Like we can find you, right? If we found you, I can take a tape measure. Like, look, he's freaking 1.7 meters tall, and I can know that. We're just going to compare you to the tape measure. I don't have to theorize. I don't have to freaking make up shit in my mind. I don't have to have a theory of you being tall or a hypothesis or a model or any of those things. Right? No, my point is there are things we can know. And if we, don't you think it might be interesting, hey, dude, we're so far down the rabbit hole, maybe we should just go, reconsider, go back to the drawing board and okay, we went way into our imagination. We made a lot of assumptions. Let's circle the wagons and go, what do we actually know for 100% certain? And let's lay this foundation and then build from that. Because I think we're often to speculative theoretical physicists never land at this point, where we, because of Hume's fucking problem of induction, people have settled for freaking sloppy reasoning.
Okay, so you mentioned the tape measure. So I get the tape measure and measure your height or my height, it's 1.7 meters. I'm like neat, I'm 1.7 meters, and I give the tape measure to you, and I tell you to go measure someone else. Tom, is in across the city, you have to go to his house and measure his height. So you go there, you measure his height, 1.8, or let's say 1.7, it's the same height, and your conclusion is that okay, so me and Tom are the same height. But I don't like that. I want to be taller than Tom. So I say, how did you assume that tape measures stay the same length when you take the tape measure across the city?
Because it's the same fucking tape measure.
Yeah. Do we need to calibrate it?
Calibrate the tape? How do you calibrate a tape measure?
So you always assume that things don't change when you're moving across cities. There's still some sort of something
this
I know
isn't an abstract idea. This is a physical object. You keep doing this where you're conflating things that are actual physical and concrete with things that are abstract as if somehow they're equivalent. Like saying, hey, how do you know that actual thing, that brick over there is real? Versus saying, how do you know the sun has parallel light rays? One is phenomenological, whereas one is just a statement about its existence or not. Right.
Okay, so you know what? Actually, I was right, because when you went to the other part of the city, it was you did let's say you didn't know about
maybe you went near the speed of light and the tape measure shrunk or something. I don't know.
No.
Is that
let's say let's say you don't believe in the math and the physics that I'm describing everything, and you don't know the thermal expansion, and actually it was like a tape measure made of a metal that expands a lot when it's cooler or hotter, when it's hotter. So actually the tape measure was expanded because you were in a part part of city that's hotter. So actually there was something to calibrate based on the science.
Yeah, that would be measurement error, but you shouldn't make a tape measure off of fucking expanding metal. Just like we wouldn't make a tape measure off of out of a bucket of water. Okay, it's pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Hey,
you know how they
hold on real quick.
Wait. No.
Sonic.
Just finish. Just finish.
I have an image, a GIF, or not a GIF, but a meme, I guess, in the side chat, and it talks about rain on different planets. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Okay, the last part probably is not correct. I can show you, but the other one's probably correct.
How do you know?
I read in the news, right? They say it. It's a spectroscopy.
There's no
It's a
semen
spectroscopy, probably. Shut up, man.
Can we ask you? I want to ask you a question. What are you skeptical of in the mainstream narrative? Like claims that just seem to you just so outlandish and outrageous, or shaky and nonsensical, maybe.
Dark energy and dark matter. I don't like them.
Okay, that's. Do you think that they're post hoc hypothesis to save the gravitational theory from being falsified?
Yeah, and I understand them. Like scientists always do that. They just come up with the first thing that comes to their mind. It's fine. But I believe they're gonna be proven wrong at some point. We probably will have some more elaborate theory that like improves the current theory. I don't believe there is dark energy sitting around, like invisible 90% of the world. But at this point,
they can't prove it or disprove it because it's just an imaginary thing. So
exactly, unless I observe it, it's a theory, and it's not a perfect one, but it also has some.
It's not perfect because it's not even anything. It's, shit, we got this theory of gravity wrong.
Perfectly
so
nothing.
Add some shit in. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say something about the tape measure. Okay, I also want to mention this, but I want to move on. Nowadays they collaborate. Like the definition of 1 meter is defined by the speed of light.
Dude, you're so full of shit, bro. Sorry, dude. You're full of shit. When you go to the doctor and they take your height, you don't fucking have this conversation with them.
No, but the definition.
But
that's why you trust in the tape measure.
He gets a torch and he measures the speed of light to the top of his hand, which is near his head.
Okay.
And he goes, all right, so I must be this tall because it took the light to get from the bottom of me to the top of me at this time. Is that how you measure?
What does he use?
He measures his height with an interferometer.
He can. I would appreciate it. But
it's a wonder he hasn't started rattling on about gravity, India, how it's less up near his head, so he stretches a little bit.
Oh my God, your head's younger than your feet, buddy.
Well, I think it's ironic. I think it's very ironic that he's willing to consider that all of reality may not exist, but he doesn't like dark matter and dark energy.
Guys, who makes the tape measure? There's a company making tape measures, right? They calibrate it with another tape measure, right?
Yeah, look, I'm in construction and they always say, you know what the problem is? Always use the same tape measure and you'll never have the wrong measurement. All right?
Most of the time the problem's the idiot operating it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't read
Use
numbers.
the same tape measure. Doesn't matter.
No, it contracted due to the warping of space-time.
Okay, I really need to get some sleep, so I want to. I will say something.
You know what? You've been really good, man. So come back anytime.
Yeah, we appreciate your civility.
I love this conversation. It was like sometimes really hard to continue conversation for obvious reasons. It was like we had so many different points of view, but I'm happy I did this. I hope you guys also enjoyed it. But all I'm gonna say at the end is that even if we don't believe that world is described by all of these assumptions and things that we don't feel, things that we don't see, I think that's what we did as humans. We made some assumptions, we made something work, and
you mean imagine things. We imagine some stuff that doesn't exist.
We imagined the fields and we made the radios.
And we created a computer model and we manipulated that computer model and did.
You didn't imagine anything. He freaking made a spark gap and got a freaking voltage somewhere across the room. It wasn't based upon equations. Most things that are done engineering and experimentally, they're not based solely upon equations. Those are just like starting points.
That's trial and error.
They complete each other. So Maxwell wrote his theory based on Faraday, which just did experiment. Faraday didn't know shit about math. He's like one of the physicists that doesn't know. Yeah, you know that. You're studying enough. But Maxwell,
I'll say this, Sonic,
and made it to what, sir?
I'll say this, okay? All of us here graduated high school believing the Earth. A lot of us graduated from college believing the Earth was a globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we believed the Earth was a globe for most of our lives, and it just comes down to testing.
I was really impressed. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed by the level of
if you want, what do you think is going to happen you, if you wake up one day, go out and test the globe, and you find out that the Earth is flat, how are you going to feel about all of the physics you've learned in your life?
I feel bad. I would say that. I would say that.
Well,
okay, I'm not making measurements. I would kill myself. Okay? I'm saying that.
Yep. We're still going to be able to fire a cannonball on a flat Earth or a globe, and it's going to go the same way as it would either way. It's no difference.
Like when you're shooting, like you can ask this. Like I don't know. Do you guys have people in the like do engineering for the like Navy or like military? Because when you're shooting ballistic
I
missiles,
was
you
in the
have
Army.
to.
We never accounted for the Coriolis.
What was the the range of the missile, like or the projectile? I'm talking like about
a kilometer rifle shot.
Kilometer.
So check this out. Iowa class battleships, the big battleships from World War III, can fling a 16-inch shell, 30,000 meters. In the firing tables to fire that gun, which are freely available on the internet, there is no Coriolis calculation. There's no correction for Coriolis. Nothing.
But you do it with the
30 kilometers, brother.
You do trial and error. Like you shoot, you see it goes like to right, you take it to left. You don't calculate it exactly when you're doing it in World War II. You probably
they have firing tables. They tested them. These boats were still commissioned in 1984. They used them in the first Gulf War. Yeah, they're still around. There was three still around. There was the Missouri, the Arizona, or not the Arizona. What was the other one? The Iowa, and there was another one named after a state. But they used them during the Gulf War. But they tested their accuracy off the island of Crete in 1984. And their accuracy.
And you say they don't calculate the Coriolis?
Yeah, they have firing tables to fire the guns, and there's no Coriolis calculation. Now, in the beginning of it, it says there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you look at the actual firing tables, it's not actually in it. A lot of the artillery stuff that you'll see, right, the artillery firing manuals, it'll say in the beginning that there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you actually look at the firing tables, they don't calculate for it. It's nowhere in the mathematics. Because think of what you would have to do. You'd have to know your latitude. You'd have to know your azimuth, right? Precisely.
You only need the altitude. You don't need the azimuth.
No, you need to know your latitude.
Yes, you do.
You need to know your latitude, buddy.
You only need the altitude. The Coriolis effect is only
latitude, not altitude. Latitude.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So you your azimuth, the direction you're pointed.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so how are you going to do this under fire? Which way are we pointing? You're freaking running around like a maniac, dude, trying to not get hit yourself, right? And you're like, hey, which way are we pointed? What latitude are we at? Here, break out the side roll.
The more people who shoot, I never shooted like a artillery, but I put armor. But you have a map and you have a compass, and you always are talking about the altitude, like the azimuth. So it's somewhere in the table.
Yeah, you need a direction. Yeah, you need a direction.
Yeah, so you know the direction with respect to the north.
Well, think about it. But depending on what your azimuth is, okay, if you're shooting east to west, right, your round is going to shoot further or shorter. But as you rotate towards the north, now the Earth is going to spin out from underneath the round. Depending on what your azimuth is, you'll get the max left-right deflection pointing north or south. But if you're not going to be exactly north or south, right? So you're going to be, you could say you're freaking at, what would it be, 270 or something. No, 270 would be
that'd be west.
Yeah, that'd be west. So say you're northwest.
You could say that you're 350 or 10 or 5.
I mean, dude, you're basically shooting a freaking curveball and trying to land a shell.
Yeah, I think
that's how it's going through the air, right? Because it's like, say you're firing against with the spin of the Earth, right? So now it's going to land short, but then you're pointing, say, northeast. So now it's also going to hook. So you're going to hook it short, dude. I'm not
that's
good
why
at
they have
golf, dude,
tables.
but I don't think frickin' Arnold Palmer can make that shot, bro.
Look, golf is different from artillery. Like it's like the scale of accuracy. Like I found this table. Like I mean, just I was scrolling the I don't know what website is this, but it's like gilbersecurity.org. I don't know, but I don't have experience in military that much. But I found this table. Like they have stuff like this. So you
It's
collect
it's spin drift from the inside, the rifling inside of these artillery cannons and the rifle. It's so that it'll spin the bullet when it comes out, so it doesn't do flips and tumble over and over like a curveball in a baseball.
no,
Spin drift.
this is correction for the rotation of the Earth. I think I
We
said.
had these tables also with our headquarters unit. We had our artillery attached, our 16 millimeter artillery, and they never use that shit.
Because it's like really a small correction for a small, like it's not ballistic. When it's a ballistic missile, you have to do large correction. For this one,
Yeah,
it's
but if
probably
you
really
want to
small.
hit
Like
your target, you want to hit your target, right?
yeah, but like
yeah,
you
but you
don't.
see, but that's a range correction, right? If you're firing
Yeah.
east or west, where's the correction for the east or west drift?
So to cancel out the rotation effect, right? So if you want to,
because the Earth's supposed to spin out from underneath the artillery shell, so the shell's going straight, but the Earth is rotating. And at some point they disconnected, even though no one can say when or how or what speed or what height or what air pressure they disconnect at. Somehow they say they're disconnected. So the Earth is spinning out from underneath the artillery shell to be left or right of where you aimed at. Right? There's no correction for that. Is it going to be to the left 10 meters? Is it 100 meters, 1,000 meters? Like
no, that's what it says in the table. Like you want to shoot something like 2,000 meters away.
It says range, dude.
And the correction you have to apply.
Yeah, the range.
Right.
Like you have to calculate how far away it is, a different distance, but not the left right. Right? It's not an azimuth correction. Like the direction you should be pointed so the Earth spins out and you land on the spinning Earth.
Sign before number as measured clockwise from north.
Yeah, like if I wanted to hit a target that was like from my location, let's say 400 meters, we'll just say a kilometer at, let's say 60 degrees, right? So that would be like north. And in order to hit that, you would actually have to aim at 50 degrees and you would have to shoot at 950 meters instead of a kilometer. And then the Earth would just spin into it.
So you said that you considered that? Like there was a point.
Hell no, bro. Hell no. If we missed our target, we assumed that there was a wind draft, like a gust of wind that we didn't account for.
Yeah, so the effect of rotation becomes larger when the flight time is also larger. So like this is like very small for
our 101s, 151 were accounted for.
So what's 101? I'm not experiencing
heavy artillery.
Oh, dude, I just played Call of Duty. I don't know artillery that much, but I mean, I'll play Arma. It has like interesting, realistic.
They don't have artillery in Call of Duty, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, did you have it in Arma? Right? Play Arma 3.
No,
it's a really cool game. If you like military stuff, you should play it. It's like, what do you call it? Like it's like a realistic simulator, basically. Of anyway, it's not important.
No, I hear you.
But yeah, it's a good game.
It comes back to the first Cosmic Day. Right? We gotta solve
you're right.
Cosmic Rung. You're assuming the Cosmic Rung is correct, and then you're going straight to the second Cosmic Rung, the third Cosmic Rung, and you're building stories based off of math equations that you assume the first Cosmic Rung was correct to begin with. What if it's wrong?
Yeah. So you meant the cosmic wrong? What do you mean by that? Like the ladder?
The first rung on the ladder.
Yeah. So yeah, it's if it's the first one is wrong, you also get you find. But if the idea is that my idea is that if the first step was wrong, I would see inconsistencies. I can't talk anymore. Inconsistencies higher up. So the astronomy wouldn't work, or the solar system wouldn't make sense. The observation would match. I couldn't predict the eclipses. I couldn't predict the orbits. You know what I mean? Like if
Well, it's kind of like a math equation, right? Like you have a really complicated math equation, and if you screw up on the first step in the math equation, and maybe the math equation takes like 20 steps to complete, all 19 steps after that are completely wrong. You got them right because if you assume the first part was right to begin with, you got the other 19 steps right also.
Yeah.
But the first one was wrong, so the other 19 steps can't be right.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good one.
How are we doing?
All good, all good.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks. I had someone else pipe up just a moment ago. Someone else was wanting to speak. Say hello.
Was it
Dayu? And we've just had Austin join us. Hello, Austin. Welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
What brings you guys to the Flat Earth channel?
Well, listen, I've never been in this one, so, listen to people.
Never been in this one. This is the best one.
All right. Prove it to me.
You're in what? Well, I guess you'd have to listen, but basically we're
why I'm here
pointing
for,
out.
so listen.
Good. Well, do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. Until today, yes, but if you can prove me wrong, I'll be surprised.
Okay. Would you be surprised, though? Because think about it. You've never experienced a globe. You've only ever seen images of one given to you by governments. What you've experienced in reality is a motionless surface, doesn't seem to move, and a flat horizon. If you go to the beach or a body of water, just looks flat.
I know it looks flat, but I know some several stuff about this topic, and because of the globe is so big and so huge. When you look at the sea and the ocean,
I get all that, but would
the surface
really be
in front of you looks flat because it's so big, and the curve coming after a lot of miles. So
yeah. But would you be surprised to learn that when you've been told it looks flat, but that's just because it's so big, it's actually curved? Would you be surprised to learn that that's not actually true and that it just looks flat because it is? I mean, would that really surprise you?
Well, like I said, prove it to me. I'm here for learning,
Okay, well, we could start with the physical nature of water. Water lies flat and level when at rest. Yeah.
It's not have to, if I'm taking a bottle of water, not filling it to the top, it can make water is a flexible material. It can be whatever shape I want it to be. It can be like a diagonal.
Well, it will take the shape of a container, but if you fill up but the surface of it though, so like in a cup, right?
Yes.
I mean, it'll take the shape of the cup, but the surface of that water will be flat. And then same with a bathtub. The bathtub can be whatever shape, and it'll take that shape, but the surface of it, if undisturbed, will lie flat.
But there's the gravity that pulls the water back to its place. If, for example, if the globe is upside down, going nuts, all right? the water
that's what they say, they
skips
say
in
it's
place because it's the gravity pulls it back.
So is
If
it
you're
the
jumping.
gravity that makes the water flat?
Not make them flat, make them stay. Make them in shape. Stay in shape.
But the water's flat, though. I mean, when you look at it.
It does look flat, but think about the waves that are going on in the sea. You know, there's a storm in the sea, waves going nuts.
Yeah, the waves can go
like
crazy, but that's waves on that'd be waves in relation to the flat surface of the water.
But if like a wave goes, I don't know, 5 feet in the sky, 5 feet in the
yeah, that'd be 5 foot above the sea level, let's say. So
yeah, I know. So it's gonna came back, not to be flat, but going back because there's a storm. So why the water just like I don't know, in the space like flying around?
Well, it might go up and it might go down, but it will go up and down relative to a mean average level, flat.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So the physical nature of water, we know it's fluid dynamics, it's hydrostatics. This is in all the textbooks. You look up hydrostatics and the physical nature of water, whether it's a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or an ocean. That water is going to do the same thing. Now, what they've done is told us, like you said.
Wait, so how do you explain the footage from the national station in the sky?
NASA?
NASA. So how you can like...
they're an intelligence agency, right?
Kind of, yeah. It's a nationality intelligence.
Well, no, it's a spy agency.
Spy agency? Why do you say that?
Because that's what it is.
You got proofs?
Well, just look it up. Just Google NASA spy agency.
Let me see.
So part of what spy agencies do is called counterintelligence, and that involves propaganda.
Space against
lying.
But who they are spying to? Like,
well, do you see that? Have you Googled it? Do you see it?
Yeah, I Googled it. NASA spy agency.
So they would be like the CIA or something, right?
So the CIA control NASA.
No. I'm saying that's the CIA is a spy agency, yeah.
Yeah. So what
and they put out propaganda. They put out propaganda, yeah.
Okay.
So that's what NASA does. So when I'm saying, hey, we know in reality that water lies flat and level when it rests, and you're asking me, what about that propaganda agency that says otherwise? I say, well, they're a propaganda agency.
Okay. So how do you explain? I'm talking like in general. You know, we were kind of the first people who land on the moon. I have no idea if it's fake or real because I know
there's a propaganda agency as well.
I have no idea, to be honest. I know they
it was NASA,
the first people,
right?
but how do you explain the footage coming from the sky for like 8 years ago? So they did propaganda 8 years ago?
Yeah, they did propaganda decades ago. I mean, propaganda is as old as politics itself.
Oh, it's so weird, to be honest.
Was available. Images, photography, video, they've used for propaganda.